Chapter 2050. Recently, quite a number of friends have given me many valuable suggestions. Someone said, Daoist, we can first finish writing the main text, then add on the Legends of Renzu. Thank you for your suggestion, but it is actually very difficult to implement. The main text and the Legends of Renzu complement each other. If the main text is written, it will be like a large building, and then stuffing a small house inside, the Legends of Renzu. In the end, it will look very awkward, and it will destroy the space and beauty of the layout. This is a good idea, and I have actually thought of it before. But if we really implement it this way, the quality of the Legends of Renzu will be very bad. Because building a house inside a completed building will have very little room for improvement. Although I won't accept this suggestion, I still sincerely thank you. There is also another suggestion that I have accepted. A reader friend said, Daoist, why don't you write some side chapters while you are thinking about it? These side chapters are also very interesting. I thought about it, and this suggestion is really good. Although these side chapters also have to test the setting and logic, the difficulty of thinking about it and writing it is much easier than the main text and the Legends of Renzu. Thus, today, I added on the second chapter of the Legends of Reckless Barbaric. Everyone can go to Chidian, Daoist Gu, and read about it. This side chapter is free, and I won't take any money. Everyone can read it for free, and it can also be considered as my apology to everyone for this period of time. Also, today, I corrected many typos. Specifically, in the first chapter, there are 2, 3, 8, 9, 15, 16, 17, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 42, 44, 45, 47, 48, 50. Chapter 2051. Winds howled in the desert, warm winds blew in Qing province. Sandstones piled up into mountains, steam rose. Under the sandstones was a tranquil lake, there were lush trees, the leaves rustled in the evening breeze, creating a scene of western desert paradise. The headquarters of the Western Desert's Qing clan's blessed land was located in this oasis known as the Green Province. Almost all of Qing clan's Gu immortals were gathered here. On the cold floor tiles of the hall, there were several Gu worm fragments. They attracted the gazes of Qing clan's Gu immortals. Qing Heng's life tablet Gu shattered? How can this be? Qing Heng sacrificed himself, he left the clan to deal with southern borders Gu immortal Mingyu. Did he really die at Mingyu's hands? Qing Heng was a rank 7 expert of Qing clan, since he was sent to deal with Mingyu, he was naturally favored by the clan. Recently, for some reason, the secret of Qing clan obtaining Divine Bean Palace had spread, other super forces were probing them. Qing Heng's death made Qing clan suspect the truth. Was this a probe from Western Desert's forces? Report. There are accurate battle reports. Mingyu killed Qing Heng. This person has incredible strength, he is ruthless and cruel. Qing clan's Gu immortals were furious. Outer region Gu immortals are going too far. Kill this Mingyu, turn his bones into ashes, let the other Western Desert forces see the consequences of offending our Qing clan. Before killing him, we should capture Mingyu alive and invite other Western Desert Gu immortals to attend the ceremony. Only by tearing out Mingyu's tendons and torturing him in front of everyone, until he dies will I be able to vent my anger. Kill. Kill him. A mere outer region Gu immortal came to our Western Desert alone and dared to kill our clan's Gu immortals, he truly does not know his limits. Even though Mingyu defeated Qing Heng, he only has rank 7 cultivation level. If First Supreme Elder makes a move, we will be overestimating him, rumors will spread that our Qing clan is bullying the weak. In my opinion, we should send Qing Jing and Qing Hualan together. No, to ensure that nothing goes wrong, we should send Qing Chen as well. With the 3 immortals working together, we can definitely capture that Mingyu. Let him have a good taste of pain and regret. Hurry! Don't let this little bastard escape. Kill Ming Yu and raise the prestige of our Qing clan. Ming Yu is dead for sure. When our clan completely refines Divine Bean Palace in the future, our Qing clan will ascend to the peak of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. These words echoed in Qing Chao's ears and scenes appeared in Qing Chao's mind. Completely different from the fragmented memories of the past, this time, the memories showed a complete picture. At the same time, the hatred in his heart surged like a raging tide, engulfing Shi Qingqiu's body and mind. Hate. How hateful. Harboring even more hatred, Qingqiu opened its eyes. Tens of thousands of years had passed. Qingqiu's eyes were red like blood. It soon realized that it was lying on the ground. It immediately recalled that when it fought with Spectral Soul earlier, it was struck down by the ladder and fell from the sky. Roar! Qingqiu shouted as it stood up from the deep pit. Hatred Gu's rank 9 aura became denser, the power of hatred surged out again and spread throughout Qingqiu's body. Ming Yu, Ming Yu. Spectral Soul, Spectral Soul. Qingqiu roared at the sky, its eyes were bloodshot and its hair was disheveled. Even though Spectral Soul was chasing after Dragon Palace, the power of hatred Gu allowed Qingqiu to know Spectral Soul's location clearly. Rumble. Qingqiu's tortoise shell was like a mountain, it had tiger claws and dragon tail, it had a snake neck and a human head, it flew up and created intense wind pressure as it chased after Spectral Soul. It ignored Fairy Myrtle and the rest who were setting up the formation in the sky. Among these Gu immortals, there was an old Gu immortal in a grey robe, his white hair was fluttering in the wind, he was Fang Yuan's Qi Si clone, Qi Si ancestor. Qi Si ancestor saw that Qingqiu flew away as he let out a breath of air, he was relieved of his worries. Back in Western Desert, even though Fang Yuan used familiar face to disguise himself, he was still chased by Qingqiu. Qingqiu had hatred Gu, it was also affected by Karma Divine Tree, it had a strong connection to Spectral Soul, as well as his relatives and subordinates. Fang Yuan's main body could not hide from Qingqiu. Qi Si ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone, with this connection, Qingqiu could sense him as well. But now, Spectral Soul and Fang Yuan were opposing each other, both wanted the other to die. Thus, Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul became enemies, he was no longer a thorn in Qingqiu's side. Even though Qingqiu's worries are gone, Fairy Myrtle is in quite a bit of trouble. Qi Si ancestor turned his gaze towards Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was dressed in a purple gold palace dress, her skin was white as snow and her hair was long like a waterfall. She had a mysterious and graceful figure, she was flying in the sky, her hands were moving continuously, her fingers were like butterflies, all sorts of Gu worms flew out and connected with each other. In the sky, an exquisite wisdom path immortal formation was already in its embryonic form, it was starting to take shape. Old man Zheng Yuan was helping from the side. Qin Dingling, Che Wei, and the other celestial court Gu immortals looked at Fairy Myrtle with complex expressions, there was hatred and anger, as well as pity. A three-layered round altar was floating in the sky, almost sticking close to the wisdom path formation. White jade railings shined with golden light, it was rank 8 luck path immortal Gu house Calamity Luck altar. Calamity Luck altar was controlled by Bing Sai Chuan, his gaze was sharp like an eagle, he stared at the celestial court Gu immortals and Qi Si ancestor, not daring to relax. Calamity Luck altar protected Fairy Myrtle and the rest, as well as the wisdom path formation. Longevity Heaven, which represented Giant Sun Immortal, had already cooperated with Shadow Sect, which was led by Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan has the potential to become a venerable, we cannot allow him to do as he pleases. Letting a demon like him become a venerable is not beneficial to any of us. Bing Sai Chuan was still transmitting to Qin Dingling, Qi Si ancestor, and the rest, he did not know that Qi Si ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone. Qin Dingling only listened to the transmission, she did not speak. Strong winds blew in the sky, her cloak fluttered in the wind, her golden armor stuck to her body, making her look even taller and more alluring. She stared at the Wisdom Path formation at times, while looking at the Dream Realm at other times. This Dream Realm was left behind by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had placed his hopes on the Dream Realm to stop the enemy, but he was instead schemed against by Spectral Soul. Feng Yuan had no choice but to leave the battlefield, but this Dream Realm remained on the spot. It was beautiful and moving continuously. Where is Feng Yuan now? I only saw Dragon Palace and myriad year flying warship flying away from the Dream Realm, leaving this battlefield. Thus, there is a third possibility of Feng Yuan's location. He is still hiding in this Dream Realm. Qin Dingling thought to herself. Precisely because of this reason, she stayed behind to watch over this Dream Realm. Feng Yuan was too crafty. It seemed foolish to stay behind in the Dream Realm, but there was a possibility that Feng Yuan was purposely doing the opposite. Seeing that the Wisdom Path formation was nearing completion, Qi Si Ancestor felt immense pressure. I cannot wait any longer. Thoughts moved rapidly in Qi Si Ancestor's mind. He continued to think, looking at Fairy Myrtle's situation, with Bai Ning Bing, Ing Wuxia, and the rest as clues. This formation probably has the ability to deduce the main body's location. The main body does not have much attainment in information path. If he has deep information path attainment, he can sever the alliance relationship with Bai Ning Bing and He Lulan. Even if there are 2 or 3 more Fairy Myrtle, it would be useless. Fairy Myrtle and the rest are strong. They are also protected by Calamity Luck Altar. Bing Sai Chuan and the rest are very wary of Celestial Court's immortals. If I suddenly make a move now, I will not be able to destroy the formation. Celestial Court will also get suspicious. The Qi Si clone had the strength, but he could not make the final decision and suppress everyone. The crucial person was still Qin Dingling. Qi Si Ancestor listened to Bing Sai Chuan's persuasion while secretly asking Qin Dingling, looking at this situation, Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven are very confident in the Wisdom Path formation. But can we trust them? Regardless of whether Fairy Myrtle can deduce the result or not, the formation is still under her control. If she gives an answer, how will we know if it is right or wrong? Or is Fairy Myrtle hiding it from us? The Qi Si clone started to sow discord. He could not let Bing Sai Chuan win over the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. If that was the case, the main body would be pursued by Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Celestial Court. The pressure would be too great. If it was the Celestial Court from the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, it would be extremely arrogant. It would not cooperate with other forces. But Fate Gu was destroyed by Feng Yuan. Celestial Court's spiritual banner was destroyed. They were attacked several times. Celestial Court suffered huge losses and their reputation fell. It could be said that the number one force of humanity only existed in name now. It was widely doubted. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were all elites. They learned from their mistakes and started to change. Celestial Court, led by Qin Dingling, started to cooperate with them. They lowered their pride. Earlier, Qin Dingling took the initiative to help Qi Si Ancestor chase away demon immortal Qi Ju. This was proof. Thus, the possibility of Celestial Court working together with Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven was not low. The Qi Si clone's words hit the nail on the head. Celestial Court and Fairy Myrtle lacked the most basic trust. This way, whether Fairy Myrtle's deduction succeeded or not, what difference did it make? Qin Dingling was silent for a while before transmitting to Qi Si Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor, please go and chase after Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul. Qi Si Ancestor was slightly stunned. Do you already know Feng Yuan's location? I don't know. Qin Dingling smiled at Qi Si Ancestor. The Qi Si clone looked at Qin Dingling deeply before coming to a realization. Qin Dingling knew what was going on. She had never trusted Fairy Myrtle who joined Shadow Sect. Longevity Heaven was also jackals of the same tribe. It would be foolish to trust them. The reason why she stayed here was to supervise the Dream Realm and also to reorganize the situation. Celestial Court lacked peak rank 8 battle strength. If they chased after them from Celestial Court, they would lose their terrain advantage. They seemed to be acting aggressively, but if they were careless, they would suffer huge losses. Celestial Court was already at a stage where they could not afford to lose. Qin Dingling naturally had to restrain herself and be steady. Right now, Spectral Soul chased after Dragon Palace, Qing Chou chased after Spectral Soul, while Demon Immortal Qi Ju chased after Myriad Year Flying Warship. Qin Dingling knew that Demon Immortal Qi Ju who had Qi Land countered Qi Si Ancestor too much. Even if Myriad Year Flying Warship had Fang Yuan, Qi Si Ancestor could not do anything to Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Instead, if Qi Si Ancestor chased after Spectral Soul, he could influence the situation. For Celestial Court, Fang Yuan had to be eliminated, Shadow Sect was the same, Longevity Heaven was also not a good person. But Celestial Court's strength was different from before, it was very weak now. Even if Qi Si Ancestor stood on Celestial Court's side, he was still not a member of Celestial Court. Qin Dingling heaved a deep sigh. Fang Yuan is extremely crafty. This division of troops seems simple, but it actually greatly reduces the pressure on him. We have no choice but to stop temporarily. Spectral Soul is stronger than Demon Immortal Qi Ju. If he kills Fang Yuan and obtains the spoils of war, the former Demon Venerable will rise again. Qi Si Ancestor, please make a plan for the sake of the people. It is best to let these two demons exhaust each other and let our righteous path become the final winner. Chapter 2052. Go. Fairy Ziwei grunted as her fingers created a series of afterimages. The killer move activated, 1,000 goo worms flew out, turning into a lump of hazy purple shadows that filled up the biggest gap in the wisdom path formation. The surrounding immortals could be said to be first-rate goo immortals of the 5 regions. Seeing this, they had to admit that Fairy Myrtle's method was brilliant. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air, sweat appeared on her forehead. She stared at the formation in front of her. After this step, the next step was to decorate the core immortal goo. This formation was set up in a special situation. Fairy Myrtle was setting up the formation in front of many strong enemies. Who knows, during the process of setting up the formation, goo immortals might suddenly attack. Thus, Fairy Myrtle used a rare method. She first placed the mortal goo and created the framework, before decorating the immortal goo at the final moment. Fairy Myrtle took a short breather. She stopped her movements temporarily. She looked at Qin Dingling and the rest, before looking at Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was shining brightly. Bing Sai Chuan, who was controlling the immortal goo house, understood Fairy Myrtle's worries. He transmitted at the right time, with me guarding, please be at ease and quickly set up the formation. Fairy Myrtle did not have Fang Yuan's formation flag goo. If she did, she would not need to set up the formation again and again. She knew that time was pressing. After receiving Bing Sai Chuan's urging, she started to place immortal goo into the formation. Every time an immortal goo was placed, the formation would shake intensely, emitting dazzling purple feathers. It was a beautiful sight, but none of the goo immortals present had the mood to appreciate it. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan stared at the formation, guarding against anyone attacking Fairy Myrtle at all times. He suddenly broke the silence. Hey Lulan, you have been with Fang Yuan for a long time. What do you think of Fang Yuan's current actions? Hey Lulan was standing beside Bing Sai Chuan. Although she was a woman, her true appearance was well defined, with sword-like eyebrows that reached her temples, sparkling eyes, and a heroic spirit. Hey Lulan's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She said in a low voice, Fang Yuan only has 3 choices. Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship might still be hiding in the dream. Hiding in a dream is too risky for Fang Yuan. Not only did Spectral Soul have the ability to collect dream realms, even the Celestial Court had methods to counter dream realms. If I were Fang Yuan, I wouldn't hide here and wait for death. Of course. Hey Lulan smiled helplessly. We can't rule out this possibility. Therefore, the Celestial Court temporarily stayed behind to guard the dream. With our support, Fairy Myrtle also stayed behind on her own. She set up a formation to calculate and monitor the dream. She is a wisdom path great expert. She knows that she cannot interfere in the other 2 paths. but she is needed here the most. Myriad Year Flying Warship is faster than Dragon Palace. This can confuse the enemy, but I don't think Fang Yuan would hide here. This is because Myriad Year Flying Warship speed cannot match Spectral Soul, and its defense is weaker than Dragon Palace. Back then, if Spectral Soul chose Myriad Year Flying Warship to chase after him, Myriad Year Flying Warship would not last as long as Dragon Palace. He Lulan smiled coldly. In the Fate War, Fang Yuan lost the 12 Zodiac Battle Formation. If this formation was still around, he would have most likely chosen to escape with Myriad Year Flying Warship. I believe that Fang Yuan is most likely hiding in Dragon Palace. He Lulan's gaze was eerie. Spectral Soul probably thinks so too. That's why he chose to chase after Dragon Palace and sent Demon Immortal Qi Ju to stall Myriad Year Flying Warship. He left behind defensive measures on both sides. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body originates from Spectral Soul. He still has a large number of dream realms on him. They were all once owned by Spectral Soul. If Spectral Soul kills Fang Yuan and takes back his immortal body and dream realms, he will definitely rise up again. Even though we want to kill Fang Yuan, we cannot let Spectral Soul succeed. Shadow Sect cooperated with us, but they have ill intentions. This time, even though Fairy Myrtle deduced that Fang Yuan is in the Celestial Court, she hid it from us and let Spectral Soul personally attack the Celestial Court. When she needs our reinforcements, Fairy Myrtle called for us. Thus, in my opinion, we should watch from the sidelines and control the situation. If possible, it would be best to get rid of Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul, and even the Celestial Court. Ha ha ha. Bing Sai Chuan laughed as he clapped. Good analysis. Very good. Northern Plains He tribe has truly disappointed me, but you have let down Giant Sun's bloodline. I will tell you the truth, ever since I woke up, I have obtained information about you. I have been paying attention to you for a long time. You are an outstanding talent. It is just that your fate was not good. You were first tortured and schemed against by your father, then Fang Yuan suppressed and made use of you. You lack opportunities to develop. If there were, you would not be in your current state. He Lulan was praised, her gaze focused on Bing Sai Chuan's face. Bing Sai Chuan was tall and had a gentle expression, but there was an extremely ugly scar that stretched from his right ear to the left side of his mouth. His gaze was cold, but now, when he looked at He Lulan, his gaze was filled with gratification and praise. He Lulan's heart jumped, an intense feeling surged in her mind. Bing Sai Chuan's praise was probably the most precious opportunity in her life. After sensing this, He Lulan did not hesitate. She straightened her body and cupped her fists. I will listen to Lord's orders. Bing Sai Chuan raised his head and laughed loudly before restraining himself. He looked at He Lulan with an extremely solemn expression. Very good. He Lulan, are you willing to revive Northern Plains He tribe? Northern Plains He tribe had been destroyed long ago. Their headquarters was now occupied by Heavenly Lord Baizu, who was managing Baizu tribe. Some of He tribe's Gu immortals had even become members of Baizu tribe. They were the disgrace of the Huang Jin bloodline. He Lulan immediately expressed her willingness. Even if she had to go through fire and water, she would do it. But I am too weak. He Lulan showed a troubled expression as she said hesitantly. Bing Sai Chuan casually tossed a Gu worm over. He Lulan quickly caught it, only to see that this rank 7 immortal Gu looked like a black gold beetle. It was very heavy. He Lulan could not recognize it. Bing Sai Chuan explained, He Lulan, you have the great strength true martial physique, you should cultivate strength path, your future will be bright and dazzling. You have the Huang Jin bloodline, you are a natural-born person of Northern Plains longevity heaven. I believe you will not disappoint me. I will definitely provide you with strength path resources in the future. And keep this strong Gu for now, even though it is rule path, I feel that it suits you very well. Strong Gu? He Lulan's body shook slightly. Alright, Fairy Myrtle has set up the formation, go in. Bing Sai Chuan instructed. He Lulan immediately left Calamity Luck Altar and entered the formation. She had an indifferent expression, she had a calm expression, but her heart was in turmoil. The legends of Renzu are recorded strong gu. It had a mysterious and important connection with the great strength true martial physique. Bing Sai Chuan gave this legendary immortal gu to He Lulan. It showed how much anticipation he had in nurturing her. He Lulan had a realization: it seems that my life has reached a huge turning point. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 31, recorded, Renzu lost freedom gu. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He only recovered after a long time. Renzu asked Cognition gu in a depressed tone, "Oh Cognition gu, how can I get freedom gu again? After last time, freedom gu will definitely not come to me." Cognition gu answered, "Oh human, why do you want freedom gu so badly?" Renzu snappily said, "Don't you know the reason behind this? I am seeking freedom, it is to get rid of the restraints of fate." Cognition gu answered again, "Then I have nothing to tell you." Because didn't you already tell Fate gu the answer to this question? Renzu was stunned, he recalled. That was before he went crazy, he encountered Fate gu. When he was persecuted by Fate gu, he shouted to Fate gu, "I will use my strength and my wisdom to obtain freedom, to get rid of Fate's control." Renzu's eyes brightened, "Oh gu, I remember now, thanks to your guidance. I need to rely on myself to get rid of Fate. I already have strength, what I lack now is my own wisdom. I need self gu to eat a mouthful of wisdom gu, just like how it ate strength gu." "But where is wisdom gu?" Renzu asked Cognition gu. Cognition gu, "I don't know. Wisdom exists in many places, its location is not fixed. You can find wisdom in many places. So human, you can only rely on yourself to find it." Renzu nodded, continuing his journey. He walked and walked. One day, he saw two gu worms on the road, one chasing the other. A small and white gu worm was flying in front, begging in fear, don't chase me, I don't want to be eaten by you." The other gu was clearly bigger, it had thick armor and spoke in a sonorous voice, "I want to eat you, I want to eat you. No matter where you run to, I will eat you." The white and small gu was about to be caught by the big gu behind it, but it saw Renzu and quickly hid behind him. "Human, I beg you, please save me." Renzu saw how pitiful this gu worm was, being chased by other gu worms, he felt like he was looking at himself. In an instant, a heart grew in his chest, the heart of compassion. Renzu opened his arms, blocking the iron armor great gu, "Stop, don't chase anymore." The iron armor great gu shouted, "Oh human, are you trying to stop me?" "No, you can't stop me, you can't stop me either." "Why is that?" Renzu was curious. The iron armor great gu explained, "I am a strong gu, it is a weak gu. Since ancient times, the strong preys on the weak, that is the law of nature. Thus, the strong eat the weak, and the weak are the food of the strong." Renzu sighed, persuading, "Then why don't you let it go once, look at how pitiful it is." The strong gu sneered, "Not even once. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak, they do not have pity for the weak. Because heaven and earth will never pity the weak, they will only marvel at the strong. The weak are born to be conquered, controlled, and eaten by the strong." Renzu saw that his persuasion was useless, he had to reject the strong gu firmly, "I have already saved this weak gu, go eat something else." Chapter 2053. By Ning Bing, Wuxia, and the rest entered the formation. Finally, Fairy Myrtle flew to the center of the formation and activated it. The deductions began. But Qi Si Ancestor did not move, he remained on the spot. "If I attack this formation forcefully, will it help my main body?" Qi Si Ancestor analyzed and estimated the possibility of success. Once the formation was damaged or destroyed, the gu immortals inside would be implicated. But Qi Si Ancestor could not be sure of the outcome. Furthermore, if Qi Si Ancestor attacked alone, the secret that he was Fang Yuan's clone would be exposed. If I can convince Qin Dingling and the rest to attack together, that would be great. Qi Si ancestor sighed internally. Even though Qin Dingling was not a wisdom path great expert, she was not so easy to fool. Qi Si ancestor did not even dare to mention it, he was afraid that Celestial Court would notice something amiss. Ancestor, time is pressing, we need to look at the big picture. Instead, Qin Dingling transmitted secretly, trying to persuade Qi Si ancestor. She wanted Qi Si ancestor to pursue Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul, but Qi Si ancestor raised the issue of compensation. Qi Si ancestor sighed, Fairy Qin, it is because of the big picture that I am asking for the 3 Qi immortal goo of heaven, earth, and human. My methods are already known to the enemies, only with these 3 Qi immortal goo can my strength rise and catch them off guard. For the sake of the people of the world, for the righteous path of humanity, please look at the big picture and give me these 3 immortal goo. Qin Dingling rolled her eyes internally, this Qi Si ancestor was not just thick-skinned, he was simply shameless. At this crucial moment, he was asking for compensation. He immediately asked for 3 rank 8 immortal goo, the cores of primordial origin's true inheritance. His appetite was too huge. But Qin Dingling had many worries now. If she fell out with Qi Si ancestor, Celestial Court would lack peak rank 8 battle strength, Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven might attack her while she was down. The Qi Si clone made use of the current situation to pressure Qin Dingling. Qin Dingling sighed, Qi Si ancestor, why must you be so overbearing? Back then, above Eastern Sea, who blocked demon immortal Qi Ju for you? Qi Si ancestor continued, speaking of this favor, I'm afraid your side owes me a little. I have already eradicated a major problem for the Celestial Court. Without the Qi harvest fruit, the Celestial Court will no longer have any hidden troubles. In this battle, this old man has always been the same. I have never relaxed, and I am willing to take extraordinary risks. Qin Dingling was silent for a while before nodding, saying solemnly, Heaven Qi and Earth Qi immortal goo can be given to ancestor, but human Qi immortal goo cannot. This is the bottom line of our Celestial Court, please forgive us, ancestor. Qi Si ancestor accepted this result. In fact, the Qi Si clone did not have the extravagant hope of obtaining the 3 Qi immortal goo. The 3 Qi immortal goo were all rank 8, they were related to primordial origin's true inheritance, their value far exceeded the reward. The Celestial Court could have used other resources as remuneration. It was just that this time, the situation was urgent, so the Qi Si clone made full use of it. On the spot, Qin Dingling directly handed over the 2 Qi Path rank 8 immortal goo to Qi Si ancestor, everyone was shocked. Qi Si ancestor obtained the 2 immortal goo, he cupped his fists and bid farewell to the Celestial Court's immortals before chasing after Dragon Palace. I finally got rid of this person for now. Qin Dingling was very tired, but she could accept this result. The 3 Qi immortal goo could not be given to Qi Si ancestor, she had to keep at least 1 to use as bait to recruit Qi Si in the future. Furthermore, Qi Si ancestor obtained 2 Qi immortal goo, only human Qi immortal goo was left. Just a little more and Qi Si ancestor would be able to use triple Qi retraction, this temptation would be even stronger than before. Dragon Palace moved rapidly in the intense winds. In the dream realm earlier, Wuxia had a chance to catch his breath, he repaired it with all his strength, at least from the outside, Dragon Palace looked like it was back to normal. The core immortal goo's damage cannot be resolved in a short period of time, I have already done my best. Wuxia was worried. Not far behind Dragon Palace, a rank 8 soul path female immortal chased after it relentlessly. It was Spectral Soul who was staring at Lady Cold Ash's body. Black Qi spread all over his body, killing intent surged as he locked onto Dragon Palace, he did not show any signs of relaxing or giving up. You cannot escape, Fang Yuan. Even if you escape to the ends of the world, I will definitely kill you. Spectral Soul had just said that when he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Wherever Spectral Soul looked, a pure black smoke that was as black as ink suddenly appeared in front of Dragon Palace. The black smoke expanded rapidly. With a loud sound, it turned into a huge spherical whirlpool that released a terrifying suction force. Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace and was caught off guard. Dragon Palace's speed rose as it charged towards the black smoke whirlpool. What killer move is this? Wu Shuai gritted his teeth, veins bulged on his forehead as he used all his strength to lift Dragon Palace up. Since the start of the battle, Spectral Soul had used countless soul path methods. They were hard to defend against. Especially in the hands of an experienced Gu immortal like Spectral Soul, these soul path methods were often able to display effects far beyond their own abilities. Dragon Palace changed its direction with difficulty. It tried to fly above the black smoke whirlpool. Spectral Soul smiled coldly as he pointed with his finger. A black light condensed on his fingertip. It shot out and reached Dragon Palace in the blink of an eye. The bean-sized black light expanded as it turned back into an immemorial soul beast. Seeing that the immemorial soul beast was about to reach Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai's eyes widened in shock. Once Dragon Palace was hit, its momentum would be obstructed. It would be entangled by the immemorial soul beast and dragged into the black smoke whirlpool. In that case, the precious gap that Fang Yuan had painstakingly gained through deceiving tactics would vanish. At the crucial moment, Wu Shuai shouted as his eyes shined with divine light. It was hard to look at him directly. The Dragon Palace immediately reacted. The orange-gold radiance suddenly shook, and then a pink mist quickly condensed and flew out, gently rolling the immemorial soul beast into the depths of the Dragon Palace. The great immemorial soul beast could not resist at all. Spectral Soul was not surprised. This was a dream path killer move, dreamy light smoke. Wu Shuai resolved the immemorial soul beast's entanglement. Dragon Palace was already above the whirlpool. At this time, Spectral Soul's figure suddenly appeared. He looked down at Dragon Palace with a cold gaze. I have been waiting for you for a long time. At the same time, Spectral Soul, who was not far behind Dragon Palace, started to fade away, vanishing without a trace. Spectral Soul's true body slammed down as a soul mountain silhouette appeared, pressing down on Dragon Palace fiercely. This soul mountain towered into the clouds. It was extremely huge. Wu Shuai looked at it from below. It completely obscured his vision. It covered the sky. Wu Shuai felt an intense sense of familiarity when he looked at the surface of the Soul Mountain. Isn't this the scene of Dang Hun Mountain? Wu Shuai was shocked and uncertain. Rumble. With a loud sound, Dang Hun Mountain crashed onto Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace's luxurious roof suffered a destructive blow. Countless tiles were crushed, a huge number of goo worms died instantly. Even worse was, Dragon Palace suffered a huge impact. Even though it struggled, it was still pushed into the black smoke whirlpool by the giant Soul Mountain. The whirlpool enveloped the whole of Dragon Palace. An incomparable rotational force was added to Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was tossed around by the whirlpool. It was in a mess. Wu Shuai had no choice but to fly up from his throne. It was impossible for him to break out of the encirclement in a short period of time. Don't tell me, this is Spectral Soul's true strength? Wu Shuai gritted his teeth. Spectral Soul unleashed several immortal killer moves one after another. Wu Shuai was exhausted from dealing with them. The great rank 8 immortal Gu House Dragon Palace could not resist at all. All sorts of killer moves were used by Spectral Soul. After a series of combinations, Dragon Palace was firmly restricted. Wu Shuai stared with furious eyes. He could only stall for time. Immortal essence poured out crazily as he repaired the immortal Gu House. He only wanted to defend his defense line. Right now, the main body's safety depends on me. But how long can I hold on for? Wu Shuai had no confidence. Fang Yuan's main body was deep inside Dragon Palace. With the Heaven Path Dao marks on him, it was hard for him to attack. Earlier, when he used unlimited Qi Si to break the primordial Qi wall, he had prepared for a long time and used human path methods to break through the restrictions of the heaven path Dao marks. He had some space to attack. But even so, when Fang Yuan broke the Qi wall, the heaven path Dao marks reacted and started to interfere with Fang Yuan. Fortunately, Fang Yuan knew when to stop and stopped the killer move. Otherwise, with such a strong interference, he would fail to maintain the killer move and suffer intense backlash. Fang Yuan found that the only thing that could resist heaven path was human path. Maybe dream path had some effect, but his dream path attainment was not high enough. Ever since he obtained the Celestial Court's heaven path research results, Fang Yuan had been researching them with all his might. He was racing against time. Maybe even a minute or a second less would mean the difference between life and death. Immortal killer move, heaven human sensation. Immortal killer move, replacement of heaven's workers. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's will was mixed with providence. He sensed traces of heaven path Dao marks. Refine them. Immortal killer move, unrestrained heavenly mark. This killer move targeted heaven path Dao marks. Fang Yuan did not hesitate to expend rank 8 immortal essence. He quickly refined 3 heaven path Dao marks. Wu Shui, persevere, I have a huge breakthrough. Fang Yuan had just transmitted to Wu Shui when a change occurred in his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's success enraged providence. The heaven path Dao marks were like enraged beasts. They were originally scattered everywhere, but now they gathered at one place. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, dark clouds appeared, intense winds blew. The heaven path Dao marks caused a huge change in the weather. In a few blinks of an eye, a tribulation was formed. In an instant, the earth shook, lightning struck down, rocks flew into the sky, and the earth groaned. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Don't tell me forcefully refining the heaven path Dao marks will anger the heavenly Dao and cause a tribulation? Or is there a problem with my killer move? Thunder clouds rumbled and spread rapidly. Soon, it expanded from 100 li to several thousand li, to 10,000 li, 100,000 li. Millions of lightning bolts flickered endlessly. It was like a vast lightning forest. Myriad tribulation, myriad destruction lightning forest. It was not an earthly calamity, a heavenly tribulation, or a grand tribulation, but a myriad tribulation above them. Only rank 8 Gu immortals could pass a myriad tribulation. Chapter 2054. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. His expression was grim. He did not expect a myriad tribulation to appear. Rank 8 Gu immortals were existences that stood proudly in the immortal world, but for every rank 8 Gu immortal, myriad tribulations were a difficult obstacle. In the current Gu immortal world, most rank 8 Gu immortals had not even passed one myriad tribulation. For example, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang, even Prince's Impatience were not exceptions. Why did old ancestor Shui Hu try so hard to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu? It was to deal with the first myriad tribulation in his life. Unfortunately, such a huge effort resulted in a huge loss. Not only did old ancestor Shui Hu not refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, he even lost his own force, snowy mountain-blessed land. Western Desert's 1,000 transformations ancestor had passed one myriad tribulation. After passing this myriad tribulation, he had barely escaped death. He had been recuperating for a long time. During this period, even when his beloved concubine, Fairy Cui Bo, was killed by Fang Yuan, he only dared to send dancer Hong Yun to investigate. Beast Calamity Immortal died from his first myriad tribulation. He left behind Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Bo Qing was a rank 8 Gu immortal who had passed 2 myriad tribulations. Duke Long was the same. Both of them were top-notch powerhouses whose combat powers were second only to Venerable One's. Even though Fang Yuan had been a rank 8 Gu immortal for a long time and had more than 1,000,000 Dao marks, the truth was that he had used the sovereign immortal aperture's convenience to annex other grotto heavens to pass myriad tribulations. In fact, Fang Yuan had not even passed one myriad tribulation. To him, myriad tribulations were still a huge obstacle. And more importantly, now was not the time to undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan could not estimate how long Wu Shui could last. Because Spectral Soul was a terrifying enemy that could not be estimated. I need to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks as soon as possible to deal with Spectral Soul. But to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks, I need to pass myriad tribulations? Fang Yuan felt like a flood was coming. He went up the mountain to avoid the water, but found out that this mountain was a volcano. The moment he went up the mountain, the volcano erupted. There were ghosts on the outside and 10,000 tribulations on the inside. At this moment, Fang Yuan was in the greatest predicament he had ever been in. No, I still have a chance. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan remained calm and did not panic. Meanwhile, on the other side, Myriad Year Flying Warship was fighting with Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Suddenly, Fang Yuan flew out of Myriad Year Flying Warship and used an Immortal Killer move. The attack was fierce and forced Demon Immortal Qi Ju to retreat. Demon Immortal Qi Ju immediately used an investigative killer move. After checking, he transmitted to Spectral Soul without hesitation, Fang Yuan is with me, I can't deal with him alone. Come quickly. If we're late, I'm afraid he'll escape. Spectral Soul heard this news and was stunned. Is Fang Yuan really not in Dragon Palace? Spectral Soul thought rapidly as his attacks slowed down. Even though Dragon Palace was trapped, it was a rank 8 immortal goo house after all, it could hold on for some time. Fang Yuan wanted to fight against time, but Spectral Soul also wanted to end the battle quickly. If he fought with Dragon Palace, even if he destroyed Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan would escape while wasting time. Spectral Soul's attack would fail. Because he did not achieve his original goal. Winning each battle was not important, what was important was whether or not he could obtain the benefits he wanted. Fighting was only a method to gain benefits, the glory of victory was not important to Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan has familiar face, he can condense a lump of will and use some immortal essence and immortal goo to create the illusion of his main body for a short period of time. Spectral Soul knew about this information about Fang Yuan, he was quite troubled. Even though he was strong, far surpassing other goo immortals, he was the number one in the world. But Fang Yuan was crafty and slippery, he was in a difficult spot. Spectral Soul knew that he had to be careful, if he was careless, he would end up like the Celestial Court. Because Fang Yuan was simply too good at escaping. The sovereign immortal aperture was filled with lightning bolts, ever since the myriad tribulation was formed, it had been exploding endlessly. Mini southern border suffered a huge blow. The heavenly Tao was in balance, which part of the sovereign immortal aperture was the best to develop? It was undoubtedly mini southern border. Thus, the myriad tribulation formed by the heavenly Tao focused on mini southern border. Myriad tribulation, myriad destruction lightning forest. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth as he mobilized with all his strength. He could not care about Spectral Soul in the outside world, he could only rely on Wu Shui to stall for time. Rumble, Cloud Bamboo Mountain broke apart under the barrage of countless lightning bolts, it broke into countless rocks. 8 desolate beast cloud foxes and 11 desolate plant spear-tip bamboos that lived in the mountain were turned to dust by the attacks. Cloud chi roots, white hair ginseng, and a vast number of ordinary spear-tip bamboos were destroyed. The 7-colored cloud soil inside the mountain was also affected, it was corroded by the lightning Tao marks, its value plummeted. Cloud Bamboo Mountain was created by Fang Yuan when he plundered southern borders Shan clan's resources. The defensive formation was the weakest, it was the first to be destroyed, the scene was too horrible to look at. Soon, the other resource points could not hold on any longer. I need to get rid of this internal threat as soon as possible. Fang Yuan made up his mind, but the might of myriad destruction lightning forest was too terrifying, he could not do anything about it, his every move was restricted by the heaven path Tao marks. Thankfully, there was still a group of goo immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture. Among them, Shui'er, Shi Cheng, and Mo Tan Sang were variant human Gu immortal leaders that Fang Yuan could support. Their cultivation level was too low, getting them to take the blame was pointless, they would simply die. I'm here. At the crucial moment, an old Gu immortal stepped forward, his rank 8 aura surged. Since when did Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture have such an expert hidden in it? This old man was none other than the only rank 8 in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, the current generation Combat Beast King. Ever since Fang Yuan used a trick to peacefully annex Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, the Gu immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven became his subordinates. Fang Yuan taught them the correct Gu cultivation method. During the Fate War, among them, a large number of rank 7 Gu immortals were sent out by Fang Yuan. Until now, Fang Yuan did not have the chance to recruit them, they were still roaming around the 5 regions. This was a rare situation for the old Combat Beast King. He had been cultivating in Star Collection City, his strength had increased greatly. This was a method that Fang Yuan left behind to prevent his immortal aperture from being invaded during the Fate War. During the Fate War, such a situation did not occur. But now that the sovereign immortal aperture was experiencing a myriad tribulation, Fang Yuan could not do anything, he could only use the trump card of Combat Beast King. Winds howled, starlight shot out. The rank 8 Star Sea Snail Corpse shell was taken out by Fang Yuan and handed to the old Combat Beast King. Combat Beast King did not hesitate, he activated his killer move and turned into a towering giant covered in star armor in the blink of an eye. The giant roared as his body flew up, charging towards the lightning clouds in the sky. Crack! The giant had just flown into the sky when several lightning bolts suddenly merged into one. A blue lightning bolt that was as thick as a heavenly pillar struck the star-armored giant. If it were in the past, Combat Beast King would definitely be defeated by this attack. But after this period of cultivation, he had already grasped an immortal killer move. At this moment, Combat Beast King had already activated his defensive killer move, forcefully resisting the lightning attack. But the giant's momentum was also completely dispelled. The giant landed on the ground, his majestic body trembled slightly, there were still traces of lightning on his body, Combat Beast King's limbs were numb and his movements were greatly restricted. Myriad tribulation is truly terrifying. Combat Beast King was tongue-tied, he was filled with shock. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Earlier, when the lightning bolts merged and attacked Combat Beast King, it was clearly because of providence. The Heaven Path Dao marks were so dense that when they gathered into a lump, providence would naturally be created. With providence's guidance, the terrifying myriad tribulation became even more agile, it made people feel despair. I have Heaven's Will Dissipation killer move, it can even destroy providence in the dream realm. Unfortunately, I cannot use it now. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. If he wanted to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks, he needed to fight against providence first, then use heavenly human perception and Heaven's worker substitution killer moves to capture the location of the Heaven Path Dao marks. Finally, he could use unrestrained heavenly mark to refine the corresponding Heaven Path Dao marks. Thus, providence had to exist. Once Fang Yuan destroyed providence, he would not be able to continue refining the Heaven Path Dao marks. But the gathering of Heaven Path Dao marks and the myriad tribulation will greatly affect my refinement of the Heaven Path Dao marks, the efficiency is less than 1% of before. Originally, the Heaven Path Dao marks were scattered all over the sovereign immortal aperture, they were like scattered soldiers. Fang Yuan broke through them one by one, his refinement plan was very effective. But now that the Heaven Path Dao marks had gathered into a lump and were closely connected, Fang Yuan could not do anything, his refinement plan had almost no progress at all. At this speed, how long would it take for him to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks? Fang Yuan was in a difficult situation. Oh no, I can't hold on anymore. At this time, Wu Shuai shouted, he had to ask Fang Yuan for help. This Dragonman clone situation was also very bad. Veins were bulging on his forehead, he was sweating profusely. Dragon Palace was trapped in the black smoke whirlpool, it was constantly being destroyed. The railings were broken, tiles were flying, Dragon Palace was shrinking rapidly. Wu Shuai could only repair Dragon Palace with all his strength, but the repair speed could not compare to Spectral Soul's destruction. Seeing that the crucial area was about to be lost, Wu Shuai had to ask for help. Fang Yuan knew that the clone would not ask for help unless it was necessary. He sighed to himself, diverting his attention to the outside world. After checking the situation, Fang Yuan immediately helped Wu Shuai repair the palace. They managed to slow down the situation, but it was not enough. Wu Shuai suddenly exclaimed, "Why did Spectral Soul's attack suddenly slow down?" Fang Yuan immediately understood. He said, "I created the illusion of the main body over at Myriad Year Flying Warship, it seems to have worked." Spectral Soul hesitated, he had been worried that I would retreat. He did not know that Dragon Palace was in danger, he definitely thought that the rank 8 Immortal Goo House could last for some time. If the main body over at Myriad Year Flying Warship escapes during this period, even if he managed to kill you in Dragon Palace, it would be a huge failure. Chapter 2055. Difficult. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Almost as soon as he said that, Spectral Soul's attacks intensified again. Spectral Soul shouted coldly, "Fang Yuan, you have truly disappointed me. How long are you going to hide? Let me tell you the truth, your location has already been deduced by Fairy Myrtle. Hoping to deceive me, that is the behavior of a weakling. Humph, I gave Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo to you, it was truly a waste. Come out and fight me, at least after you die. People will not say that you are a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong, a coward who fears death." Damn it! Wu Shuai's thoughts were interrupted, he gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, he frowned but did not reply. What did reputation mean to him? What Fang Yuan cared about was, did Fairy Myrtle really deduce it? Or was Spectral Soul purposely deceiving him? Even his hesitation earlier was an act. He was probing Fang Yuan. The Qi Si clone had already left, Fang Yuan did not know the exact situation. Even now, the wisdom path formation is still working. There is a possibility that Fairy Myrtle is using this to stall the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. She secretly informed Spectral Soul of his deduction. Sigh, I cannot care about this anymore. Fang Yuan sighed, he soon tossed this question to the back of his mind. It was not that he found the truth, but Dragon Palace's current situation was extremely dangerous, he had to make a move. Fang Yuan opened a crack in his Immortal Aperture's entrance, he let out the Immemorial Year beasts that he had prepared. Several Immemorial Year beasts roared as they charged out of Dragon Palace, some tried to destroy the Black Qi Whirlpool, while others attacked Spectral Soul. This is useless. Spectral Soul attacked. Black smoke rose from his body, he created eerie winds that shrouded the surroundings. He pointed with his finger, each attack was only a trace of black smoke, but it was extremely fast and powerful. The black smoke shot towards the Immemorial Year beast and immediately expanded, turning into thick vine-like chains that bound the Immemorial Year beast. The Immemorial Year beast struggled, but the black smoke chains were strengthened by the black smoke vortex, becoming thicker and tighter. The archaic year beast could still struggle at first, but soon, it couldn't move at all. It became a target and was then swept away by the whirlpool. These are all small tricks, you have truly disappointed me, Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul floated in the sky, looking down at the black smoke spiral below him. The great rank 8 Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace was like a toy, once it was exposed, it could only be toyed with and manipulated in the palm of his hand. Wu Shuai gritted his teeth, activating dreamy light smoke. Spectral Soul snickered as he spat out several soul balls. The soul sphere had a tail and was shaped like a tadpole. It drew out a dark phantom in the air and quickly pierced into the body of the Immemorial Year beast. A thin layer of black gas appeared on the Immemorial Year beast's body. The black smoke chains quickly melted in the black gas, causing the black gas to become more than 10 times denser in the blink of an eye. The immemorial year beasts regained their freedom, but they roared as they charged towards Dragon Palace. One of the immemorial year beasts even charged towards Dreamy Light Smoke. These immemorial year beasts were actually incited by Spectral Soul on the spot. After Dreamy Light Smoke swept away the immemorial year beasts, Wuxia felt a deep sense of helplessness. Spectral Soul was in control of the battle now, he had ample time and initiative. Dreamy Light Smoke could no longer pose a threat to him, it became a small problem. Spectral Soul used several Soul Path killer moves now. Fang Yuan and Wuxia had never seen or even heard of them before. The foundation of a rank 9 venerable was unfathomably deep. In the sky, the Wisdom Path formation was still operating continuously. Fairy Myrtle sat at the control area, looking like she was still deducing with all her strength. Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court's Immortal surrounded the Wisdom Path formation. Qin Dingling looked at the Wisdom Path formation silently. Just earlier, Celestial Court had sent news that the remaining Gu Immortals had successfully suppressed Di Zongsheng. Di Zongsheng was hit by a primordial Qi Path killer move, his condition had already fallen to rock bottom. When Fang Yuan escaped, he directly abandoned him, he could not care about him. It was not strange that he was captured and suppressed by Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. From this, one could see Fang Yuan's panic. He could not even take care of an existence like Di Zongsheng, it showed how weak he was right now. And it was this fact that made Qin Dingling want to kill Fang Yuan. Such a good opportunity was extremely rare. After suppressing the evil dragon, the remaining Gu Immortals started to repair Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven. The flaws were quickly repaired, Celestial Court's crisis was more than half over. This made Qin Dingling let out a sigh of relief, but she still had other worries. Qi Si Ancestor left not long ago, according to Dragon Palace's speed and direction, it should be at Intestine Corridor already? Qin Dingling estimated. Fang Yuan escaped, he moved Dragon Palace out of immemorial White Heaven, heading towards Central Continent. This made Celestial Court anxious and furious, they were worried that their territory would suffer huge losses from the aftermath of the battle. Intestine Corridor was the northern entrance of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, it was created during the Olden Antiquity era after a Beastman expert died and fused with the mountain range. It was controlled by Black Heaven Temple, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Qin Dingling had already transmitted the situation to Black Heaven Temple, telling them to use their immortal Gu houses to move freely around Intestine Corridor. If there was an advantage, they would attack, if the enemy was too strong, they would directly abandon Intestine Corridor, preserving their strength was the most important thing. Black Heaven Temple received orders from Celestial Court and acted as if they were facing a great enemy, they quickly mobilized almost all of their forces to take action. But no matter how long they waited, Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul did not appear. What Qin Dingling did not know was that Dragon Palace had already been intercepted by Spectral Soul along the way, it was still in the sky above Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range was huge, it spanned over 100,000 li, overall, it was much gentler than other mountain ranges in Central Continent. There were not many resources here, many of the mountain peaks were barren. Thus, even though it was at the periphery of Black Heaven Temple's territory, it was not placed much importance on it. Most of the resources here were Wind Path. Back then, a rank 7 Gu Immortal from Wind Cloud Manor came here to cultivate for many years, eventually breaking through and becoming a rank 8 Gu Immortal. This person was Old Man Bei Feng, but his life was full of troubles, he was captured by Fang Yuan during the Fate War and was enslaved by Dragon Palace. In the intense battle earlier, Old Man Bei Feng had already died. Not just him, the 4 dragon generals had all died in this battle. Even the strongest, Di Zongsheng, was now imprisoned by Celestial Court. On a certain mountain in Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, several goat-herding youngsters were arguing. The one being bullied was a youngster, he was the thinnest and weakest, he retreated from the accusations. Wang Xiao heir, we have already taken over this mountain. There is no place for you. Get lost, the further the better. These youngsters wore thick leather jackets, they were muscular and had expressions of disgust. Wang Xiao heir's clothes were not only patched, they were tattered in many places, he looked like a beggar. He protested weakly, but my goats need to eat grass too. If I don't feed them, uncle and aunt will beat me up when I return home. The youngsters laughed loudly, one of them was the most muscular, he pushed Wang Xiao heir to the ground. Go to the neighboring mountain to herd the goats, there is still some grass there. Get lost. If you don't get lost, I will break your legs. The muscular youngster threatened fiercely. Wang Xiao heir struggled to get up, he did not dare to protest anymore, he could only drive his small group of goats away from this mountain. He moved his weak legs, trekking through the barren mountains and rivers. There was no path on the mountain, Wang Xiao heir often tripped and fell on the hard rocks, leaving bruises all over his body. On the contrary, the goats behind him walked leisurely. Wang Xiao heir finally found a small patch of grass. After running for a while, the goats were thirsty and hungry, they did not need him to drive them, they just swarmed forward and fought for food. Wang Xiao heir was so tired that he sat on a huge rock, he looked at the goats fighting for food, he sighed in his heart, recently, the sorrowful winds in the mountain are getting stronger, there is less grass. So, they chased me away to prevent my goats from sharing that patch of grass. The patch of grass was very small, the goats ate it all in a short while. The muscular goats ate the most, the rest of the goats were still groaning in hunger. Wang Xiao heir shook his head, there was very little grass on this mountain, and it was scattered everywhere. To feed these goats, they would have to travel from one mountain to another. Not only was it a waste of time, it was also a waste of energy. Goats, goats, at least you have something to eat. I will definitely return late after eating all of you today. I will definitely be scolded by uncle and aunt again, I will only be able to eat rotten food. Even though Central Continent was the most developed place in the 5 regions, to the vast majority of mortals, life was still difficult. It was common for them to not have enough to eat. At this moment, there was a sudden rumbling sound. Wang Xiao heir looked up at the sky, he was still wondering why there was thunder in such a clear sky. Then, he gradually opened his mouth, he saw a meteor falling from the sky. The meteor became bigger and bigger in his vision, the wind was pressing down, the rumbling sound was deafening, the temperature in the air also rose rapidly. Wang Xiao heir was so frightened that he stood rooted to the ground, the goats beside him felt the danger, they cried out and ran in all directions. Not just the goats, the wild animals on the mountain also ran in all directions. The originally barren mountain suddenly became lively and noisy. As the meteor got closer, Wang Xiao heir saw it clearly. This meteor was actually a wild beast the size of a mountain. The wild beast crashed down with a loud bang. Coincidentally, it was the mountain that Wang Xiao heir lived on. The mountain peak collapsed, rocks flew everywhere, the earth shook, and dust flew everywhere. The small village on the mountain was instantly torn apart and destroyed. Human screams, mixed with the shrill cries of the wild beast, traveled along the violent wind and faintly reached Wang Xiao heir's ears. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Under Wang Xiao heir's horrified gaze, huge cracks rapidly spread in all directions, quickly spreading to the surroundings. The surrounding mountain peaks also cracked, then collapsed one after another. The youths who had chased Wang Xiao heir away previously all died because of this. Am I going to die too? Wang Xiao heir sat on the ground. It was as if all his strength had been sucked out, he could only watch as the dust filled the sky, like a prehistoric monster pouncing towards him, completely engulfing him. In the dust, the wind carried countless rocks. A rock hit Wang Xiao heir's forehead. Chapter 2056. Above the clouds, in the sky. Dragon Palace was barely shining with orange gold light, it was still trapped in the black smoke spiral, resisting the attacks of the outside world. Of the immemorial year beasts that Spectral Soul had instigated, only 3 were left. The rest were shot down by Wuxia's Dragon Palace. As for how these year beast corpses fell to the ground and destroyed mountains, how many innocent lives were implicated, the two sides did not care. They did not care about the mortal young man Wang Xiao'er's life being turned upside down. After the black smoke on the remaining 3 immemorial year beasts dissipated, they regained their senses and fought against Spectral Soul again. Wuxia had a heavy heart. These immemorial year beasts were collected by Fang Yuan in an attempt to restore the 12 zodiac battle formation. But at this crucial moment, he had to use them to maintain his image. But under Spectral Soul's methods, they were used by him instead. After this battle, the remaining 3 immemorial year beasts were covered in injuries. They could not break out of this predicament. Fang Yuan's plan was easily resolved by Spectral Soul. He had no problems during the entire process. Not only could Spectral Soul counter soul beasts, ordinary enslavement path methods were also ineffective against him. They would be used instead. Wuxia was worried. At this rate, how much longer can we last? Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He was dealing with Spectral Soul now. He was controlling the situation outside, but the myriad tribulation was wreaking havoc inside the sovereign immortal aperture. It was a terrible situation. In just this short period of time, a large number of resource points in mini southern border were destroyed. The losses were increasing rapidly. And the worst thing was, even if Fang Yuan gave up a portion of his immortal aperture, he could not escape from the myriad tribulation. Because the heaven path Dao marks used to create the myriad tribulation had a unique origin, they could be moved at will. Only by steeling himself and enduring through the tribulation would he be able to overcome this huge obstacle in front of him. Spectral Soul's eyes shined with cold light, but he did not continue to attack Dragon Palace. He turned around to look at the source. At the end of his vision, there was a small dot. But soon, this black dot expanded as a legendary immemorial beast showed its true appearance. It had a tortoise shell, for ferocious tiger claws, a dragon tail and a snake neck. There was a human head on the snake neck. His hair was disheveled, his expression was twisted and crazed. It was the pursuing Qing Chou. Qing Chou charged over, but Spectral Soul did not dodge. He showed a cold smile instead. You came to die, that is for the best. However, when Qing Chou got to Spectral Soul, a pair of bat wings appeared on the sides of its tortoise shell. This was extremely similar to the wings of the green-clawed ghost-winged lion. Immortal killer move, green mouth. Qing Chou suddenly opened its mouth. It was only a human face and its mouth was not big. But when he opened his mouth, there was a huge bluish-black hole in front of his mouth. The huge hole expanded and shot out like lightning, swallowing Spectral Soul in one gulp. The giant hole instantly shrunk and entered Qing Chou's mouth. Qing Chou closed its lips, its throat moving. It saw a visible ball protruding from its neck into its stomach. A good chance. At this moment, Wuxia's eyes shone with a light that was more than an inch long. This move was left for you, scum. Qing Chou swallowed Spectral Soul and roared happily. Another memory appeared in his mind. What, the 3 Gu immortals we sent were all killed by Mingyu? Impossible. But it is the truth. Mingyu first pretended to be weak and purposely got injured, luring our 3 immortals to split up and search. Next, he lurked at the side and found a chance to launch a sneak attack. Our 3 immortals were careless and fell to his hands. Qing Clan's hall was deathly silent. They wanted to regain their face but suffered huge losses. Rank 7 Gu immortals were not so easy to nurture, especially when there were rank 7 elites of Qing Clan among them. This loss was a huge blow to Qing Clan. It was a huge blow to their foundation. Mingyu deserves to die. We were too careless. This lesson is too deep. We need to remember it and pass it down as our clan's teachings. As for the rest, I will take action personally. Qing Clan's first supreme elder said. The immortals were silent, they did not object. Sending a rank 8 Gu Immortal to deal with the rank 7 Mingyu was clearly bullying the weak. But Qing clan could not lose again, all of Western Desert's super forces were laughing at them. However, just as Qing clan's first Supreme Elder was about to move, he received a challenge letter. This letter Gu came from another Western Desert super force, it had deep grudges with Qing clan. This super force's first Supreme Elder challenged Qing clan's first Supreme Elder to determine the boundary between the two sides. Damn it, at this crucial moment. Qing clan's Gu Immortals cursed. The other party is clearly doing this on purpose. But the boundary concerns the ownership of a super resource point, the benefits involved are too huge. What do you think? Qing clan's first Supreme Elder hesitated for a moment. Let me take Mingyu's life. Qing clan's second Supreme Elder stood up. You? First Supreme Elder hesitated. Second Supreme Elder smiled, even though I only have rank 7 cultivation level, Mingyu is heavily injured, he cannot recuperate in time. Moreover, his foundation has already been exposed, even though his methods are very strange, they are mostly soul attacks. My immemorial desolate beast Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion is this person's nemesis. Not just that, I have also created an immortal move called Green Mouth, it was inspired by the Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion. Once it is used, it can devour souls. Everyone, don't worry, I will definitely take this southern border Gu Immortal's life. Alright, go ahead. We have to be extra careful on this trip. The first Supreme Elder finally nodded and agreed. Second Supreme Elder is going personally, we will definitely succeed. Mingyu is already a dead man, there is no need to worry about him, the problem now is this challenge letter. Second Supreme Elder, you must take revenge for Qing Hualan and the rest. I finally took revenge for us. As its memories faded, Qing Cho choked, hot tears flowed out of its bloodshot eyes. Revenge was a joyous thing. Such a familiar scene. Spectral Soul's calm voice suddenly came from Qing Chao's stomach. Qing Chao's body froze. Next, it felt bitterness. Immense bitterness. Extreme bitterness. Indescribable, unbearable bitterness. Bitter, it was too bitter. Ugh. Qing Chao's face was pale, it gulped, it almost vomited. It hurriedly clenched its teeth and forcefully endured it. But the bitterness became more intense, it was like a huge tide that crashed against its bottom line. Qing Cho screamed in pain, its body was shaking from the bitterness, it could no longer fly, it fell towards the ground. In the process of falling from the sky, it felt hungry again. It was as if his stomach had suddenly become empty. No, it was not hunger, it felt like it had suffered a loss. It was as if half of its body was empty. Now, do you know how Qing clan's second Supreme Elder died to me? Yes, I purposely got hit by Green Mouth. Do you know why I was so confident? Hee hee. Spectral Soul laughed lightly in Qing Chao's stomach. Back when Spectral Soul was young, before he fought against Western Desert's Qing clan, the high-spirited Mingyu encountered a wild green-clawed ghost-winged lion and suffered a crushing defeat. Impossible. The soul path I created could not even defeat a beast. Even if it is an immemorial desolate beast, my soul path, how can my soul path be so weak? Mingyu, who was exhausted from the battle, fell to the ground, he stared at the green claw ghost-winged lion with a crazed expression of disbelief and unwillingness. The green claw ghost-winged lion stood on all fours, it looked down at Mingyu who was lying on the sand, its huge body cast a shadow of death over Mingyu. Next, the green claw ghost-winged lion's nose twitched as it lowered its head and opened its mouth. Gucci. With a soft sound, the green claw ghost-winged lion bit off Mingyu's leg. Ah! Mingyu screamed in pain, he lost his entire right leg, blood flowed out of the wound. The intense pain made him curl his body as he writhed on the sand. Soon, the surrounding sand and stones were dyed blood red. The green claw ghost-winged lion chewed his right leg. After swallowing it, it was unhappy with Mingyu rolling around. It used its right claw to press him to the ground. No matter how Mingyu struggled, he could not resist this enormous beast strength. The green claw ghost-winged lion opened its mouth. This time, it tore off Mingyu's left arm and swallowed it. Mingyu screamed again, his eyes rolled back. He was in so much pain that he almost fainted. This time, the pain was even more intense, because his leg was bitten off by the green claw ghost-winged lion earlier, but this time, his arm was torn off. Mingyu's entire left shoulder still had a small portion of his arm muscles. His pale white arm bone was exposed. Mingyu resisted. He used all his strength to activate his soul path killer move, but even when it hit the green claw ghost-winged lion, it only made a huge impact. It did not take a single step back. The green claw ghost-winged lion lost all its patience because of this attack. It opened its mouth for the third time and swallowed Mingyu. Its sharp teeth bit and chewed continuously. Mingyu's body was pierced by countless sharp teeth. His body was pierced and his bones were crushed. His head was not spared. The brain and blood mixed together before being swallowed by the green claw ghost-winged lion along with the crushed flesh. Mingyu only had his soul left. However, the green claw ghost-winged lion's stomach could not digest living humans. It fed on souls. Mingyu's soul was inside the green claw ghost-winged lion's stomach. He could not break free. He was quickly corroded by the gastric juices. The darkness of death engulfed him. Mingyu's soul shook intensely. He knew that death was coming. Am I going to die, dying in the mouth of a beast? Damn it! I am not resigned to this. I am still too weak. I can still do more. I can definitely do more. I just created the soul path not too long ago, but his soul path methods were countered by the green claw ghost-winged lion. This immemorial desolate beast was Mingyu's natural nemesis. I cannot die like this. I cannot accept this outcome. There is a way, there must be a way. My immortal aperture is still in my body, it is still with me. I have not lost contact with my goo worms. Soul path methods are useless. I still have food path. But those food path killer moves could not resist the green claw ghost-winged lion. If they could, Mingyu would have used them long ago. He would not have ended up like this. The old food path killer moves are useless. I will create a new food path killer move. Mingyu was indulging in fantasy, but to him, this was his final hope, even though this hope was minuscule. Mingyu did not think about the minuscule chance of success. He concentrated on thinking and thinking. There had never been a moment like this when he was so focused. But his soul was being digested, becoming smaller and smaller. The efficiency of his thoughts fell sharply. Soon, he could not think anymore. I cannot give up, I think. I think of the legends of Renzu. Chapter 2057. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 32. The human ancestor continued on his way. After a while, a huge predicament appeared in front of the human ancestor. Strong Gu was living in the predicament's body. Strong Gu laughed loudly. "Oh human, I am back. I've invited a helper this time. Let's see what you can do." Renzu could only stop in his tracks. The predicament in front of him was so huge, but he did not panic. Long ago, Renzu had been chased by a group of predicaments, but when he gave his heart to the Hope Gu, those predicaments feared Hope the most and fled in panic. "Hope Gu, I need your help." Renzu summoned the Hope Gu, but the Hope Gu's radiance did not scare away this predicament. What was going on? Strong Gu laughed loudly. "Oh human, now that this predicament has my help, it will definitely be the strongest predicament you will ever face in your life. How can you fight it off with just hope?" The Renzu was speechless. At this time, weak Gu, who was protected by Renzu, spoke softly. "Oh human, thank you for your protection. Don't worry too much, I'll give you an idea. Let's scare this predicament away. You can scare it away? Weak Gu shook his head. Humans, even someone as weak as me has a way to survive. When facing those who want to eat me or bully me, I will often bluff and deceive them, making them think that I am very strong. This world always gives preferential treatment to the strong. Even if we are weak, we have to pretend to be strong. Otherwise, we will be bullied everywhere. Human, you can do the same. Don't you have fear, Gu? Isn't there attitude, Gu, on your face? Humanity heard weak Gu's suggestion and decided to give it a try. With the help of attitude Gu, his appearance became distorted and he revealed his teeth, displaying a fierce appearance. With the help of the fear Gu, the predicament was shocked, it grimaced in pain and squatted on the ground, staring at Renzu. Renzu was stunned. Why wasn't it scared away? Weak Gu encouraged, didn't you give it a fright? This proves that my method works, but we need to put more effort into it. Oh human, why don't you put attitude Gu on self Gu? What is the most complete deception and disguise? He even lied to himself. If I do this, I should be able to deceive my way out of this predicament. Weak Gu continued, as long as the predicament feels that you are a true expert, it will make way for you. That's because adversity will always make way for the strong. Renzu took off the mask on his face and wore the attitude Gu on his self Gu. But it was no use. The predicament was still not scared away. Renzu suddenly realized, I understand now, when a person is in a really big predicament, just bluffing will not solve the actual problem. Strong Gu laughed loudly, oh human, don't waste your efforts. With me here to remind the predicament, how could you possibly deceive it? You should not have saved weak Gu. Weak people often clamor and use overbearingness and violence to conceal their weakness. Renzu was helpless, he could only stall for time. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He said to Strong Gu, you said that the strong preys on the weak, it is only natural, I have to admit that. But how do you prove that you are strong and we are weak? If you can't prove it, how can you eat us? Strong Gu was stunned, because I am Strong Gu, it is weak Gu. Renzu shook his head, just the name alone cannot prove anything. Furthermore, other than you two Gu, there is still me and this predicament. Strong Gu smiled coldly, then I have a good way to prove it. We will eat a portion of each other, whoever can't persevere and loses will be the weak one, they deserve to be eaten. Renzu saw that he could not stall for time, he could only bite the bullet and say, then we can only do this. Don't regret it. But, which of us should eat first? Strong Gu was confident in its strength, it smiled coldly, you can eat first, so what? Renzu sized up the predicament, he had never eaten a predicament before. Renzu thought about it and had an idea, then I will eat the predicament's head first. The predicament plucked off its own head and gave it to Renzu. Renzu only took a bite before his expression twisted, he almost vomited, so bitter. It turned out that this was a huge bitter head. Not just that, even though the predicament lost its head, it was still standing straight, the thick neck that was missing its head did not bleed at all, it was fine. Ha! Strong Gu laughed loudly, oh human, you made the wrong choice. You cannot solve the predicament by eating bitter heads. Furthermore, it is hard to say whether you can eat such a huge bitter head. If you cannot, that means you are weak, you deserve to be eaten by us. Compared to the predicament's head, Renzu's entire body was very small. Renzu knew that Strong Gu was right, he could not lose. Once he lost, not only would he be unable to protect the weak Gu, he would even lose his life, he would be buried in the predicament's stomach. Renzu could only frown as he opened his mouth and ate the bitter head. After eating dozens of mouthfuls, Renzu suddenly stopped, he almost vomited. Hope Gu quickly encouraged him, oh human, don't vomit. Grit your teeth, no matter how big the bitter head is, you can eat it. Humans not only need to eat, they also need to suffer. Renzu nodded as he continued to eat. Renzu ate half of it with much difficulty. Fear Gu in his body shouted, "Oh heavens, when will I finish eating this?" Renzu also felt a trace of despair. Courage Gu quickly said, "Oh human, you cannot be afraid of eating bitter heads. Don't be afraid of suffering, suffering is only temporary. If you are afraid of suffering, you will have to suffer for your entire life." With the help of Courage Gu, Renzu finally ate all of the bitter head. Renzu wiped his lips as he looked at Strong Gu with difficulty. "You can choose now." Strong Gu smiled, "Then we will eat your skin first." Renzu had no choice but to tear off his skin and throw it to the predicament. The predicament had no head, it stuffed Renzu's skin into its thick neck. Renzu's skin was eaten by it, but its huge stomach did not swell at all. Strong Gu asked again, "Oh human, what do you want to eat next?" Renzu was troubled. He had just eaten the predicament's head, it was extremely bitter, he barely managed to hold on, but his stomach was almost full. Even though the predicament had no head, it was still alive. "What should I eat? I ate too much earlier, my stomach is reaching its limit, if I eat too much, I might die from bloating, that would be terrible." Renzu thought clearly, he wanted to eat the most crucial and fatal part of the predicament. But which part of the predicament was the most crucial to it? Renzu thought about it for a long time. He finally had a good idea. He said to Strong Gu, "Then I will eat the part that you do not want me to eat the most." Strong Gu snorted coldly, "Then you will suffer." It took out all of the losses from the predicament's body and fed them to Renzu. These losses were not huge, and there were not many of them. But Renzu was surprised, because after these losses were taken out, the huge predicament shrunk by a lot. Rules and regulations Gu explained to Renzu, "Oh human, you do not need to find it strange. Predicaments differ from person to person, you have suffered so much earlier, the losses you can eat are naturally smaller, you will have less." Renzu was secretly happy, this is a good feeling. Even if I eat all of these losses, I will not reach my limit, I will not be full. Renzu opened his mouth and ate a small loss. So spicy. Renzu was speechless. He continued to eat. Renzu opened his mouth, his breathing became heavier and heavier, his eyes that had lost their eyes started to tear up. He continued to eat. Renzu's entire body was covered in sweat, the tears that flowed out of his eyes were mixed together, they could not be separated. The most unbearable thing for Renzu was that there were flames growing in his heart. These yellow flames were like little chicks, they gathered together in a nest. The more losses he suffered, the more anger he felt. The more anger he felt, the more Renzu's hearts could not take it, they were about to be burned to death. At this time, a heart of nobility grew in Renzu's chest. Compared to the other hearts, this heart of nobility bore the greatest amount of anger. With this heart to share the pressure, Renzu finally got through it. Renzu suffered all of the losses. Strong Gu looked at Renzu's bulging stomach and snickered, "Oh human, you are about to reach your limit, it is our turn to eat." Renzu breathed with difficulty, "Then what do you want to eat?" Strong Gu said, "I want to eat your flesh." Renzu was helpless, he could only let it eat his flesh. Renzu's skin and flesh entered the predicament's stomach, only his bones, organs, and hair were left. In the deep eerie darkness, only Ming Yu's thoughts were flickering with difficulty, he was emitting the final radiance of his life. "I can do it, come, food path killer move, bitter taste. Food path killer move, eating loss." The green claw ghost-winged lion was flying in the sky when its body shook intensely, it cried out as it fell from the sky. With a loud sound, it landed on the desert, creating a huge pit. The green claw ghost-winged lion struggled intensely, it twisted on the sand and created a huge sand wave. It could not endure this surging wave of bitterness, its heart was burning intensely. It knew that Mingyu, who was in its stomach, was playing tricks, it did not hesitate to stab its claws into its stomach. It struggled for a long time, its strength gradually dissipated until it died. Following the hole created by the claws, Ming Yu's soul was like a wisp of smoke. It carried some immortal essence and goo worms as it escaped from the lion's stomach with difficulty. I really survived. Even he felt that this result was inconceivable. His soul was dim. After floating for a while, it slumped on the ground weakly. On the ground, he breathed heavily for a long time before he recovered a little. Looking at the dark sky, Spectral Soul, who was still a young man, snorted coldly before laughing loudly. Pathetic, truly pathetic. But in this world, who doesn't put up a struggle before death? I swear. Spectral Soul's form was blurry, he seemed to be pointing at the sky. He used an extremely firm and serious tone, but at the same time, he shouted with all his strength, "This is the final struggle before death in my life. From today onwards, only I will make others struggle before death." The 5 regions and 2 heavens shall bear witness. The world was silent. After traveling through space and time, his memories faded, he returned to the current battlefield. Ching Chou rolled in the air, it could not hold on any longer, its throat moved as it spat out Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's figure was like a phantom, he quickly appeared on Ching Chou's back. He raised his right hand, his 5 fingers were gray like ink, it was very strange. His 5 fingernails were longer than his fingers, they were pale and sharp, giving off a cold and terrifying aura. Go ahead and struggle before death. Don't worry, I will not give you any hope of survival. Spectral Soul's eyes shined with a dark light, his 5 fingers stabbed down at lightning speed. Roar! Chapter 2058. Thunder rumbled, destroying the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini southern border was in a terrible state under the myriad destruction lightning forest's rampage, countless mountains collapsed, the ground was cracked and filled with countless craters. Combat Beast King had been fighting while bathed in blood, his injuries were getting more severe, his situation was getting worse. He was using his life to hold on, but he could not change the overall situation. Compared to the might of heaven and earth, even if I am a rank 8 Goo Immortal, what can I do? Combat Beast King had been cultivating in the sovereign immortal aperture, his horizons were broadened, his strength rose greatly, he was full of confidence. But now, under the myriad tribulation, he could feel how insignificant and weak he was. Myriad destruction lightning forest's range had expanded again, while Fang Yuan's main body had to deal with the battle outside, he was at a huge disadvantage. Against the myriad tribulation, it was still dangerous for Fang Yuan to go all out, but now, he had to expend more than half of his energy to fight Spectral Soul. This was a myriad tribulation, countless rank 8s had fallen miserably at this round. Fang Yuan's situation was even more special, this was not his first myriad tribulation. Not only did he skip 2 in a row, but this myriad tribulation was also a violent evolution of the more than 3,000 heaven Dao marks that he possessed. Such a myriad tribulation was extremely rare even in the long history of the human race. Forced by the situation, Fang Yuan had no choice but to multitask. He dealt with the battle while inspecting the sovereign immortal aperture. He looked at the heaven path Dao marks transforming into lightning path and cloud path, forming this myriad tribulation. He suddenly had an epiphany. I understand a little. At that moment, he understood the essence of the calamities and tribulations. In the past, he already knew, calamities and tribulations were controlled by the heavenly Dao, and the heavenly Dao focused on balance, it took away surpluses and replenished deficits. Every Goo Immortal and Immortal aperture had a large number of Dao marks, they were objects that the heavenly Dao had to balance. Thus, every once in a while, the heavenly Dao would show its might and create calamities and tribulations to trouble Goo Immortals. But why could they create all sorts of calamities and tribulations? Fang Yuan did not know. Right now, this doubt in Fang Yuan's mind was completely solved by the scene in front of him. It turned out that no matter what kind of calamity or tribulation it was actually a transformation of the heavenly Dao marks. The heavenly Dao marks could transform into any style, which was why there were the flying frost lightning tribulation, the four blazing clouds tribulation, the dragon roar tribulation, the heavenly drum thunder tribulation, the wind flower tribulation, the snow moon tribulation, the black-white flying salt tribulation. These calamities and tribulations covered all sorts of paths. There were too many of them, Gu immortals could not guess them, it was hard to deal with them. And the heavenly Dao would even imitate venerable methods, for example, thieving heaven demon venerable's formless hands. The various types of calamities and tribulations were only on the surface. In essence, they were all heavenly Dao marks. The higher the Gu immortals' cultivation level, the more Dao marks they would accumulate, and the greater the difference between them and the natural environment. The more imbalanced it was, the more heavenly Dao marks would be drawn out, and the stronger the calamity and tribulation would be. No one in the world could cultivate heaven path, so even if a Gu immortal underwent tribulation, they would not be able to store heaven path Dao marks. These heaven path Dao marks would turn into Dao marks of other paths and remain in the Gu immortal's immortal aperture. Thinking about it, in Crazed Demon Cave, the heaven path Dao marks could create all sorts of strange small worlds, and after these small worlds were destroyed, they would turn back into heaven path Dao marks. And the immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move that Fang Yuan obtained from Langya's sect had a similar principle. Immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move used the blessed land or grotto heaven as the refinement main body, using the killer move to connect with the 5 regions outside the immortal aperture. It could influence the calamities and tribulations and use the calamities and tribulations to temper the immortal aperture itself. Langya Blessed Land had once been placed in Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Crescent Lake's surroundings were filled with dense water path and refinement path Dao marks. Every time, immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move would be used to deal with calamities and tribulations. Normally, they would form water path and refinement path calamities and tribulations. After passing them, the immortal aperture would gain water path and refinement path Dao marks. This move was actually to influence the direction of the heaven path Dao marks evolution. Giant Sun Immortal's true inheritance also had luck path methods to weaken calamities and tribulations. For example, dog shit luck and fortune rivaling heaven. These were luck path Dao marks that interacted with the heaven path Dao marks to transform into calamities and tribulations, causing changes that were beneficial to the Gu immortal, causing the power of the calamities and tribulations to decrease. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's killer move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation limited the transformation of heaven path Dao marks, it turned every calamity and tribulation into a transformation path Beast Calamity. Fang Yuan obtained the killer move Exposing Heavenly Secret from Shadow Sect's true inheritance. It could accurately deduce the contents of calamities and tribulations. Exposing Heavenly Secret used Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu as the core. It clearly used the origin, heaven path Dao marks to make deductions. Thus, the results of the deduction were so precise. Immortal tribulation tempering aperture, luck path methods, myriad beings assimilation transformation, exposing heavenly secret, all of these methods were in Fang Yuan's hands, but unfortunately, he could not use them for the time being. The heaven path Dao marks restricted him, he could not use these killer moves freely. Only by using human path methods to resist heaven path could Fang Yuan gain some time and space to use other killer moves. Like earlier in Celestial Court, when Fang Yuan used unlimited Qi Si to break the primordial Qi wall. Fang Yuan set up a human path formation in the sovereign immortal aperture, with the 1,000-wish tree as the core. But Providence was not stupid, it knew about Fang Yuan's details. Myriad Destruction Lightning Forest also appeared in Mini Central Continent, it started to attack the human path formation. Fang Yuan was forced into a passive state. Roar. Beast roars resounded, a large group of soul beasts charged towards the lightning clouds in the sky. They charged with great momentum, disregarding their own safety. These were all soul beasts, a large number of desolate level soul beasts, ancient soul beasts, and 4 immemorial soul beasts. These soul beasts were mostly captured by Fang Yuan in Green Ghost Desert. Among them, these immemorial soul beasts were obtained when Fang Yuan helped Fang clan obtain Divine Bean Palace. These soul beasts had always been kept in Mini Black Heaven. Right now, Fang Yuan was in trouble. He had to use this portion of his foundation. Fang Yuan acted decisively. He mobilized all of his soul beasts to disperse the lightning clouds, to give him a chance to counterattack. The soul beasts were extremely fragile under the myriad tribulation. They were like paper. In just a while, close to 100 desolate-level soul beasts were annihilated by the lightning strikes. More than 10 ancient soul beasts died as well. Fang Yuan's heart was cold. He did not waver. The soul beasts were already useful. They attracted a large amount of firepower. They helped Fang Yuan gain some time. Even though these soul beasts included immemorial soul beasts, they did not have immortal goo. They were only high-level cannon fodder in front of the myriad tribulation. But this was making the best use of them. Fang Yuan did not dare to use the soul beasts to deal with spectral soul. In fact, ever since those immemorial year beasts defected to spectral soul side, Fang Yuan had given up on this idea. A huge force surged into spectral soul's body like a surging tide. Qing Chou struggled intensely, activating killer moves one after another, attacking its body. But spectral soul endured Qing Chou's frenzied attacks as he continued to absorb its strength. The reason why soul beasts existed in this world was because of spectral soul's soul path. Spectral soul understood soul beasts too well. Not only could he make soul beasts loyal to him, he even had methods to absorb strength from soul beasts to replenish himself. Qing Chou's struggles became weaker and weaker. Spectral soul looked at Qing Chou with satisfaction. The hatred goo in Qing Chou's body was getting close to completion. This fool was simply giving away treasures while sacrificing his life. Spectral soul suppressed Qing Chou while putting most of his attention on Dragon Palace. From the start to the end, he did not relax at all. He kept staring at Fang Yuan's main body. The entire battle was still under his control. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The atmosphere was majestic. 2 giant hands slammed the door from left and right, attacking spectral soul. These 2 hands were black and white. They were grand and powerful. They resonated with each other. It was a Chi Path killer move, Yin Yang Great Killer move. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan's Chi Path clone had arrived. Spectral soul snickered as soul smoke rose from his body. 2 immemorial soul beasts flew out of the smoke, crashing into the 2 Chi Path hands. The Chi Path hands squeezed fiercely, causing the 2 immemorial soul beasts to cry out in pain, but they could not be killed immediately. Qi Si Ancestor did not know whether he should let them go or not. If he continued to hold on to these 2 immemorial soul beasts, his attacks would be restrained. If he let them go, these 2 immemorial soul beasts would come and find trouble with him. Qi Si Ancestor grunted as he waved his hands. The black and white Chi Path hands flew away, bringing the 2 immemorial soul beasts away from the battlefield. Spectral soul had already achieved his goal. He used the 2 immemorial soul beasts to block Qi Si Ancestor and also diverted Qi Si Ancestor's attention. After all, the Qi Si clone still needed to maintain the black and white Chi Path hands to capture the 2 immemorial soul beasts. The first round of battle between Qi Si and Spectral Soul was a simple exchange. Spectral Soul sacrificed 2 immemorial soul beasts while Qi Si Ancestor expended a portion of his energy, immortal essence, and opportunity. Both sides were evenly matched. In fact, Spectral Soul was at a slight disadvantage. After all, the 2 immemorial soul beasts had rank 8 battle strength. But looking at the overall situation, Spectral Soul had the upper hand. He continued to control the situation. Because he secretly controlled soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, he had many immemorial soul beasts. It was not a big deal to give up 2 of them. Instead, Qi Si Ancestor did not make use of the opportunity he should have. He wanted to disrupt Spectral Soul but was disrupted by him instead. He wasted his chance. Spectral Soul played to his strengths and avoided his weaknesses. He absorbed Qing Chao's strength to strengthen himself while weakening Qing Chou at the same time. All in all, he made a huge profit. This round of battle was only a miniature version of the battle, but it displayed Spectral Soul's rich battle experience and strategic vision. His control over the battle was so precise and flawless that even people like Fang Yuan felt suffocated. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up. While repairing Dragon Palace and getting restless, he ordered Qi Si Ancestor to attack again. Spectral Soul did three things at once. He suppressed Dragon Palace and used the Black Smoke Whirlpool to kill it, he absorbed Qing Chao's Soul Beast strength, and he used killer moves to defend against Qi Si Ancestor's attacks. Dragon Palace, Qing Chou, and Qi Si Ancestor were all peak battle strengths in the current world, but even with 3 against 1, they could not turn the situation around. In truth, Spectral Soul's current strength was not too outstanding, but he had the complete advantage against Dragon Palace. He countered Qing Chou. He also had a clear understanding of Qi Si Ancestor's abilities. He has many soul path methods, each move complements each other and is closely linked. It is an extremely outstanding combat system. In contrast, my Qi Si clone has not been around for long and has few methods. He can easily see through me. Fang Yuan's main body observed the situation. The Qi Si clone's main offensive method was Yinyang Great Killer Move. His main defensive method was Heavenly Astral Cloth Clothes. His foundation was too weak. In the eyes of existences like Spectral Soul, after a few rounds of fighting, he would be able to come up with countermeasures. Be it battle strength, insight, or experience, Spectral Soul stood at the peak of the world. He was once an invincible demon venerable who roamed the world unhindered. Among the venerables, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was publicly recognized as the person with the greatest killing intent. He was an expert who had gone through intense battles. He fought his way out of the encirclement and created a path of blood. Chapter 2059. Qi Si Ancestor, how is the situation on your side? During the intense battle, Fang Yuan's Qi Si clone received Qin Ding Ling's transmission. Qi Si Ancestor did not speak. He used an information path Gu Worm to record the battle scene and sold it to Qin Ding Ling through Jewel Yellow Skies. The Heavenly Court quickly grasped the situation of the battle like the back of their hands. Qin Ding Ling's heart shook. Spectral Soul's strength far surpassed her previous estimation. Qi Si Ancestor seemed to be unable to restrain Spectral Soul. At this rate, Spectral Soul was likely to kill Fang Yuan, defeat Qi Si, and devour Qing Chou, becoming the greatest beneficiary of this battle. This was something Qin Ding Ling did not want to see. Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul were both powerful demons. It was best if they died together. It would be best if Longevity Heaven was implicated as well. This was the result that Qin Ding Ling was looking forward to. My side is using an immortal Gu house. If we join the battle now, we can still influence the situation. Even though Qing Chou is strong, using it to deal with Spectral Soul is a mistake. Looking at Spectral Soul's expression, he seems to be certain that Fang Yuan's main body is inside Dragon Palace. Then, has Fairy Myrtle succeeded in her deduction and informed Spectral Soul? Qin Ding Ling guessed the truth, but she was not certain. She looked at the operating wisdom path formation, then at Calamity Luck Altar. If Celestial Court could eliminate Fairy Myrtle and the rest, that would be for the best. By cutting off Spectral Soul's wings in advance, there were fewer factors influencing this battle. Unfortunately, Calamity Luck Altar was here, and even Longevity Heaven's experts were involved. Qin Ding Ling did not have much confidence in dealing with Fairy Myrtle and the rest. Longevity Heaven. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth. Among the Celestial Court Gu immortals present, she hated Longevity Heaven the most. Back then, she was forced to become Giant Sun Immortal's immortal concubine. She endured the humiliation and successfully cultivated Luck Path, participating in the Fate War. But at the crucial moment, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's Giant Sun attack threw a huge wager on the scales of victory. Longevity heaven, I will settle the score with you sooner or later. Qin Dingling vowed in her heart. Just as Qin Dingling was thinking, a rank 7 immortal goo house flew over. This immortal goo house belonged to Spirit Affinity House. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder had personally brought an important person from Celestial Court, Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong, hurry up and take action. Collect the dreamscape before us, Qin Dingling ordered. Yes. The immortal goo house opened its door. Feng Kim Hong stood on the stairs with a solemn expression, quickly making his move. She had Dream Wings Immortal Goo and the modified Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. In fact, this killer move was the result of Fairy Z-Wei's deductions. Lumps of dream realms turned into human forms and flew into Spirit Affinity House's Immortal Goo House. Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven's forces were in a commotion. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with divine light. Old man Zheng Yuan quickly asked, Fairy, should we make a move? After all, these dream realms belonged to Spectral Soul, they were related to his attainment level. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, endure it for now, these dream realms are only a small portion, they are not the main point. Feng Yuan is our main target. Currently, Spectral Soul's side had a clear advantage. If this continued, it would be very beneficial to Shadow Sect. Fairy Myrtle also did not want to break the balance here and disrupt the overall situation. Feng Kim Hong was only a rank 5 Goo Master, he was not even a rank 6 Goo Immortal. But her identity was special, she was Feng Jioga's daughter. Once she was attacked, Feng Jioga might be lured out. Feng Jioga's future self-killer move was likely to have disappeared, he was in the same situation as Bai Ningbing and He Lulan. But even so, with just Feng Jioga's strength, he could participate in the battle, he was a variable. Especially when this variable was not beneficial to Shadow Sect, Fairy Myrtle felt that it was better to avoid trouble. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan also had the same consideration, he did not make a move. Feng Kim Hong collected the dream realms under the protection of Celestial Court's immortals. Qin Dingling had a complex feeling. She made use of Feng Kim Hong in the end, and also indirectly used Feng Jioga's influence and deterrence. When did the powerful Celestial Court fall to such a state? The pride in Qin Dingling's heart suppressed her, but the rationality in her mind told her, she had to use all the resources and strength she could. Qi Si Ancestor sent another message, requesting for Celestial Court's reinforcements. Qin Dingling rejected this request, hoping that Qi Si Ancestor could hold on for a while longer. Qi Si Ancestor took a step back. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range is closest to Black Heaven Temple, why don't we ask Black Heaven Temple to send immortal goo houses to patrol the battlefield? If I am unable to stop Spectral Soul from killing Feng Yuan, Black Heaven Temple's forces can interfere. Qin Dingling thought about it, she did not tell Qi Si Ancestor that she had already ordered Black Heaven Temple, she rejected him, Black Heaven Temple's battle strength is not enough to interfere in a battle of this level. Qi Si Ancestor replied angrily, this is a rare opportunity. If Celestial Court hesitates and misses this chance, it will be the Righteous Path's regret if either of these two demons grows stronger. Qin Dingling sighed, Ancestor, how can I not know that? But the current Celestial Court is not as strong as before, we need to be careful. If Black Heaven Temple's Goo Immortals join the battle, they will only be sending themselves to death. Ancestor, please forgive us. Qi Si Ancestor could not help but feel dejected. The leader of Celestial Court told him this openly, Celestial Court was truly different from before, they did things differently, Feng Yuan could not make use of them easily. While Qi Si Ancestor and Qin Dingling conversed secretly, Demon Immortal Qi Ju also asked Spectral Soul, Feng Yuan's main body is here, why are you not here yet? Feng Yuan had set up a will in Myriad Year Flying Warship, he had also entrusted many Immortal Goo and Immortal Essence to it, under the disguise of familiar face, it was extremely lifelike. Demon Immortal Qi Ju informed Spectral Soul of this information, but the latter was still fighting with Dragon Palace, he showed no signs of leaving. All of this made Demon Immortal Qi Ju suspicious. Spectral Soul replied directly, "Don't forget that Fang Yuan still has familiar face. At present, we still can't determine his true body's location." Demon Immortal Qi Ju became even more suspicious. "Spectral Soul, are you hiding something from me?" Spectral Soul replied directly, "Don't worry, you just need to stall Myriad Year Flying Warship, there will be a huge reward for you." Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not buy it, he smiled coldly in reply, "No worries. I have a great plan to find out the true location of Fang Yuan's main body." Saying so, he suddenly stopped, ignoring Myriad Year Flying Warship, he flew towards Spectral Soul's location. Myriad Year Flying Warship was stunned for a moment before it flew into the sky, rapidly pulling away from Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Spectral Soul sensed something amiss, he quickly urged, "Qi Ju, don't be rash." Demon Immortal Qi Ju had a firm attitude, "Sometimes, we have to take a gamble, right? Maybe you have some information that you just obtained, can you tell me now?" Spectral Soul snorted coldly but did not reply. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was silent, he flew through the wind and clouds, his speed increasing rapidly. A few breaths of time later, Myriad Year Flying Warship's figure appeared behind him again. Demon Immortal Qi Ju saw this and laughed loudly, "Oh Spectral Soul, look, I found out the location just like that. I am certain now that Fang Yuan's main body is inside Dragon Palace." If Fang Yuan's main body was inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, he would have escaped long ago. But now that Myriad Year Flying Warship had flown back and was trying to stall Demon Immortal Qi Ju, it was clear that Fang Yuan's main body did not want Spectral Soul to receive reinforcements, he was trying to stall Demon Immortal Qi Ju. At this point, Fang Yuan's deceptive tactic of splitting his forces was completely exposed. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was an old demon whose name was recorded in history after all, in terms of seniority, he surpassed everyone here, even Spectral Soul was inferior to him. After sensing something amiss, he immediately took action to find out the truth. Spectral Soul snorted coldly, he had an unhappy expression. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's move caused the situation to go out of Spectral Soul's control. Spectral Soul was only tempting Qi Ju, the two were wary of each other, they were making use of each other. The reason why Spectral Soul did not want to lure Demon Immortal Qi Ju here was because he was worried that this person would change his mind and covet the huge benefits of killing Fang Yuan. But looking at Demon Immortal Qi Ju's actions now, Spectral Soul's worry was very wise. Demon Immortal Qi Ju clearly had his own plans. Spectral Soul did not panic. When he lured Demon Immortal Qi Ju to participate in the battle, he had already realized this. But there was no helping it, Spectral Soul had not recovered for long, Shadow Sect had not developed yet. There were too many variables in this battle, Spectral Soul had to increase his bargaining chips as much as possible. Thankfully, Fairy Myrtle had contacted Longevity Heaven earlier, Bing Sai Chuan and the rest were temporarily on Shadow Sect side, otherwise, the situation would have been even more chaotic. Did Bing Sai Chuan not have any ulterior motives? Was he really going to watch as Spectral Soul killed Fang Yuan? Of course not. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path great expert, she had deep considerations. She set up the formation in front of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, on one hand, it was to restrain Celestial Court, on the other hand, it was to keep Longevity Heaven in check. This battle to kill Fang Yuan, even though it was not as grand as the Fate War, it involved at least 4 parties, dozens of Gu Immortals, almost all of the top experts in the world were present. These people fought and schemed against each other, Spectral Soul acutely sensed that the situation was rapidly going out of his control. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Wall. In the intense battle, Qi Si Ancestor suddenly pushed with both hands, creating a tall Qi Wall. The Qi Wall was like a mountain as it pressed down on Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul pointed with his fingers as several immemorial soul beasts appeared, growling as they tried to hold up the Qi Wall. Qi Si Ancestor gave a deep shout as he stretched out his right hand, his palm was aimed at Spectral Soul from afar. Spectral Soul immediately sensed it. Black smoke swirled around his body, forming a spherical barrier that covered him. The moment Qi Ancestor finished preparing his killer move, he suddenly changed the direction of his palm, aiming at the black smoke spiral. Immortal killer move, giant Qi hand explosion. Boom! With a loud sound, the black smoke spiral was blown to pieces, black Qi scattered everywhere. Dragon Palace, which was heavily damaged, moved extremely quickly, drawing an orange-gold light in the sky as it escaped. At this point, Dragon Palace finally escaped. Spectral Soul's attention was drawn by Demon Immortal Qi Ju. This small opening was discovered by Qi Ancestor. He even managed to seize the opportunity. Spectral Soul looked at Qi Ancestor deeply. Other than intense anger and killing intent in his eyes, there was also a trace of praise and admiration. Qi Ancestor's move was truly smooth. Now that Dragon Palace escaped, Spectral Soul had to follow it. He could only give up on the heavy Qing Chou. Chapter 2060. Fang Yuan, where do you think you can run to? Spectral Soul smiled coldly. Black smoke surged out of his body. An immemorial soul beast flew out of the black smoke like a giant python. It pounced towards Dragon Palace with strong winds. The orange light on Dragon Palace shook as a trace of pink smoke flew out. The smoke spread out as the immemorial soul beast was sucked into Dragon Palace. It was suppressed without any resistance. It was Immortal killer move, Dreamy Light Smoke. Spectral Soul was only wary of Dragon Palace because of this method. But now that Dreamy Light Smoke had just been activated, Spectral Soul created an opportunity to move like a phantom. His speed increased rapidly as he approached Dragon Palace. Immortal killer move, Qi Wall. Qi Ancestor pushed with his palms. Winds blew as a huge Qi wall was formed, blocking in front of Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. He broke the Qi wall, but he lost the opportunity. Dragon Palace changed directions as Dreamy Light Smoke's aura intensified again. Behind it, Qing Chou roared. It wanted to chase, but it had no strength. It was left far behind in a few breaths of time. Dragon Palace, Spectral Soul, and Qi Ancestor fought intensely as they flew through the sky. Qi Ancestor played the role of a troublemaker. Spectral Soul's attacks were all in vain. Spectral Soul was annoyed. He decided to attack Qi Ancestor ruthlessly. But at this time, Dragon Palace started to retaliate to protect Qi Ancestor, especially when Dreamy Light Smoke was about to be unleashed. Spectral Soul had to be on guard. At once, the situation fell into a stalemate. Spectral Soul had not recovered to his peak strength. His battle strength was not far from Dragon Palace and Qi Ancestor. Once Dragon Palace and Qi Ancestor cooperated and shared the pressure, Spectral Soul felt a sense of helplessness. He could not take care of both sides at the same time. He could not do anything. At this time, Spectral Soul started to think about Qing Chou. I should not have weakened Qing Chou to this extent. I should have left it with a portion of its battle strength to disrupt their cooperation. Spectral Soul felt some regret. He was alone. He did not need any cooperation. But Fang Yuan, Qi Ancestor, and the rest were different. They had to work together to resist Spectral Soul. Qing Chou was blinded by hatred. Once it joined the battle, it would disrupt the cooperation between Fang Yuan and Qi Ancestor. Spectral Soul would have a lot of room to maneuver. However, Spectre's tactic was not wrong. Once Qing Chou was completely subdued, Spectral Soul's advantage would rise sharply. Victory would be assured. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by Qi Ancestor. In just a moment, Spectral Soul would have completely subdued Qing Chou. However, this little bit of skill was enough to make Fang Yuan disappear without a trace. Spectral Soul did not want to take a risk here. This time, Spectral Soul had the advantage of being in the dark while the enemy was in the open. But what about next time? If Fang Yuan was prepared, would there still be such a chance? Even Spectral Soul could not guarantee it. Even with Fairy Myrtle's divination method, did Fang Yuan not have a way to counter it? The Celestial Court was the best example. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch Fang Yuan. What happened in the end? Fang Yuan got stronger and stronger as he fought. In the end, he charged into the Celestial Court and destroyed Fate Gu. Even though many existences behind Fang Yuan invested in him and helped him, why did so many people invest in him alone? Were there no better candidates? Even otherworldly demons had quite a number of them. Fang Yuan was used by Providence by so many people, he naturally had his own unique value. Ignoring everything else, just his escape skill alone was enough to make Spectral Soul admire him. Fang Yuan had deep attainment in escaping, he was truly vicious and crafty. Especially when it came to making use of the situation to escape from the encirclement of various forces, while also growing his own strength. Spectral Soul had rich battle experience, he knew deep down, to deal with an enemy like Fang Yuan, he needed to be extremely careful. Once he attacked, he had to deal a fatal blow, he could not give him time to rest or heal his injuries. An enemy like Fang Yuan was too good at making use of opportunities. As long as there was a chance, even if he was a dead fish now, he could make a comeback at the next moment. Fang Yuan was that kind of person, he could shine with a bit of sunlight, sprout with a bit of rain, and create trouble with a bit of time. That's right, Spectral Soul was wary of Fang Yuan. Even he had to admit this point. Because he saw his own shadow in Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you will definitely lose if you defend for too long, how long can you last? I will definitely kill you. Spectral Soul said coldly, he did not forget to exert mental pressure on Fang Yuan. Qi Si, after this battle, even if you hide, I will kill my way into Eastern Sea. I will destroy your Qi Si first before slaughtering all of your subordinates in the two heavens. Spectral Soul turned around and threatened Qi Si Ancestor. The Qi Si clone smiled calmly, so the so-called demon venerable is just a braggart. Spectral Soul snickered coldly. Qi Si Ancestor's expression changed, black qi coiled around his body and invaded his body. Spectral Soul used words to distract Qi Si Ancestor. Even though this was not a flaw, in Spectral Soul's eyes, it was an opportunity he could make use of. Qi Si Ancestor quickly retreated, Spectral Soul wanted to chase after him but Dragon Palace flew over to protect him, greatly reducing the pressure on the Qi Si clone. Qi Si Ancestor used all his strength to get rid of the hidden injuries on his body, after regaining his footing, he returned to join the battle. The situation was in a deadlock again. But this time, no matter how Spectral Soul provoked him, Qi Si Ancestor did not dare to be careless. Like this, the three sides fought along the way, countless winds and lightning were created as they moved towards the north with a grand momentum. They flew over Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range and entered Intestine Corridor. Black Heaven Temple's immortals were hiding in Intestine Corridor. Several immortal Gu houses were hidden in the depths of Intestine Corridor, their auras were not exposed. Seeing the approaching battle in the sky, Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals became excited. They're here, they're here. They're finally here. The battle is really intense. Is that female immortal the body that Spectral Soul borrowed? Dragon Palace has been destroyed to this extent, Fang Yuan really does not have the strength to fight anymore. I have never seen him in such a pathetic state. He deserves it. If not for him, Fate Immortal Gu would not have been destroyed. Be it Fang Yuan or Spectral Soul, they both deserve to die. Black Heaven Temple's immortals gritted their teeth, they treated Qi Si Ancestor differently. When we fight later, let Qi Si Ancestor go. This time, it's all thanks to him that the problem of the Heavenly Court's energy harvest fruit was completely eliminated. He is our ally, but he does not know that we are lying in ambush here, we cannot accidentally injure him. Even though Qi Si Ancestor and Dragon Palace were cooperating closely, Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals were not surprised. Spectral soul was too strong, they had to do this to resist him. Precisely because of Qi Si ancestors' hard work, Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul were fighting each other to the death, they continued to exhaust each other. We're close, we're close. Let's fight. Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals were eager. Whoosh. Right at this moment, Spectral Soul attacked, black smoke rumbled as eerie winds blew. Under the cover of the eerie winds, several mountains and valleys were reduced to dust. Boom. To resist the eerie winds, Qi Si ancestor had to use the killer move Qi Wall. Dragon Palace shone brightly with golden light, shooting out a grand light pillar, using offense as defense, shooting straight at Spectral Soul. Just as it was about to hit, Spectral Soul's body flickered as he vanished on the spot, easily dodging the pillar of light. The pillar of light tore through the sky, it was hundreds of meters long, creating a huge ravine on the ground. In an instant, dust clouds rumbled as countless mountains collapsed. A brand new man-made earth trench appeared in front of Black Heaven Temple's immortals. After this burst of attacks, Spectral Soul did not create any opportunity, he restrained himself and fought against Dragon Palace and Qi Si as he flew. Black Heaven Temple's several immortal Gu houses were silent. That burst of attacks earlier had shaken them both physically and mentally. So, this is their true battle strength. Many people were scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat after they realized what had happened. No one mentioned attacking anymore. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Eventually, Black Heaven Temple's first Supreme Elder coughed twice, breaking the silence. He purposely muttered to himself, "No wonder Celestial Court's Lord Qin ordered us to wait for an opportunity. That's right, Lord Qin is very wise. What do we do now? Continue to lie in ambush, they have not discovered us yet. Maybe there will be an opportunity? That makes sense. Actually, even if there is no opportunity, we cannot come here for nothing, right? At the very least, we need to gather information about the battle and report it to Lord Qin." Rumble. Just as Black Heaven Temple's immortals were discussing, a battle erupted in the sky again. At once, the sky turned dark and gloomy, the ground shook. The aftermath of the battle spread in the sky, creating a huge shockwave. Trees were uprooted, rocks flew everywhere, countless beasts cried out and died, it was a scene of the apocalypse. Black Heaven Temple's immortals stared with wide eyes, they saw Spectral Soul's black soul ball being dodged by Dragon Palace. The soul orb fell into a valley far away. There was no sound. In an instant, with that valley as the center, the surrounding 1,000 li of mountains turned into black ash, dispersing with the wind. The originally lively mountain range had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a huge empty crater. Gulp. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva, the surrounding Gu immortals could hear it clearly. What killer move was that just now? It is too strange. There are no records of it in history. It is not strange for Spectral Soul's method to have such power. But if it were to land on us? Forget about us, even the immortal Gu houses in our sects might not be able to withstand it. Let's go. Lord Qin told us to wait for an opportunity, he naturally allows us to retreat. Black Heaven Temple's immortals looked at each other before looking at First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder's expression was dark as he said solemnly, "We need to preserve our strength, we cannot waste it here. If we sacrifice ourselves, who will be able to support Black Heaven Temple? Lord Qin will not blame us, we need to plan for the future." Chapter 2061. Fang Yuan, this is the end. Spectral Soul chased for a while before attacking again. This time, he was very confident. At once, dark winds howled, black clouds covered the sky, it was like a huge wall blocking Dragon Palace. This is, retreat. At this moment, Wu Shuai's expression became very nervous. He recognized this, it was a soul path battlefield killer move. Black cloud spread out, Dragon Palace and Qi Si Ancestor quickly retreated. Immortal killer move, Soul Taker Battlefield. This was Spectral Soul's most famous battlefield killer move. Spectral Soul had used this to kill countless enemies. Once they entered the battlefield, dark blue soul beasts would appear from the dense dark fog. There were tens of thousands of soul beasts, they were endless. The souls of the living beings that died in this battlefield would be extracted by the battlefield, forming new soul beasts that could be controlled by Spectral Soul. If Dragon Palace was trapped by the black smoke whirlpool, there was hope of escaping. But if it was trapped by Soul Taker Battlefield, there was little chance of escaping. Fang Yuan obtained a true inheritance from Shadow Sect. The true inheritance naturally included Soul Taker Battlefield. He had a deep understanding of this move. But now, Spectral Soul was using this method openly. It was likely that he had modified it long ago. In fact, everything that Fang Yuan knew could become a trap for Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan, Qi Si Ancestor, and the rest did not dare to fight, they continued to escape. Spectral Soul moved the black smoke in the sky as he chased after them. When ordinary Gu Immortals used battlefield killer moves, if they could not surround them, they would have to stop. But was Spectral Soul ordinary? He used a disassembly technique to split the Soul Beast battlefield killer move into different parts. The first step was to form black smoke. Spectral Soul could use it continuously and move around without any flaws. Soul Taker Battlefield was created by Spectral Soul in his early days. He used it until the end of his life. In his later years, he created an even stronger battlefield killer move, 100 million slaughter field. Why did he not use a stronger killer move? Did he not gather the necessary Gu worms? Fang Yuan guessed. Spectral Soul was also guessing. After escaping from Celestial Court, Fang Yuan has been flying towards the north. Where is he going? Northern Plains? If it was Northern Plains, where exactly was it? Crazed Demon Cave? Now that the 5 regions merged into one, the regional walls vanished. This was very beneficial to Spectral Soul. Without the help of the boundary wall, there were only a few places where Fang Yuan could shake off his pursuers. Spectral Soul was very familiar with the 5 regions. He was the first to guess Crazed Demon Cave. Even if the Spectre could not confirm this guess, he knew that stopping Fang Yuan from heading north was a wise choice. Therefore, Spectral Soul's soul fog and black smoke covered the sky, forcing Fang Yuan to change directions and fly over Sorrowful Wind mountain range again. At the same time, in another battlefield. Done. Feng Kim Hong was panting as he stopped his killer move. Her forehead was already covered in sweat. Activating the Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation under such circumstances put her under immense pressure. Fortunately, everything was done. Under the gazes of dozens of rank 8 Gu Immortals from Celestial Court, Shadow Sect, and Longevity Heaven, Feng Kim Hong collected all of the floating dream realms in the sky. There were no traces of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is not hiding here after all. The Gu Immortals were disappointed but also secretly let out sighs of relief. Qin Ding Ling immediately attacked. She moved the Immortal Gu House towards the Wisdom Path formation. Fairy Myrtle, I have already given you so much time. Now, tell me, where is Fang Yuan's main body? Calamity Luck Altar quickly moved forward and blocked Qin Ding Ling. Bing Sai Chuan's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Wait, Immortal Concubine of Celestial Court. He called Qin Ding Ling an immortal concubine, implying that Qin Ding Ling was once Giant Sun Immortal's woman. But soon, Bing Sai Chuan turned to Fairy Myrtle, but immortal concubine Qin's doubts are also my doubts. Fairy Myrtle, I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. Bing Sai Chuan could not hold back anymore. Because Fairy Myrtle took a long time to make the deduction, it was not the same as before. Fairy Myrtle stopped the Wisdom Path formation and dealt with the Gu worms in front of everyone. She casually came up with an excuse, the situation this time is different from the last time, Fang Yuan is prepared. But I still managed to deduce his location. Where? Qin Ding Ling immediately asked. Fairy Myrtle had already kept the core immortal goo, she answered. Fang Yuan's main body is still in Dragon Palace. She spoke the truth. There was no point in hiding Fang Yuan's location now. Because demon immortal Qi Ju had his own will, he was rapidly approaching Spectral Soul while myriad-year flying warship was following him. Thus, Fang Yuan's main body's location was clear at a glance. Chase! Qin Ding Ling immediately ordered. Celestial Court's immortal goo houses coordinated with each other as they flew away. Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven also followed. But the three sides were quite far away from each other, the atmosphere between them was very subtle. Fairy Myrtle's side was powerless, she wanted to stop Celestial Court in advance, but Longevity Heaven's alliance was not solid at this moment, they were completely divided at heart. As for Celestial Court? Qin Ding Ling could not confirm whether Fairy Myrtle's answer was true or false, but since Fang Yuan was not in the Dream Realm, only Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying warship were left. Qin Ding Ling looked at Spectral Soul's performance, there was a higher chance that Fang Yuan was in Dragon Palace. And before finding the location of Fang Yuan's main body, Qin Ding Ling did not want to attack Fairy Myrtle. Because it would take too much time to attack. If during this time, Spectral Soul and Fang Yuan died, Celestial Court would not be able to target them, it would be a huge loss. On Longevity Heaven's side, Bing Sai Chuan also wanted to act according to the situation. He did not want to act rashly, because his side did not have enough strength to suppress the enemy, he needed to use this opportunity to target Fang Yuan. Once they killed Fang Yuan, their battle gains would be extremely bountiful. All three sides' targets were Fang Yuan. This chance to eliminate Fang Yuan was too rare, it was 1 in a million. Boom! With a loud bang, the Dragon Palace crashed into the ground like a meteor, smashing through a mountain peak. Under Fang Yuan's killer move, they were rapidly refined with unprecedented efficiency. 1, 2, 5, 10. The lightning pool's water level stabilized before falling rapidly. The lightning in the sky suddenly stopped. Providence was not stupid, it knew that this would only result in failure, it would instead benefit Fang Yuan. It immediately started to transform the myriad tribulation. The heavenly path encompassed all living beings, it encompassed lightning path, it could turn into endless lightning. It also encompassed other paths, it naturally had other forms of the myriad tribulation. Since Fang Yuan restrained it, Providence immediately stopped, it changed to another method to wreak havoc in the sovereign immortal aperture. Normally speaking, myriad tribulation's content was fixed, it was whatever it was. But Fang Yuan's myriad tribulation was very special, it was formed from 3,000 heaven path Dao marks, Providence could freely manipulate it and change its form. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of Fang Yuan's tribulation by countless times. This is too much. The old combat beast king slowly woke up, he had already separated from the star sea snail. In a deep pit on the ground, his old body was buried in the fragments of the star sea snail. Looking at the myriad tribulation's transformation in the sky, this rank 8 Gu immortal showed deep despair on his face. At the same time, in the outside world. Spectral Soul, I will lend you a hand. Demon immortal Qi Ju finally rushed over. Spectral Soul received reinforcements but he had an unhappy expression, he only snorted coldly in reply. Chapter 2062. Demon immortal Qi Ju rushed over and immediately attacked Qi Si Ancestor. The secluded domain of heaven and earth above his head, Shi Land, countered Qi Path too much. Qi Si Ancestor was Dragon Palace's greatest support, now that he was suppressed, Dragon Palace's situation became even worse. But soon, myriad-year flying warship also arrived and fought with all its might. Fang Yuan's side was surrounded by danger, but he managed to hold on with difficulty. Spectral Soul shouted coldly, his figure moved like a phantom as he slammed his palm on Dragon Palace again. Countless soul beast figures appeared on Dragon Palace's surface, it was like looking at flowers on horseback. Dragon Palace broke apart, it was heavily damaged both inside and outside. Dragon Palace activated Dreamy Light Smoke Killer move as Spectral Soul quickly retreated. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Qi Ju pointed at Dragon Palace. The airflow suddenly converged and then exploded in an instant. The corridors and pavilions outside the Dragon Palace had been completely destroyed by the explosion, leaving only a bare main hall. But now that it suffered a heavy blow from Demon Immortal Qi Ju, a hole appeared on the roof of the main hall, it could be seen inside and outside. Spectral Soul saw this and smiled coldly, praising, "Qi Ju, well done." At this point, anyone could tell that the Dragon Palace was in danger. If they put in more effort, Dragon Palace would be destroyed in an instant. Fang Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor could cooperate with each other, so could Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Spectral Soul. After Demon Immortal Qi Ju joined the battle, he suppressed Qi Si Ancestor and cooperated with Spectral Soul. Even though they did not have good teamwork, the two had rich battle experience, they could always find a place to cooperate. And it was this cooperation that pushed Dragon Palace to the brink of destruction. When Fairy Myrtle, Qin Ding Ling, Bing Sai Chuan, and the rest arrived, they saw Dragon Palace shattering into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai who were inside Dragon Palace's main hall showed their true bodies, but Myriad-year flying warship received them and brought them inside. Myriad-year flying warship was much faster than Dragon Palace, it moved forward and continued to escape. The three immortals were stunned before becoming overjoyed. Quick, Fang Yuan can't hold on any longer. Dragon Palace was destroyed. Myriad-year flying warship is fast, but in terms of defense, it is inferior to Dragon Palace. We must get rid of Fang Yuan and wash away the humiliation of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land, we have deep hatred with Longevity Heaven. Kill him and take all of his true inheritances and goo worms. Kill him and take all of his true inherit and goo worms. Fang Yuan, it is finally time for Shadow Sect to take care of you. We cannot give Fang Yuan Sect's palace. We can't give Fang Yuan any chance to fish in troubled waters. Fang Yuan, Gu and Ju and Si, and Soul. And King Fang Yuan encountered the greatest difficulty since King and Emperor. And Fang Yuan. God and Si, Spirit. And Earth God and Father and respectively. And Tian Demon of Emperor. Qin Ding Ling, Fairy Myrtle, and Bing Sai Chuan were famous Gu immortals in history, there was even a terrifying existence like Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan, you can't escape. Spectral Soul sneered in his mind, when he saw that everyone was focused on Fang Yuan, he did not chase away the others, he allowed the immortals to pursue him. Stay alert, be wary of Spectral Soul and Longevity Heaven. Qin Ding Ling instructed. This was truly a strange sight. Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and Shadow Sect worked together to pursue Fang Yuan, but they were wary of each other and held back. Fang Yuan did not create an internal conflict between the three parties because they were not ordinary Gu immortals. At the same time, Fang Yuan had deep enmity with them, the benefits he had were too great. Even if the three parties held back, their firepower was ferocious and their killer moves were strange and mystical. Myriad-year flying warship did not fly for long before it became heavily damaged, countless goo worms and corpses were scattered along the way. At this rate, there is no way out. Wu Shuai shouted, main body, our path to the north has been completely sealed. We can only escape southwest now. There is no hope, we can't hold on for long, Myriad-year flying warship is much more fragile than Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan's main body was sitting cross-legged, resisting the myriad tribulation inside as he commanded, then go underground and see if there is any chance of survival. Myriad-year flying warship swayed rapidly in the sky, dodging a black soul ball sent by spectral soul, but it was still engulfed by the attacks in the sky. The silver-white hull resisted the killer moves with difficulty. Soon, a portion of the hull dimmed and turned into white ash, drifting in the sky. In the end, it was swept away by the intense winds, vanishing without a trace. Myriad-year flying warship was like a flying fish that was getting injured. It plunged down towards the ground. Follow it. With 3 more rounds of attacks, this ship will definitely be destroyed. Fang Yuan must die. If we cannot win, we will destroy the sovereign immortal aperture as well. We cannot let outsiders benefit from it. Almost all 3 forces had similar communications and instructions. Boom! Myriad-year flying warship was like a silver-white meteor, directly crashing into the ground. Dust and smoke surged as the ground shook, but it could not intimidate the pursuers behind Fang Yuan. They entered the hole created by myriad-year flying warship. Boom boom boom, all sorts of killer moves were unleashed on myriad-year flying warship. Myriad-year flying warship quickly disintegrated. It was in grave danger. Ha ha ha, Fang Yuan is muddle-headed. Under the ground, myriad-year flying warship can't move easily, so we can easily hit it. There is no path to heaven, no door to hell. Fang Yuan, you demon, you slaughtered the innocent and harmed the world. Today's situation is the result of your actions. Offending us, this is your miserable ending. The immortals roared. Fang Yuan's defeat and escape caused their morale to soar to the extreme. If they worked harder, Fang Yuan's death would be right in front of them. Inside myriad-year flying warship, Wuxia was covered in blood. Under such intense attacks, myriad-year flying warship could not be repaired in time. Rumble, the immortals prepared for a moment before attacking again, creating a frenzied wave of attacks. Countless killer moves were separated from each other, trying their best to avoid internal friction. Like a terrifying tsunami, they surged towards myriad-year flying warship layer by layer. Die! Bam! At the moment of life and death, myriad-year flying warship smashed through the soil and rocks in front of it, charging into a spacious underground space. Myriad-year flying warship had the space to move quickly, avoiding most of the killer moves and narrowly escaping death. It was like a swimmer that was about to drown suddenly inhaled some air. What's going on? We chased him to Earth Abyss. Is this Fang Yuan's plan? Chase, we cannot let him escape. The immortals were stunned for a moment before breaking through the soil and rocks, charging into the underground space. It turned out that Fang Yuan was chased by spectral soul from Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range in the north of Central Continent to the southeast. Demon Immortal Qi Ju rushed over from the east and cooperated with spectral soul to force Fang Yuan to the southwest. Finally, Fairy Myrtle and the rest joined the battle from the south. Fang Yuan had no choice but to go west. After going west, they finally reached Ancient Soul Sect's territory. Ancient Soul Sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It had a long history. Under Ancient Soul Sect's territory, there was a huge underground abyss. Every layer of the underground abyss had an area of at least hundreds of millions of square kilometers. The space was vast and mysterious. There were all kinds of caves and tunnels. Some were like mazes, some formed huge underground lakes, and some were as empty as plains. There were countless lifeforms living here. In Fang Yuan's previous life, a terrifying beast tide surged out of Earth Abyss, wreaking havoc on the whole of Central Continent. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects spent several years to exterminate the beast tide on the surface of Central Continent. Afterwards, they disregarded their factions and invited both righteous and demonic path Gu Masters and Gu Immortals to explore Earth Abyss together. In the end, they found that Earth Abyss was unfathomably deep. There were layers after layers. By the time Fang Yuan was reborn, he had already discovered 107 layers. It was impossible to estimate how many layers there were. The environment here is complex, there are many lifeforms, the deeper we go, the more immemorial desolate beasts there are, this is indeed the best place to escape to. Wu Shuai, who was in myriad-year flying warship, realized. Relying on Earth Abyss, myriad-year flying warship situation started to improve. But towards Fang Yuan's scheme, the pursuers led by Spectral Soul understood it clearly. Many Gu immortals no longer held back, they used all their methods. They were on guard against each other earlier, but now that they had chased all the way here, no one was willing to give up. Fang Yuan's situation was still dangerous, myriad-year flying warship's destruction speed was much slower, but it was still sliding towards the edge of the cliff of destruction. Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai worked together and used their brains to their fullest extent, but they were still unable to shake off the pursuers. At most, they were only able to create a gap between the pursuers. In the first group, the one closest to myriad-year flying warship was Spectral Soul. Next were Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Qi Si Ancestor, and Qing Chou. In the third group were Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and Shadow Sects Fairy Myrtle. Boom! Myriad-year flying warship, which was on the verge of collapse, smashed through the rocks and entered the next layer. Countless bats flew around, escaping in panic. There were millions and millions of bats living in this level. They were like a black tide, vast and boundless. Ordinary bats were smashed into minced meat by myriad-year flying warship, while the alarmed immemorial black bats charged against the tide. On this floor, the black bat swarm was fully deserving of being the overlord. They were alarmed by myriad-year flying warship, they were determined to punish this daring intruder. Spectral Soul arrived soon after. He saw the sky full of black bats and was overjoyed. Fang Yuan, heaven is not on your side, it seems that this layer will be your burial ground. Spectral Soul suddenly roared. The whistling sound spread out, and wherever it went, the black bats died instantly. Even the ancient black bats were not spared. Only the immemorial black bat staggered in the air, barely holding on. Spectral Soul roared, countless bat souls emerged from the corpses of these black bats. These souls quickly fused with his roar, turning into black fog that covered myriad-year flying warship. Myriad-year flying warship quickly disintegrated under the corrosion of the black fog, it could not hold on any longer. Collect the core immortal Gu, prepare to abandon the ship. Fang Yuan's main body ordered decisively. Just like when they abandoned Dragon Palace, they tried to retrieve the core immortal Gu at the final moment. Dragon Palace's core immortal Gu, Dream Token, had already been retrieved. But the battle was dangerous, when the immortal Gu house was facing destruction, retrieving the core immortal Gu was only a matter of manpower, it was up to fate. Sometimes, because they were too anxious, they extracted the core immortal Gu too quickly, causing the core immortal Gu to be heavily injured and destroyed afterwards. At the next moment, myriad-year flying warship broke apart, Fang Yuan's main body and Wu Shuai were completely inside the black fog. He is here. I will block him. Wu Shuai blocked in front of Fang Yuan. I said it before, this escape is futile. Spectral Soul approached, his tone was cold as ice. Qi Si Ancestor and the second group of people had just arrived, they saw the sky filled with black fog, silver-white fragments were scattered and dissipating, Spectral Soul was attacking Fang Yuan's main body. No! Qi Si Ancestor was too far away, he could only shout in his mind. Chapter 2063. When Fairy Myrtle and the rest chased after them, they saw an endless black bat group. In this layer of underground abyss, the black bat group was the sole overlord that ruled over all living beings. Now that they had been violated, they had completely fallen into a state of madness and rage. Immemorial black bats controlled ancient black bats enslaved desolate beast black bats swept through countless ordinary black bats. When Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Celestial Court chased after them, the furious Black Bat group vented their anger on them. Even the Gu Immortals of the three forces, the top experts of the current world, could not help but freeze. Why are there so many Black Bats? We need to kill the immemorial Black Bats in the Black Bat group to disperse these beasts. There are too many of them, the size of these Black Bats is too shocking. We cannot waste time with them, don't forget that our main target is Fang Yuan. The three forces charged into the Black Bat group, it was like they were attacking a fierce wave. These Gu Immortals were all top rank 8s of the current generation, even though the Black Bat group was huge, they could not match the Immortals in terms of strength. But even though the Immortals created a bloody path, myriad-year flying warship, Spectral Soul, and Qing Chou were nowhere to be seen. What happened? Where are they? They did not leave any clues behind. This is impossible, we clearly followed the traces of their battle and followed them here. The Immortals were shocked and bewildered. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with golden light, the countless Black Bats around it melted and cleared out a large area of space. Bing Sai Chuan's impatient voice came from Calamity Luck Altar, Fairy Myrtle, tell me, where did Fang Yuan go? Old man Zheng Yuan snorted coldly, how would we know? Qing Ding Ling sneered, Shadow Sect, do you really think we do not know your tricks? You are chasing after them, on one hand, you cannot catch up to them, on the other hand, aren't you interfering with us? Qing Ding Ling's tone was very sharp. Her words were meant to sow discord, and she told the truth. Instantly, the Shadow Sect became extremely passive. Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul, Qing Chou, Qi Si, and Qi Ju had all vanished, this was too strange. This made the three forces chasing at the back feel anxious. Fairy Myrtle frowned and said in a low voice, we have also lost contact with his lordship. I strongly suspect that other forces have already interfered. The most important thing right now is to find them. If we fight among ourselves, it will only allow this power to succeed. Bing Sai Chuan's voice was cold, he did not conceal his killing intent, then I want to see the abilities of a wisdom path great expert. Humph, just wait and see, Fairy Myrtle said, then immediately took action, activating a killer move and quickly deducing. Qing Ding Ling did not speak, but she did not conceal her killing intent. Once she found out that the Shadow Sect was playing tricks on her, the Celestial Court would definitely surround and kill the Shadow Sect. Squeak squeak squeak, the surrounding Black Bats swarmed over again, the other Gu Immortals hesitated for a moment before taking action, helping Fairy Myrtle to resist the beast group. Fairy Myrtle's body was covered in a purple-gold fog, the fog spread and continued to spread. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned pale, her immortal essence was expended intensely, her body started to tremble as she opened her eyes, revealing a pair of eyes that were filled with purple light. The purple-gold fog quickly disappeared, Fairy Myrtle's eyes also returned to normal. Her aura was clearly weaker, she had used all her strength in the deduction earlier. Under the Immortal's gazes, she let out a breath of air, I deduced it, a battlefield killer move engulfed them, causing us to miss our target. Battlefield killer move? Who could be lying in ambush here? Humph, what proof do you have? Fairy Myrtle sneered, as a wisdom path great expert, she would not make baseless claims, she split up the bat group and guided the Immortals to identify a trace of Earth Path aura that was about to dissipate. The Immortals captured this aura and started to analyze it. It is an Earth Path immortal move indeed. It really seems to be a battlefield killer move. Watch my method, I will find it. A Gu Immortal from Celestial Court made a move, he was very confident when he attacked, but soon, he returned in defeat without any results. Soon, this trace of Earth Path aura dissipated, leaving behind a huge number of Black Bats that continued to attack the three groups of Immortals. The Immortals' expressions were very ugly. Some were still suspicious of Shadow Sect, some were thinking about how to excavate the Immortal battlefield, while some had no choice but to attack the Black Bats. On Longevity Heaven's side, Bing Sai Chuan was still skeptical. Fairy Myrtle's mood was the heaviest. She dealt with the black bats while shouting at Celestial Court, "You should be very familiar with this trace of Earth Path aura." Celestial Court, what do you think? Qin Dingling was silent for a while before speaking. That's right, this is similar to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method. Our thoughts are the same, find this immortal battlefield and destroy it. So it is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's force, no wonder. Bing Sai Chuan realized at once. Among the 10 venerables in history, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most skilled in immortal battlefield killer moves. In this aspect, he was publicly recognized as the #1 venerable in the world. Right now, the reincarnation battlefield that he created was still in Central Continent, shared by the 10 great ancient sections. As for why Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's force attacked, none of the immortals present were surprised. Everyone knew about the conflict between Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered the world, he brought terror and chaos, the people of the 5 regions had no way to live, the righteous path declined and the demonic path rose. Ever since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable started cultivating, he had been trying to bring order to the world, to suppress demons and eliminate disasters, to benefit the people of the world. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had opposing ideologies. To find Paradise Earth's battlefield and destroy it, the difficulty. Bing Sai Chuan shook his head, even an expert like him felt hesitant and troubled. Why did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's force attack? Why did he set up an ambush here? A Gu Immortal asked. This question made Fairy Myrtle's mood even heavier, her expression was shrouded by a thick layer of dark clouds. It must be Fang Yuan. Even though there was no evidence, Fairy Myrtle still said it with absolute certainty. She had fought with Fang Yuan too many times, she was the loser every time. Fairy Myrtle had tasted this feeling of failure too many times, she was already used to it. Every time she thought that victory was in her grasp, Fang Yuan would cause trouble. The current situation gave Fairy Myrtle the same feeling, it was extremely familiar. Qin Dingling agreed with Fairy Myrtle's deduction, we are chasing after Fang Yuan, but from another perspective, we are being led by Fang Yuan. One chasing and one escaping, this route is controlled by Fang Yuan. If he cooperated with Paradise Earth's force, this situation would have been the easiest. But why is Paradise Earth's force cooperating with a demon like Fang Yuan? We have not seen it with our own eyes, is this a force left behind by Paradise Earth? If it is, which Paradise Earth force is it? Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most recent venerable, he naturally had the most forces left behind. But different from the other venerables, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not intentionally support any forces. Celestial Court was a force created by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Longevity Heaven was originally Giant Sun Immortal's Grotto Heaven, it was a foundation created by his inheritance. Shadow Sect was an organization created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul after his death, using Zombie Alliance as a shell. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was different, he supported and helped countless forces. For example, Eastern Seas Merman Imperial Court, he could not bear to see the merfolk being bullied. Or Southern Borders Mushroom Man Paradise, he did not want to see the Mushroom Men being slaughtered mercilessly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had methods to transform his immortal aperture into a paradise, he had helped a large number of Gu Immortals and many Grotto Heavens and blessed lands in his life. He even helped legendary immemorial beasts, like the Blue Dragon Whale. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not just help humans, he also helped variant humans and all living beings. Thus, in this aspect, he was the most benevolent and compassionate venerable. Even though Celestial Court's Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable also helped all living beings, he mostly focused on saving nature and restoring the environment. The other venerables had offensive methods, only Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had also left behind true inheritances in various places. Southern Border's Mushroom Man Paradise was one of them. Thus, Paradise Earth's leader, Southern Border Gu Immortal Lu Wei Yin, claimed to be Paradise Earth's inheritor. Nobody could refute him. Back then, before the Fate formation, Fairy Myrtle had personally entered Mushroom Man Paradise and borrowed Benevolence Gu. The Immortals could not guess. Paradise Earth's actions caused many forces and Gu Immortals to be connected to him. It was hard to say which force was among them. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had been eliminating spectral souls' influence his entire life. He showed kindness and brought peace to people. Would his force cooperate with a demon like Fang Yuan? But this is not impossible. Isn't Celestial Court also cooperating with us temporarily? Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with dark clouds. The more she thought about it, the worse she felt. The reason why Celestial Court cooperated with Shadow Sect was to let Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul exhaust each other. It would be best if they could eliminate these two demons at the same time. If they had such thoughts, why would Paradise Earth's force cooperate with Fang Yuan? With Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's status and nature, he would not do such a shady thing. But the Immortal Venerable had already passed away. Nobody could say for sure what kind of nature his force or inheritor had. This situation is definitely out of Master's expectations. But there is an even worse situation. That is, this is all Fang Yuan's scheme. He did not hesitate to give up Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying warship to lure Master into this battlefield. No matter what the situation is, I need to do my best to save Master as soon as possible. Fairy Myrtle had a bad premonition. She was very anxious. She was a wisdom path great expert. Any premonitions or changes in her mood were important to her. Spectral Soul naturally had an advantage against Fang Yuan. But if he faced another venerable force, it would be hard to say. And most importantly, this venerable force was the Paradise Earth force that targeted Spectral Soul the most in history. At the same time, in the Earth Path battlefield, Spectral Soul looked at the surging yellow sand around him. His expression was cold as ice. Good, very good. You are Lu Wei Yin, the current generation Southern Border inheritor of Paradise Earth? A Gu Immortal stepped on a yellow cloud as he bowed towards Spectral Soul. Lord Demon Venerable is wise. I have been waiting here for a long time. At the side, Fang Yuan urged, Lu Wei Yin, I have lured him here. Don't expect me to take action now. I need to see your sincerity. Ugh. Fang Yuan stopped talking and retreated rapidly. But it was too late. In an instant, Spectral Soul suddenly appeared in front of him, using an unknown method. Fang Yuan, you were careless. It has been hard on you to escape to this point. Die. Spectral Soul stretched out his hand and grabbed Fang Yuan's neck. Chapter 2064. Spectral Soul was truly a demon venerable who had fought his way up. If it were anyone else, they would be on guard and wait for a chance to break out. Furthermore, his combat experience was too rich. Once he fell into a trap, he actually took advantage of this opportunity. Needless to say, his timing was perfect. Fang Yuan had been chased by 3 parties. He felt huge pressure. Now that he was safe here, it was normal for him to relax. Spectral Soul used words to confuse him while secretly preparing a killer move. His move was silent. In the current 5 regions, only Southern Border's Wu Yong's Qi concealment method could match it. Thus, once he activated it, Spectral Soul immediately changed the situation. He grabbed Fang Yuan's neck tightly. And Spectral Soul's move was extraordinary. It was called Soul Shattering Hand. This move could only be used in close combat. After all, Gu Immortals rarely fought in close combat. Most of them fought from afar. Only a few paths like Transformation Path and Strength Path focused on close combat. Soul Shattering Hand's area of effect was extremely short. It had a huge flaw, but Spectral Soul still grasped it and could not bear to part with it. Because once it was hit, it would be extremely powerful. The person hit would not be able to escape. it had the effect of deciding the outcome. At the next moment, soul-shattering hand activated. A smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face again, but Spectral Soul's expression turned grim. Fang Yuan, in his hand rapidly turned into sand, vanishing into thin air. It was a puppet made of sand. Sand flew in the sky. Fang Yuan's praise could be heard from within, spectacular indeed. Friend Lu, you did not waste so much effort and time to create this illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield. Fang Yuan did not conceal his voice. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. He immediately searched for traces of the sand and arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul attacked again, but Fang Yuan did not dodge. At the next moment, Fang Yuan crumbled, turning into countless sand and dispersing again. Spectral Soul finally showed a rare frown. Lu Wei Yin's voice could be heard. Fang Yuan, you are too kind. Spectral Soul is simply too powerful. I had to use my most powerful battlefield killer move. I won't hide it from you. Although this battlefield originated from Paradise Earth's true inheritance, it has undergone several generations of innovation and has undergone many changes. The transformation just now is Sha Zhao's substitute. It can confuse the enemy's senses and attract their firepower. Lu Wei Yin, you don't want the Mushroom Man Paradise in southern border? To think that I, the Shadow Sect, let you off back then. Spectral Soul shouted coldly, staring at Lu Wei Yin's sand ape. He knew that Fang Yuan and Lu Wei Yin were purposely saying those words to lower his morale and pressure him. In a battle between experts, every word was a battle. Especially in the hands of Information Path Gu immortals, their words were even sharper. Every word was like a sharp spear. The opponent could not let their guard down. Fang Yuan ignored Spectral Soul. He continued to speak to Lu Wei Yin. Such a powerful battlefield killer move, it was worth it to destroy 2 immortal Gu houses as bait to lower this old geezer's wariness. Next, we will have to rely on you. Lu Wei Yin knew about Fang Yuan's tribulation. In fact, Fang Yuan's unrestrained heavenly mark was a gift from Lu Wei Yin. The truth was, Fang Yuan did not trust Lu Wei Yin. His main target was not Earth Abyss but Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan did not know much about Lu Wei Yin. There was not much information about him in his memories from 500 years ago. Right now, not only was Spectral Soul trapped in illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield, Fang Yuan was the same. Moreover, Fang Yuan's 2 immortal Gu houses, Dragon Palace and Myriad-Year Flying Warship, were destroyed. He lost a lot of Gu worms. The core immortal Gu he brought back were all injured. Spectral Soul laughed sinisterly. Fang Yuan, hide well. Maybe Lu Wei Yin will let you out? He, but it doesn't matter. Paradise Earth is gone. No matter what kind of Earth Path battlefield it is, it cannot trap me for long. Once I understand the profundity of this, it will be the day you die. Lu Wei Yin did not reply. He activated the battlefield. Yellow sand flew around Spectral Soul. A figure charged out of the sand. It was Fang Yuan's Qi Si clone. Qi Si ancestor saw Spectral Soul and was stunned, as if he had charged through the sandstorm earlier. He did not expect Spectral Soul to be here. But at the next moment, Qi Si ancestor immediately attacked, using Qi Path methods to attack Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. He blocked the attack and was about to counterattack when he saw Qi Si ancestor getting engulfed by the sand again, vanishing without a trace. Spectral Soul immediately chased after him, diving into the yellow sand, but he could not find Qi Si ancestor's whereabouts. Another figure attacked. It was Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Spectral Soul was about to greet him, but he saw that Demon Immortal Qi Ju's expression was not right. He became vigilant. As expected, at the next moment, Demon Immortal Qi Ju also attacked him. Spectral Soul blocked and shouted, Qi Ju, what are you doing? Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled coldly, Qi Si ancestor, since you provoked me, I will show you the true power of Qi Path. Hearing this, Spectral Soul was stunned. He thought, don't tell me, this is another ability of the Earth Path battlefield. It can confuse enemies and allies? Spectral Soul could recognize the sand puppet as Fang Yuan, but Spectral Soul could not. Then, this battlefield could disguise him as Qi Si Ancestor. It was not strange that Demon Immortal Qi Ju was deceived. Spectral Soul and Demon Immortal Qi Ju fought for more than 10 rounds. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was injured, he was engulfed by the sand again. Next was Qing Chou. Spectral Soul, I want you to die. I want you to die. Qing Chou was still going crazy. The rank 9 immortal goo aura on its body was extremely dense. Spectral Soul's heart jumped. Like this, at times, it was Qi Si Ancestor, at times, it was Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and at times, it was legendary immemorial desolate beast Qing Chou. They appeared and disappeared amidst the sand, engaging in continuous battles against Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul had incredible battle strength, surpassing any of them, but whenever he gained a slight advantage, Lu Wei-yin, who was behind the scenes, would immediately switch targets. Spectral Soul could not do anything about it. Spectral Soul was attacked repeatedly, he was also covered by the sand, he could not get away for the moment, he could only fight passively. At the back of the battlefield, Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation with all his strength. Wu Shuai, on the other hand, was guarding him with a vigilant expression. Beside him, countless army ants gathered into a hollow sphere, protecting him and Fang Yuan. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the myriad tribulation had already turned into a torrential flood. The flood engulfed the surrounding 10,000 li. Fang Yuan's mini-5 regions were all affected, a large number of small-scale resource points were destroyed. Mini-Central Continent Spirit Spring Forest, Kokitahara's Bone Burial Ground, Contact Heart River Bank, Mini-Western Desert's Eerie Fire Dragon Python Pit, Sand Gull Soil Bank, Mini-Southern Borders Become Dragon Mound, Heaven's Ceiling Mountain, and Mini-Eastern Seas Jade Beard Lake were all heavily damaged. And the resource points that were heavily protected by Fang Yuan were also greatly impacted. Fang Yuan's losses were severe. There was no choice, he had already used all his strength. Fortunately, his efforts and sacrifices were not in vain. The number of heavenly Dao marks that he had refined had already reached more than 20. The first myriad tribulation was the myriad destruction lightning forest tribulation. Fang Yuan finally came up with a countermeasure to deal with it. Under the control of Providence, the Heaven Path Dao marks immediately changed the contents of the myriad tribulation. Fang Yuan's countermeasure quickly lost its effectiveness. If this situation happened to most Gu immortals in the world, it would be a desperate situation. But for Fang Yuan, every change in the myriad tribulation was a great opportunity for him. Because he had the killer move Exposed Heavenly Secret. Exposed Heavenly Secret allowed Fang Yuan to accurately predict what the next calamity or tribulation would be. Even though he might not have enough time to prepare, this was already a qualitative change. After all, the biggest reason why calamities and tribulations were troublesome and dangerous was that they were hard to predict. Once they were accurately predicted, the threat of the calamity or tribulation would fall by several times. Of course, even if the predicted myriad tribulation was a myriad tribulation, it was still a myriad tribulation. Thus, the sovereign immortal aperture was flooded and countless resources were destroyed. Fang Yuan's losses were severe indeed, but this was not a bad thing. The power of the myriad tribulation continued to fall. Because the essence of the heavenly Tao was balance, the greater Fang Yuan's losses, the smaller the imbalance. Even with Providence, it still followed the principles of the heavenly Tao. More and more Heaven Path Tao marks were refined by Fang Yuan, his refinement efficiency was rising rapidly. The first step was the most difficult. Fang Yuan sacrificed all of his soul beasts to break through this greatest predicament of his life. He succeeded. Even though the myriad tribulation was still rampaging, Fang Yuan had already gotten a breather, he was starting to turn the situation around. Spectral Soul fell into a tough battle. Lu Wei-yin's illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield forced him into a passive state. Qi Si Ancestor, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Qing Chou, and Lu Wei-yin could even work together to attack Spectral Soul. Qing Chou was blinded by hatred. It was once used by Spectral Soul, but here, Lu Wei-yin moved it around casually. Spectral Soul could not make use of it. Intense winds blew, yellow sand flew into the sky. Suddenly, the fine sand turned into rocks. They spun on their own while flying rapidly. In an instant, countless flying rocks covered heaven and earth, enveloping Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul waved his hand and threw out a cloud of smoke. A small portion of the flying rocks vanished into the black smoke, but most of them pierced through the black smoke and arrived in front of Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's body suddenly vanished. When he appeared again, he was already at the other side of the battlefield. He dodged almost all of the flying rocks, but when these flying rocks landed in the swirling yellow sand, they turned back into sand. Next, the sand in the sky condensed into a smooth yellow flying rock, flying towards Spectral Soul. This move is called Flying Sand Turning Rocks. Please take a look at it, Lord Spectral Soul. Lu Wei-yin said calmly. Child's play. Spectral Soul growled, his body shook as black smoke rumbled, with him as the center, it spread rapidly in all directions. Spin. Spectral Soul vanished into the thick black smoke as he shouted. At the next moment, the black smoke started to spin like a whirlpool. Spectral Soul was at the center. He breathed in and released the black smoke at the same time. When the flying rocks entered the black smoke, they were immediately corroded into sand, before being swept away by the black smoke and absorbed into Spectral Soul's immortal aperture. This response made Lu Wei-yin praise, amazing, as expected of Lord Spectral Soul. However, my battlefield killer move's location was carefully chosen. It is placed on the Earth Vein node. Lord Spectral Soul, no matter how many flying rocks you absorb, this battlefield of mine can absorb Earth Chi from the Earth Vein at any time to replenish itself. Thus, unless the Earth Vein's power is completely exhausted, these flying rocks will be endless. These words did not affect Spectral Soul. This former demon venerable sneered with killing intent. Lu Wei-yin, do you think I used this move to break your flying sand turning rocks? Oh no. Lu Wei-yin paled. He could not react in time. At the next moment, yellow sand fell to the ground. A layer of illusory sand shifting shadow battlefield's power was corroded by the black smoke, returning to a yellow land. My killer move singing sand as rice was actually broken. So fast. Lu Wei-yin had an ugly expression. Spectral Soul moved stealthily. He was dealing with flying sand turning rocks on the surface, but he was actually targeting singing sand as rice. Now that this move was broken, the sand puppets were no longer obstructing him. Demon Immortal Qi Ju saw the truth, while Fang Yuan also revealed his location. Fang Yuan, how much longer do you want to hide? Spectral Soul pounced at Fang Yuan without hesitation. Wu Shuai tried to resist, but the defense created by the army ants was instantly torn apart by Spectral Soul. A dark soul ball flew out and arrived in front of Fang Yuan in a few breaths of time. Fang Yuan had been sitting cross-legged. He opened his eyes and smiled lightly. I don't need to hide. Rumble. An immortal goo house suddenly appeared, covering Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai. The dark soul ball landed on the immortal goo house and erupted with terrifying power. But this immortal goo house was like a mountain, it did not budge. Chapter 2065. An immortal goo house suddenly appeared in the battlefield. It was like a mountain, but it was not tall. From the bottom to the top, there were clear layers. The surface was smooth and round. Thus, it was like a tower, piled up with dozens of drums of varying sizes. This immortal goo house was yellowish-brown in color. There was a layer of dense sand on the surface. It gave off a strong feeling of stability and stability. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. This Earth Path Immortal Goo House was an unexpected gain from Fang Yuan's Dream Realm exploration. It was different from most immortal goo houses. The most fundamental difference was that this immortal goo house did not have a core immortal goo. it was constructed with an immortal killer move as the core. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had 3 core killer moves. The most important one was Accumulating Soil Mountain. This move was very special. It could not be used for offense, movement, healing, or anything else. Using this move, the Goo Immortal could stack Earth Path Goo worms and make them form an immortal Goo house. Even if the Goo Immortal using the killer move had no formation path attainment level. Mastering this killer move was equivalent to mastering the foundation of this immortal Goo house, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Thus, every Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had a different appearance. In fact, even the same Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress would have different forms and powers because of the different Earth Path Goo worms added into it. Fang Yuan had already created Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress for a long time. He obtained the complete blueprints from the Dream Realm. He also obtained a large number of Earth Path Immortal Goo from the Blue Dragon Whale. In fact, he had already obtained this rank 8 Immortal Goo house before the Fate War. Right now, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was taken out by Fang Yuan. It changed the situation. Spectral Soul's attacks on Fang Yuan were ineffective again. Lu Wei-yin, Qing Chou, and the rest attacked one after another, forcing him to deal with them first. I thought that Fang Yuan was only bluffing earlier. I forced him too much. He had to give up Dragon Palace and Myriad-Year Flying Warship, these 2 immortal Goo houses. But now, it seems that he was truly trying to lure me into an ambush. Spectral Soul's heart sank. In truth, Fang Yuan's action of abandoning the 2 immortal Goo houses had greatly lowered his guard. After all, the Dragon Palace and Myriad-Year Flying Warship had been destroyed one after another. It was impossible not to feel that Fang Yuan was at the end of his rope. He didn't expect Fang Yuan to have such a hidden card. Lu Wei-yin was also surprised, thinking, Fang Yuan is willing to pay such a heavy price to lure Spectral Soul. Was this a kind of trust in him? Or was this a test of their first cooperation? In fact, Fang Yuan had no other choice. Although he had been hiding this Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, there was a huge flaw. Their flying speed was too slow. If there was a ranking list of immortal Goo houses, Fang Yuan's Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress would definitely be at the bottom. There was no doubt about it. Honestly speaking, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was like a tortoise among immortal Goo houses. It moved slowly, only slightly better than an immortal formation. It was a terrible sight to behold. But there were gains and losses. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had a huge weakness in terms of movement speed, but its defense was terrifying. If Spectral Soul, Lu Wei-yin, and the rest knew about Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress weakness, they would understand some of Fang Yuan's weaknesses. Demon Immortal Qi Ju naturally did not want to be trapped in the battlefield. He did not doubt Spectral Soul's determination to break out of the battlefield. He thought about it and smiled. My Shi land can indeed destroy this Earth Path Immortal Goo house, but the price will be extremely high. After all, I cultivate Qi Path, not Earth Path. It is very likely that after I succeed, Shi land will be completely destroyed. But it is not impossible to make this deal. The crucial thing is, what kind of price can you pay for me to make such a huge sacrifice? What, you think I can't take it out? Spectral Soul immediately asked. You are a venerable, your foundation is extraordinary, I am looking forward to it. But until now, even though you have given me many types of true inheritances, they are lacking in any of them. I am truly disappointed. Humph. In your eyes, only venerable inheritances are worthy of being mentioned. Of course. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's tone was direct. Only venerable inheritances are worthy of my attention. To speak the truth, I am very interested in Spectral Soul's true inheritances. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was an old demon. In this situation, he actually asked for Spectral Soul's soul path true inheritances. This was a shameless move. Spectral Soul naturally did not want to be taken advantage of. He rejected in a forceful tone, Qi Ju, don't forget our goal. If you do not use your full strength now, how can you kill Fang Yuan? You and I might get trapped in this battlefield and become prey for others. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was silent. The situation was tense now, the Earth Path battlefield was unfathomable, he had not explored it yet. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was only probing earlier, since Spectral Soul was so forceful, it was better to cooperate and get through this crisis first. Even though Spectral Soul unraveled a layer of this Earth Path battlefield's transformation, Lu Wei-yin, Qing Chou, and Qi Si ancestors' attacks still gave him huge pressure. Even though Demon Immortal Qi Ju restrained Fang Yuan's Qi Si clone, under Lu Wei-yin's control, Qi Si ancestor tried not to fight with Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Instead, Qing Chou was often used, this fool dared to fight and charge, it was crazy and reckless, Demon Immortal Qi Ju was in a difficult spot. Battlefield killer moves were hard to set up, but once they were set up, the Gu Immortal would have a huge territorial advantage. Formation Path and Enslavement Path were both paths that could fight against many, because once these two paths were used to their full potential, the upper limit of one's strength would be very high. And this illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was a killer move created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. After being modified, it became even more threatening. Furthermore, this battlefield was located in Earth Abyss now, it was connected to the Earth Vein, using the endless power of the Earth, Spectral Soul and Qi Ju felt troubled. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the Myriad Tribulation was still ongoing. The content of the Myriad Tribulation changed again, it turned from a torrential flood to a blazing inferno, burning everything and creating endless heat waves. I have already refined more than 100 Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan made new progress. Each Myriad Tribulation's transformation was a crisis for him. On the other side, Lu Wei-yin inherited Paradise Earth's will to eliminate Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan was the key, but so was Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan did not face much pressure from the outside world now, he was even more wary of Spectral Soul, he did not hesitate to target Spectral Soul. Wu Shuai joined the battle. At once, army ants gathered into an ant river that surged toward Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul split a portion of his attention to use killer moves to resist them. Wu Shuai was Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone, he mainly cultivated Enslavement Path, even though he had not cultivated for a long time, he inherited the inheritance of the Dragonman race, as well as the true Wu Shuai inheritance. After several rounds of attacks, Lu Wei-yin was energized, he was overjoyed, even though Wu Shuai does not fight personally, he has rank 8 cultivation level. His battle strength is quite impressive. Good, with him around, it is Spectral Soul's turn to feel pressure. With him controlling the battlefield, even Qing Chou could be surrounded, not to mention Wu Shuai who was willing to cooperate. Wu Shuai soon integrated into the encirclement, his tempo became faster and he exerted greater pressure on Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was the strongest in the current world, but his soul had not reached its peak state. Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Qi Si Ancestor could not defeat Spectral Soul, but they could fight him for dozens of rounds. With Wu Shuai's addition, there was a qualitative change, he was a crucial factor in the balance of battle strength. Lu Wei-yin and the rest's attacks could be said to be endless. Spectral Soul started to become passive, he started to get tired of dealing with the encirclement. Immortal Killer Move, Breathless Breaths. Demon Immortal Qi Ju stretched out 2 fingers, pointing at the top and foundation of Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. At once, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was unable to move. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly, his breathing was no longer smooth. Worse still, the immortal essence that he was injecting into Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress started to become intermittent. Immortal Gu houses needed to expend a lot of immortal essence to activate. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was the same, after being hit by this move, its defense started to fluctuate between strong and weak. A huge weakness of Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was exposed. It was too slow, it could only take most killer moves head-on. Of course, its defense was extremely strong, it could expend a lot of the enemy Gu Immortal's immortal essence. Thus, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress tactic was a battle of attrition. Gu Immortals could heal inside, they could also use Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress to expend the enemy's immortal essence and investigate their killer moves. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress also lacked offensive methods. In fact, Demon Immortal Qi Ju could ignore Fang Yuan for now, he could join forces with Spectral Soul to deal with Lu Wei Yin and the rest. Fang Yuan was entangled by the myriad tribulation, he could only rely on Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress to fight, he posed little threat. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Explosion. Spectral Soul suddenly turned around, he endured the attacks of Lu Wei Yin and the rest as he flicked his fingers, sending out more than 10 black dots. The black dots quickly flew to the sky above Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, turning back into more than 10 immemorial soul beasts. These immemorial soul beasts charged down towards Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. The mountain-like beast bodies stacked together, completely burying Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. At the next moment, rumble. The terrifying explosion killed these immemorial soul beasts on the spot, they sacrificed their lives in exchange for this terrifying explosion, creating a pure black sphere of light. It was not as simple as placing them there, most of the time, some Gu worms or killer moves were needed to be used to place them in. Immortal Gu houses were a type of immortal formation that could be moved at will. To repair immortal Gu houses or immortal formations, one had to consider the influence and interference of the main body. But Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was not like that. For example, repairing other immortal Gu houses was like building a wooden tower, the Gu Immortal would need to place the same Gu worms into specific holes. During this process, the Gu Immortal would need to use all sorts of methods to hold the wooden tower and stabilize the wooden blocks around the holes, to prevent any accidents from happening during the process. But repairing Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was like dumping it. Because the core was an immortal killer move, no matter how many Earth Path Gu worms Fang Yuan put in, these Gu worms would fuse with the wooden tower and become extremely stable. In fact, its characteristics were even different from before. Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable attacked Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress for a long time, they finally had some information about it, but after Fang Yuan's attack, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress became different from before. He had to let Qi Ju and Spectral Soul probe their strength again. Qi Xianxia's arms shook as he stretched out two hands from his wide sleeves. He used his index and middle fingers to draw a huge circle in front of him, causing rumbling winds and clouds to gather. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Current Scissors. Streams of translucent Qi currents flew out of his sleeves at an extremely fast speed. These air currents seemed weak, but they were actually extremely sharp. They drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then converged into a translucent river of air currents. With a loud sound, the Qi Current Scissors River collided with the Vengeful Soul Black River. The Qi Current Scissors were pushed back, the Vengeful Soul Black River was heavily injured but it still charged forward, it soon got close to Qi Xianxia. Lu Wei Yin shouted as he activated the battlefield, creating a sand and stone barrier that blocked the Vengeful Soul Black River's weak point. Qi Xianxia's face was already red, he was having a hard time fighting against it, he used this chance to escape. Spectral Soul, why are you not dead yet? At the same time, Qing Chou roared as it pounced from the left. And on the right of Giant Spectral Soul, Wu Shuai did not make a sound, he controlled the countless army ants to attack Giant Spectral Soul's head like a black cloud. Pincer Attack. Spectral Soul stood on the spot. 300 arms blocked Qing Chou while 100 arms attacked Wu Shuai. Qing Chou charged with all its might, disregarding its own safety. Spectral Soul snickered, his black hands suddenly clenched, they were sharp like spears that countered soul beasts. At the next moment, close to 100 arms stabbed into Qing Chou's body, a large amount of green-black blood splattered all over the battlefield. Spectral Soul saw this blood and the eyes of the furious face shined. The cold face laughed sinisterly, "Soul beasts have no bloodline, but it seems that your body has already changed along with the refinement of hatred goo. Interesting. After this battle, I will cut you into pieces and research on you." The meaning was that Spectral Soul was definitely going to defeat Qing Chou. Qing Chou roared in pain, its snake-like neck moved rapidly, its roars almost pierced the immortal's eardrums. Its body was emitting smoke, it was also black soul smoke, almost the same as Spectral Soul's. Not just that, it opened its mouth and shot out more than 10 human-faced soul balls that were flickering with lightning. All sorts of attacks landed on giant Spectral Soul's body, but it was like a gust of wind hitting an ancient tree, the tree only shook slightly, its huge trunk did not budge at all. Spectral Soul's arms that stabbed into Qing Chou's body went deeper, they dug and twisted. Qing Chou screamed in pain, it was heavily injured by Spectral Soul and could not break free, its soul blood flowed like a river, it was a tragic scene. Seeing this, Wu Shuai, who cultivated enslavement path and had a weak body, did not dare to take the risk, he quickly retreated. Chapter 2068. In the boundless azure clouds, waves surged, waves splashed and waves crashed onto the shore. It was like a sea, but not a sea, clouds and mountains shrouded in fog, transforming endlessly with countless images. This was a killer move. This killer move was Fang Yuan's trump card, it was his trump card, it could even be considered his strongest offensive method currently. It was Immortal killer move, Unlimited Qi. This move was mystical. After Fang Yuan's modification, it not only used rank 8 Immortal Gu Big Qi as the core, it also had 10 Qi Path Immortal Gu as supplementary Gu and hundreds of thousands of Mortal Gu as the foundation. Moreover, it included Qi Path Immortal Materials, it could expend Immortal Materials to increase the power of this move. This move was mystical. It could absorb all the Qi in the world, Life Qi, Death Qi, Sword Qi, Blade Qi, Dusk Qi, Dawn Qi. The more Qi Path Immortal Materials it stored, the more powerful it would be. If it was used to attack, it would expend Immortal Essence and Immortal Materials. If it was used to defend, it would absorb external Qi currents. This move had vast power. Qi Xiang left behind this move, and Qi Xiang Grotto Heaven used this move to survive countless myriad tribulations. Myriad tribulations. Most rank 8 Gu immortals in this world did not even dare to go through one myriad tribulation, they would try their best to stall for time in their immortal aperture. Qi Xiang Grotto Heaven, however, was controlled by the heavenly spirit, it had survived countless myriad tribulations. After Fang Yuan annexed Qi Xiang's Grotto Heaven, he used the Light of Wisdom Gu to modify Unlimited Qi Si before the Fate War. Next, during the battle, he used this move to forcefully break the primordial Qi wall, shocking everyone in the world and the 5 regions Gu immortals. The primordial Qi wall was Primordial Origin's creation, it not only contained Qi Path Immortal Gu, but also Qi Path Immortal Materials. One of the characteristics of Qi Path was that it could use Qi Path Immortal Materials to replace Gu worms to use killer moves. Fang Yuan used Unlimited Qi Si to break the primordial Qi wall, he also absorbed a vast amount of immortal material Qi currents from the Qi wall. Fang Yuan broke it once, he broke it a second time. Not long ago, in the Celestial Court, he once again used his boundless Qi Si to absorb the immortal materials Qi flow in the primordial Qi wall and broke it. Breaking his Qi Si twice in a row, in addition to the large amount of immortal materials Fang Yuan had obtained from exploring the Qijue Paradise, caused the Qi reserves in his boundless Qi C to skyrocket to an extremely shocking level. As a result, the power of this move rose to a level that even Fang Yuan found terrifying. Fang Yuan willed and decisively used unlimited Qi C. His Qi C churned, and a huge white pillar of Qi condensed. It pressed down from the sky, and headed straight for the meatball-like monster. The pillar of energy was extremely thick. This scale had reached an unprecedented level, even by Xiang of the past sighed in amazement. Not only that, but the surface of the air pillar was also enveloped in a layer of dazzling golden halo, giving off an extremely tough and domineering feeling. Before the white pillar of air hit the meatball-like monster, a boundless, formless, and terrifying force surged from all directions, locking the meatball-like monster in midair. Boom! The white pillar of air was like a heavenly pillar. It crashed into the meatball-like monster and crashed down fiercely. The huge explosion caused Shui, who was at the edge of the battlefield, to go deaf for a moment. The piercing white light of the Qi pillar forced Shui, who was hiding in the ice crystal formation, to shut her eyes to prevent herself from being blinded by the intense light. Spectral Soul swore to kill Fang Yuan. Even when Lu Wei-yin and the rest attacked, Giant Spectral Soul did not hesitate to endure the attacks. He still maintained his ferocious attacks on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was trying his best to repair it now, but the situation was getting worse. Boom! Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress could not block it anymore. A hole was created, the inside and outside were connected. Through this small hole, Giant Spectral Soul's 4 eyes shined with cold killing intent, because he saw Fang Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged in the room. He saw Fang Yuan's expression after using unlimited Qi C. Fang Yuan was not in a good state. Spectral Soul's heart jumped. His rich battle experience made him decide to use his trump card like Fang Yuan. Immortal Killer Move, Eat Heart. I comprehended this move from the Legends of Renzu in my later years. Fang Yuan, everything is over. The current peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress will not be able to block this move. Spectral Soul's killing intent surged. As expected. At the next moment, Fang Yuan grunted, his expression twisted as he clutched his chest in pain. His heart was in intense pain like he was bitten by a fierce beast. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 33. Renzu stared at the skull. Next, I will eat the most important part of the predicament. Strong Gu laughed loudly. This is a stupid move. Oh human, your choice is very foolish. The predicament shook its body as it shrunk rapidly. At the same time, countless tribulations flew out of its neck and attacked Renzu. The tribulations were like fire, they burned Renzu's bones. The tribulations were like hammers, they smashed Renzu's bones into pieces. The tribulations were like wind and rain, Renzu was left alone. The tribulations were like lightning, they struck Renzu continuously. Fear Gu shouted, "Oh heavens, this is too scary, at this rate, he will die for sure." Courage Gu encouraged, "Oh human, don't be afraid." Self Gu and Attitude Gu shouted together, I am very strong, all of the tribulations are like a drizzle, they are like a breeze." Weak Gu, Betrayal Gu, and Fear Gu flew together, they wanted to escape with Renzu. "Oh human, run. Don't believe Self Gu's words, it has already been deceived too thoroughly." Renzu was trapped in the tribulations, he could not escape. When the tribulations engulfed him, he could not leave even if he wanted to. This is too scary, let's go, forget about him. Weak Gu, Betrayal Gu, and Fear Gu flew away together. You traitors! Self Gu was extremely furious, it grabbed these 3 Gu and bit them fiercely. The 3 Gu were injured, but they were not stopped by Self Gu, they escaped from Renzu. Self Gu wanted to chase them, but rules and regulations Gu persuaded, don't chase them. Escaping because of weakness and fear in the tribulations, betraying self and courage will only lead to death. Isn't it good that they escaped? Weak Gu and betrayal Gu are useless. As for fear Gu, if the tribulations did not appear, fear would be futile. But the tribulations have already happened, fear will only increase human pain. You are right. Self Gu was persuaded. Hope Gu shined as it supported Renzu. O human, as long as you have hope in the center of the tribulations, there is still hope. Strong Gu laughed loudly. O human, you are truly pitiful, you listen to hope so easily. Don't you know? Relying on hope in the tribulations will only cause the tribulations to continue. It is hope that prolongs human pain. When you do not have any hope, you will instead feel relaxed in the tribulations. Renzu did not speak, he resisted the attacks of the tribulations with difficulty. No matter how his skeletal body bent, he did not fall. Strong Gu soon found the reason. On Renzu's ankles, there was an independent pair of wings. Even though the wings were small, they flapped tenaciously, allowing Renzu to stand on his own. Strong Gu continued to attack Renzu. O human, I am starting to admire you. It is a pity that you cannot hold on for much longer. Look at your bones, they are filled with cracks from the torture of the tribulations. Renzu was silent. Originally, Renzu's bones were smooth and warm, there were no cracks at all, but now, his bones were unrecognizable, they were filled with cracks, it was like they were going to shatter at any moment. The other Gu worms were silent, only Hope Gu shined. O human, don't give up. The tribulations are not scary, the scary thing is when a human loses hope. Hope Gu's light penetrated Renzu's bones, shining into his bone marrow. All living beings in the world would have cracks in their lives, but that was where the light of hope shone in. Renzu's bones absorbed the light of hope, they started to devour the surrounding tribulations. Each crack was like a big mouth. The wider the crack, the bigger the mouth seemed to be, and the more calamities and tribulations it could devour. How can this be? Strong Gu was shocked. Renzu's bones were devouring more and more tribulations, his bones were getting tougher. Fang Yuan could not use any methods to defend himself, he could only wait for death. Lu Wei-yin saw that the situation was bad, he quickly mobilized the Earth Path battlefield, yellow sand gathered like a dragon, coiling around giant Spectral Soul and tightening, trying to imprison Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul smiled coldly, his hundreds of arms barely held on, his defense was very passive. His 4 eyes were still staring at Fang Yuan, most of his focus was on activating Eat Heart. Oh no! Lu Wei-yin's heart sank. Qi-Si Ancestor and Wu Shui felt a chill in their hearts. They attacked with all their might but Spectral Soul did not even turn around. Spectral Soul would rather get heavily injured to grab this chance. He had to kill Fang Yuan. Am I going to die here? Fang Yuan's mind was still dry, he barely had any thoughts left. This was the aftereffect of using unlimited Qi-Si earlier. Spectral Soul was truly too strong. As expected of the former demon venerable. An invincible man in the world. During that era, he slaughtered until the world was shrouded in darkness, nobody dared to make a sound, billions of living beings could only tremble in his shadow. Only when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared and fought for his entire life did he heal the wounds of the world's living beings. Before Spectral Soul used his full strength, his individual battle strength was not much different from his opponents, but he still had the upper hand in the battle. When he unleashed his full strength, his battle strength would surge and widen the gap between him and his opponents. What was even more despairing was that each of his choices was so ruthless and ruthless, they were instant. He did not give his opponents any chance to catch their breath, not to mention a chance to survive. No, even if there is only a trace of hope, I will try it to the end. Fang Yuan could not use any methods, but even if he could use killer moves, he could not defend against Eat Heart. Unless he had reverse flow protection seal. The painful expression on Fang Yuan's face disappeared, the corners of his lips curled up, revealing a mysterious smile that was extremely thought-provoking. At the next moment, he shouted, "If you don't attack now, when will you?" Qi Ju. Spectral Soul's eyes were wide open, but his other eyes squinted at the same time. This Fang Yuan tricked me? No. One of Spectral Soul's heads turned around. He saw Demon Immortal Qi Ju attacking Spectral Soul. Boom! Demon Immortal Qi Ju activated a killer move. She landed above his head, shot out like a meteor, landing heavily on Spectral Soul's back. Spectral Soul staggered from the impact, he almost fell to the ground. Puff 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 puff. All of a sudden, many large holes appeared on his body, and countless dark and gloomy soul energies spurted out of the holes like air leaks. Chapter 2070. Phew, this part of the Legends of Renzu was finally finished. Evidently, this was the longest part of the Legends of Renzu so far. This was the result of a week of planning. It was very difficult. I had modified it many times back then, just from the imagery alone, I had to choose carefully. For example, predicament, weakness, calamity and calamity. The predicament contained suffering, loss, calamity and calamity. These three imagery were carefully chosen. At the start, there were at least 10 of these imagery. In the following days, I reluctantly cut down more than half of it. At the final juncture, I removed the words difficult and easy. Otherwise, the full text would be even longer. I needed to match the main text for this part of the Legends of Renzu. Thus, there were several scenes of Renzu suffering, loss, suffering, calamity, and finally having his heart eaten. They corresponded to Spectral Soul's food path killer move, as well as Fang Yuan's own situation. Many readers should be able to sense that the connection between the Legends of Renzu and the main text was more of a comparison. There was a faint resonance between the two lines. For example, in The Legends of Renzu, Renzu encountered the strongest predicament in his life. Fang Yuan was the same. Renzu struggled on his deathbed. Spectral Soul was the same, Fang Yuan was the same, others like Wang Xiao'er were the same. Wang Xiao'er was an important supporting character, everyone will know after reading. There was also the example of Renzu using attitude gu and self-gu to deceive the predicament. It was the same as Fang Yuan using his own will to deceive Spectral Soul in myriad-year flying worship. These things were mutually resonating. Renzu was the main character in The Legends of Renzu. When he interacted with the predicament, what interesting reactions would his gu worms have? This was something that could not be ignored. I had thought about this for at least 3 days. There was also the problem of the 10 extreme physiques. In this chapter, there was finally some progress, the birth of great strength true martial physique. When this part of the plot is finished, everyone can read it again. 1 chapter a day. Everyone might feel that the pace is slow, but if you read it, you will find something different. Venerable Gu, the feeling will be different when you read it the first time and the second time. Especially this chapter, other than Fang Yuan's struggles on the surface, resisting the pursuit, there was actually a deeper meaning to it. For example, the Legends of Renzu, and the interactions between the various characters. Only by looking at it as a whole could one discover the beauty of this novel's layouts. Or the schemes of the various forces and characters, especially Qi Ju, Spectral Soul, and Fang Yuan. After everyone finished reading tonight's second update, they would understand more about Perfected Being Zhao's Alliance Master. Recently, I saw a reader friend's book review, and I was deeply moved. The gist of it was that Venomous Person was actually a work with growth potential. In the beginning, it was more of a dark style, but in the middle and later stages, it became more majestic. It would be biased to say that this book was a dark text. This review triggered me to look at myself in a new light. Gu Dao Master had been written for about 6 years. After such a long time, the style had indeed changed. Just as the book reviewer had said, at first, it leaned towards the dark wind, but then it gradually changed. On one hand, it was because of external reasons. Ever since the book was published, it had been reported many times, and it was still the same until recently. It did not become safer as time passed, but instead, it became more and more dangerous. With the country in such a state, he had no choice but to change the direction of his writing. Spectral soul is only the leader of soul path. He has a food path true inheritance, but he is hiding it and will not trade it to me. Even though Shadow Sect has been in hiding for many years, they have only found a few venerable inheritances. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was a crucial chess piece of Heaven's will and the 10 venerables, many venerables invested in him, thus, he had Red Lotus true inheritance, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, Giant Sun's true inheritance, Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Reckless Savage's true inheritance, Primordial Origin's true inheritance, Genesis Lotus true inheritance, Paradise Earth's true inheritance, and Limitless true inheritance. Other than these, he also has Langya true inheritance, Dragonman Race true inheritance, Food Path true inheritance, Boqing Sword Path true inheritance, and so on. Hiss, damn it, why is he so lucky? After Demon Immortal Qi Ju thought about it, he felt a complex emotion rising in his heart. Fang Yuan could be said to be the person with the most true inheritances in history. Even though Spectral Soul had been secretly managing Shadow Sect for so many years, it took a lot of effort to obtain venerable inheritances, and they were often incomplete. Venerables had their own reasons for setting up inheritances. Even if Spectral Soul could destroy them, it was hard for him to gain anything. His greatest gain was still the Red Lotus True Legacy. This was specially set up by Red Lotus Demon Venerable for him so that they could cooperate. Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not help but feel jealousy and hatred towards Fang Yuan's gains. Fang Yuan was truly too rich, even though Spectral Soul was once a Demon Venerable. In this aspect, compared to Fang Yuan, he was a complete pauper. After understanding this, Demon Immortal Qi Ju gained a deeper understanding of Fang Yuan. No wonder this lad was chosen to become the crucial person to destroy fate. He is using me to defend against Spectral Soul, he is trying to frame him, he also knows my intentions, so even without the alliance agreement, he is not afraid of me betraying him. Fang Yuan was truly wealthy, he knew that Demon Immortal Qi Ju was going to deal with Spectral Soul. He was naturally generous and promised generously. In contrast, Spectral Soul did not know about this, he was facing the cunning and taciturn Demon Immortal Qi Ju. This formed a clear contrast to Fang Yuan. Of course, Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not completely side with Fang Yuan because of this. He had always been taking advantage of both sides and benefiting from both sides. On one hand, he told Fang Yuan what price Spectral Soul offered. On the other hand, he kept raising the price to Spectral Soul. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was trying his best to gain benefits for himself. He was still doing this even before he attacked Spectre just now. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture situation was not optimistic. The myriad tribulation changed again, turning into boundless gloomy grey winds. Wherever the winds blew, ashes and sparks would appear. Eventually, they would be blown away by the grey winds like paper, leaving behind a huge empty space. It was the myriad tribulation, starfire blowing grey wind. The heaven path Dao marks turned into wind path and fire path Dao marks, forming this myriad tribulation. Fang Yuan could not deal with it immediately. The grey winds not only ravaged the mini-5 regions, they even attacked the mini-9 heavens. Many of the resource points scattered around were destroyed. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had always been developed by Fang Yuan, it was at least 20% developed, but now, more than half of it was destroyed. Fang Yuan could only try his best to protect his people. There were many humans and variant humans living in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. They lived in cities, snowy peaks, valleys, and other places. Chapter 2073. First Supreme Elder, do you have any good ideas? Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder forced a smile. The cause of everything, the source of Qing Clan's predicament, is one thing, that is Divine Bean Palace. Other than us, no one wants to see Qing Clan refine Divine Bean Palace. Even if we do our best and give up the territories outside to repel Mingyu, how can we deal with the major forces that will come after us? Cough, cough. Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder breathed heavily. Thus, our best counterattack is to refine Divine Bean Palace. An anxious Gu Immortal asked, how can we refine Divine Bean Palace so quickly? Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder sighed, we have a way, let's try. Qing Clan's Immortal's eyes shined as they stared at Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder. Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder revealed, earlier, we used Hatred Gu to pry open Divine Bean Palace's defenses, we made a lot of progress, we only need some time to refine it. However, what we need now is time, we can only take a risk and use that killer move. What killer move? Don't tell me. Some Qing Clan Gu Immortals were confused, while others' expressions changed as they thought of some rumors. Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder nodded, excitement appeared on his weak face. This killer move was created by me and second Supreme Elder, he is the main force while I am the support. The killer move has incredible power, I will control it while the rest of you participate. As long as it is used, Divine Bean Palace will not be able to resist it, any rank 8 Gu Immortal will have to avoid it. No matter how strong Mingyu is, he is only rank 7. Then let's do it. First Supreme Elder, what is the name of this move? First Supreme Elder shook his head and smiled bitterly, we have not decided on a name yet, but second Supreme Elder has already passed away. This old man was silent for a while before saying solemnly, how about we call it Qing Chou? This is the grudge of Qing Clan. Because of all the difficulties and pain caused by Divine Bean Palace, we need to take revenge. Using Qing Chou, we can completely refine Divine Bean Palace. Those super forces with ill intentions, every single one of them is my Qing family's enemy. Mingyu, who wreaked havoc in my Qing province, is the enemy of my Qing family. Using Qing Chou, we will take revenge. Take back the blood debt of my Qing family and return the pain you inflicted on us 1,000-fold. On this point, our Qing family will not be stingy and will be infinitely generous. These words stirred the immortals present. Qing Chou, what a good name. What the great elder said is absolutely right. We must take revenge. Let Qing Chou be the symbol of our Qing clan's rise. Qing Chou, Qing Chou, Qing Chou. Qing Chou. Qing Chou's vision cleared up, it remembered everything, all of its memories were complete. Facing Mingyu's attack, Qing Clan's immortals decided to use Qing Chou killer move to refine Divine Bean Palace. Then, he would kill his way out and secure victory in one fell swoop. However, Qing Chou, which he had high hopes for, did not completely refine Divine Bean Palace. Instead, it had a mysterious resonance with the Divine Bean Palace, creating a sky full of green light. The mystical light swallowed the Qing Clan immortals, digested the Qing Clan's headquarters, enveloped Qing province, and even spread for thousands of miles. Mingyu was forced to retreat. When the mystical light dissipated, all the super forces came to search for him. The once powerful Qing Clan was only left with a vast and desolate desert ruin. The indignant Western Desert Gu immortals searched everywhere, but they could not find any clues. Time passed, people went from disappointment to despair, they finally left this lifeless desert. Only a dark palace of a rank 8 woodpath immortal Gu house was left in a corner, as well as a killer move that was being prepared with Hatred Gu as the core. This killer move was called Qing Chou. Qing Chou did not fail, it was only affected by something and underwent a mutation. It turned into a life form. Countless souls that died tragically gathered and fused, a soul beast with Hatred Gu as the core was born. Initially, it was very young, it was as weak as a baby. It opened its eyes, its gaze was clear like water. Next, it continued to grow in a daze. Its body grew larger and larger, its body was distinct. It had claws, it had a tortoise shell, it had a head with long hair. Its body was the size of a rabbit at first, then it was the size of a wolf, then it was the size of a bull, then it was the size of an elephant, and finally, it was the size of a hill. The screams of countless vengeful souls, from the moment it was born, it had been echoing in its ears, it was echoing in its heart. Every time it grew a little bigger, a little taller, these echoing voices became a little louder and a little noisier. They were hissing, they were roaring. Ching-Cho could not hear them clearly, it was deeply troubled. These voices were too annoying, they were too noisy, they did not stop, it was confused, it was annoyed, it was angry. Its thoughts became chaotic, it became ferocious and violent. It roared, it used its claws to tear apart the floor tiles of the hall, it used its back to break the pillars of the hall. Its head was bleeding from the collisions, its hair was disheveled. The hall quickly recovered, but the voices continued, they were getting louder and louder. Ching-Cho was helpless. It could not help but feel discouraged. It wanted to give up, it even wanted to die. But it did not do so, the voices of the vengeful souls seemed to be reminding it of something. What was it? These damned voices, what were they saying? Tell me, why are you torturing me like this, why don't you just let me die? Ever since the pursuit battle, Ching-Cho had sensed spectral soul, it had been in chaos because of hatred goo. Even though it had consciousness, it was not clear. It only knew to kill, it only knew to charge, it only knew to fight. It used all its strength, every drop of blood in its body, as long as it could kill spectral soul, destroy spectral soul. But now, at this moment, Ching-Cho's mind was no longer in chaos, it was extremely clear. It was like the clouds had parted, it was clear. Its memory suddenly became complete, and it understood everything from beginning to end. It finally understood the cries of those vengeful souls. These vengeful souls were screaming, crying, they were furious, they did not stop or weaken at all. Ching-Cho heard them clearly. These vengeful souls did not say that they were in pain or suffering. They did not say that they were wronged or wronged. They only said one word, Ching-Cho. 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 You need to remember the meaning of your birth. You need to remember the mission that you have. You need to remember all of your enemies. Spectral soul was defeated. This was a true fatal blow. Spectral soul's expression was cold as ice, he muttered, Genesis Lotus, Paradise Earth, good, very good. Then, he sneered. His killing intent didn't decrease, but increased to an unprecedented level. A long time ago, I swore that I would only let others struggle before their death. Are you prepared? Spectral soul's words had a hidden meaning, the immortal's expressions changed. Oh no! Dodge! He is going to self-detonate. All of you, die with me. Spectral soul howled. Chapter 2074. Quick, faster, faster. Fairy Myrtle urged herself in her mind. She was the only wisdom path great expert here, the responsibility of unraveling the battlefield killer move naturally fell on her. Fairy Myrtle's soul had been modified by spectral soul, she was extremely loyal to him, she put in all her effort to deduce and unravel the battlefield killer move. However, Lu Wei Yin's illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was not ordinary. This Earth Path battlefield is stable, but it also has a layer of obscurity. I'm afraid it used Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's battlefield as the foundation, and was modified by later generations. Fairy Myrtle's brows were tightly furrowed, her mind was working hard, she had already made some progress in her deductions. But overall, there was not much progress. Firstly, once the battlefield killer move was set up, it could hide in the void and isolate itself from the outside world. Be it from the inside or the outside, it was very hard to break. Back then, when Fairy Myrtle fought in Langya Blessed Land and unraveled Feng Yuan's Yama battlefield, she had also relied on Feng Jioga's Fate Armor Immortal Gu to locate the battlefield inside Yama battlefield. Only by working together from the inside and outside could she make a sharp breakthrough in the battlefield killer move. Secondly, illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was not ordinary. This was the work of an immortal venerable, and it was constantly being modified along with the times. Fairy Myrtle was able to quickly find the crucial location of the battlefield. It was already very impressive. She did not let down her wisdom path cultivation level. Fairy Myrtle used all sorts of methods. Sometimes she used immortal Gu, sometimes she used wisdom path killer moves, sometimes she directly commanded Longevity Heaven or Celestial Court's Gu immortals to probe the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield. This was truly an unimaginable scene. Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Celestial Court were actually working together. At the outermost area, the Black Bat group was like a pitch-black tide, attacking continuously. Celestial Court's several immortal Gu houses guarded it, forming a sturdy defensive line to kill the reckless Earth Abyss Black Bat groups that dared to invade. Inside the inner circle, Fairy Myrtle was hovering in the air, surrounded by Old Man Zheng Yuan, Bai Ning Bing, Fairy Miao Yin, and the others. At the center, two immortal Gu houses were facing each other. They were Longevity Heaven's Calamity Luck Altar and Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board. Whenever Fairy Myrtle gave instructions, these two immortal Gu houses would cooperate and use their methods to move a corner of the battlefield killer move. Qin Ding Ling, Bing Sai Chuan and the rest did not doubt Fairy Myrtle's eagerness. They lacked wisdom path great experts to begin with. They were willing to sell themselves. Everything was done with Feng Yuan as the goal. Originally, in the process of pursuing Feng Yuan, these three parties had interfered with each other and were secretly on guard against each other. But now that the battlefield killer move had engulfed Feng Yuan, Spectral Soul, and the rest, the three parties immediately focused their attention and energy on unraveling the battlefield killer move. Feng Yuan's craftiness and viciousness were deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Since Feng Yuan could set up an ambush here, he definitely had ulterior motives. He was plotting something. The three Gu immortals felt that something was amiss. They immediately cooperated and tried their best to destroy Feng Yuan's plan. This was indeed a wise move. But, Guh. Fairy Myrtle's body suddenly shook. She coughed out a mouthful of blood. This change attracted the attention of the other Gu immortals. Fairy Myrtle wiped the blood off her lips. Her face was pale, but she gritted her teeth and continued to deduce. Celestial Court's nurtured immortals are really going all out for their master. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan's cold laughter resounded. His words dealt a huge blow to the two parties. Inside the immortal Gu house, Qin Ding Ling snorted coldly as she frowned. Why is my luck suddenly wavering? At the next moment, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan attacked. Mystical lights danced and enveloped the Shadow Sect immortals as they shot out like a meteor. Bing Sai Chuan and Qin Ding Ling's hearts jumped. They did not have time to think. They subconsciously controlled the immortal Gu house to chase after Fairy Myrtle. Boom! A terrifying explosion suddenly occurred. Calamity Luck Altar had just moved when it felt an incomparably strong force attacking its back. Bing Sai Chuan growled, "Z-Wei is harming us." Calamity Luck Altar was heavily injured, but its momentum increased. It continued to charge towards Fairy Myrtle. Meanwhile, Fangzheng, who was inside Demon Judgment Board, lacked experience. He could not compare to Bing Sai Chuan and Qin Ding Ling. When the explosion occurred, Demon Judgment Board was still at the same spot. This way, Demon Judgment Board took much more damage than Calamity Luck Altar. In an instant, Fangzheng seemed to have fallen into a raging wave. He was caught off guard and the entire Demon Judgment Board was swept away by the explosion. Rumble. This explosion came from Spectral Soul's self-detonation. After the explosion destroyed the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield, the three Gu immortals who did not know what happened were in a terrible predicament. Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Judgment Board were both heavily injured. Even though Fairy Myrtle had deduced the explosion in advance, the time was too short. The explosion quickly spread to them and sent them flying, scattering everywhere. Many of the Celestial Court immortal Gu houses were also blown away like kites by the intense winds. The Black Bat group was in an even worse state. Hundreds of thousands of black bats, be they desolate beasts or immemorial desolate beasts, were instantly blown to pieces by the explosion. The ground shook, heaven and earth collapsed, the scene became very chaotic. A tattered earth tower appeared in the sky. Ching Cho, who had turned into a giant, was blown into 3 pieces, falling to the ground. Shi Land was in a terrible state. It was originally intact, but now only 30% was left. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was covered in blood. He barely managed to fly out of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. His gaze was like an eagle as he stared at the Earth Tower. The Earth Tower was Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. This rank 8 Immortal Gu house had the best defense indeed. Even though it was damaged, it still blocked Spectral Soul's self-detonation. At the next moment, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was kept into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. This immortal Gu house was too slow. He could not rely on it blindly. Fang Yuan appeared. In an instant, he attracted the attention of all the Gu immortals present. But Fang Yuan was not alone. He had Lu Wei Yin and Wu Shui with him. Come and kill Fang Yuan. Calamity Luck Altar was in a terrible state. Bing Sai Chuan abandoned it and let others repair it, while he charged at Fang Yuan. This rank 8 great expert who had once fought alongside Fang Yuan did not conceal his killing intent towards Fang Yuan at all. Fang Yuan, what did you do to Master? Fairy Myrtle did not escape. Blood flowed out of her nose and mouth as she shouted. Demon Immortal Chi Ju had the appearance of a young boy. He had an old voice as he laughed coldly. Did you not feel the explosion earlier? Spectral Soul has already self-detonated. What? The immortals heard this and their bodies shook intensely. The great Spectral Soul Demon Venerable really died? That explosion earlier had terrifying power. It was clearly a soul path killer move. Was it Spectral Soul's final counterattack before his death? But how is that possible? The great Demon Venerable. No, Spectral Soul is no longer a Demon Venerable. Even so, he is still the strongest in the current world, but he actually died at the hands of Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan killed Spectral Soul? The immortals' expressions changed, their pupils shrunk, their gazes were scattered for a moment before focusing on Fang Yuan. Even though Spectral Soul's death was a combination of the immortal strength. But Fang Yuan was undoubtedly the mastermind. Fang Yuan cannot be underestimated, he is too sinister. He actually caused Spectral Soul's death. He was a former Demon Venerable. He could even destroy Fate Gu. It is not strange for him to do such a thing. Kill him, we cannot let him escape. If such a demon remains in the world, it will be a great misfortune for all living beings. That's right, even if he was acting earlier, after killing Spectral Soul, he must be in a bad state. If we don't kill him now, when will we? The immortals shouted madly. Fang Yuan, even if I die, I want you dead. Fairy Myrtle's expression was twisted, she gritted her teeth as she charged forward. On one hand, Fairy Myrtle was modified by Spectral Soul, she was extremely loyal, Spectral Soul's death made her extremely furious. On the other hand, she lost to Fang Yuan time and time again. In Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle lost many times, even in Shadow Sect, she still lost to Fang Yuan. Kill, if Fang Yuan does not die, the first to die will be those who are chasing him. Demon Immortal Chi Ju roared, he also attacked Fang Yuan. At the same time, he transmitted to Fang Yuan secretly, Fang Yuan, earlier, when Spectral Soul self-detonated, you did not let me hide in peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress, I will let it go. If you want to escape now, you need my help. Take out more venerable true inheritances, show me your sincerity. Demon Immortal Jianghu Xiland was heavily damaged, but he still retained most of his battle strength. Earlier, this old demon was working together with Fang Yuan to harm Spectral Soul, but now, he turned against them, using the 3 Gu Immortals to extort Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not in a good state, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's myriad tribulation was still ongoing. Beside him, Lu Weiyin's expression was pale, his body was shaking. Even if he fainted at the next moment, nobody would be surprised. Wu Shuai was in a pathetic state, his rank 8 aura was unstable, but he still had battle strength. Right now, he could only be sacrificed to stall for time. Even so, he could not guarantee how much time he could stall for. As for Qi Si Ancestor, he was already kept into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the Combat Beast King was still unconscious. Fang Yuan needed a Gu Immortal expert to control the situation. If not, Qi Si Ancestor would be forced to expose his identity in order to protect his main body. At the crucial moment, I can only give up on the Qi Si clone and Wu Shuai clone to stall for time and opportunity for me. Fang Yuan thought as he transmitted to Lu Weiyin. Fellow Immortal Lu, what exactly is the method of escape that you mentioned earlier? When Giant Spectral Soul self-detonated, Lu Weiyin made a move, using illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield to suppress the soul explosion miraculously. Even though it was only a few breaths of time, he managed to stall for the crucial time. During this crucial time, Fang Yuan's Qi Si clone and Wu Shuai clone managed to hide inside peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. Lu Weiyin used this chance to transmit to Fang Yuan that he had an escape method to leave Central Continent safely. Precisely so, Fang Yuan let Lu Weiyin into peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress as well. Firstly, Lu Weiyin saved Fang Yuan's 2 clones, he was very sincere. With such a shrewd plan, Fang Yuan believed that Lu Weiyin definitely had a method to control flying Earth. After all, this involved Earth Path, it was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's specialty. As expected, Lu Weiyin did not disappoint Fang Yuan. He nodded with a smile, I am untalented, but Paradise Earth's inheritance has a corresponding method to control flying Earth's direction and stopping point. Wu Shuai heard this and his pupils shrunk, he could not help but be wary. Lu Weiyin continued to smile as if he did not sense it. Following this earth vein, we will pass through Western Desert, Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and finally Northern Plains. I wonder where Fang Yuan wants to stop. Fang Yuan smiled as well, didn't you invite me to Southern Border's Mushroom Man Paradise as a guest? Lu Weiyin nodded, Fang Yuan, now that Spectral Soul has been killed by us, I believe you have already seen my sincerity. This is not just my sincerity, it is also Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's sincerity. Chapter 2076. What? Wu Shuai heard this for the first time, he was stunned. Who did not know of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's benevolence and kindness? He spent his entire life trying to eliminate Spectral Soul's death, he did not have a single offensive move. His actions and words were to guide people to do good, he took pleasure in helping others. The number of people he had helped numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Not just humans, but variant humans and legendary immemorial beasts as well. He had even taken action many times to repair mountains and rivers, managing resource points for the world. Southern Border's Mushroom Man Paradise, Eastern Sea's Merman Imperial Court, and the Blue Dragon Whale had all obtained Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help. Even Central Continent's reincarnation battlefield was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable because he could not bear to see Central Continent's Gu immortals kill each other. He created this battlefield killer move to resolve conflicts. As for Fang Yuan killed people like flies. He was cold and emotionless. For his own benefits, he destroyed Fate Gu. He disregarded the great cause of humanity. For the sake of cultivation, he plundered resources everywhere. Extortion, ambushes, robberies, he did everything he could. Everywhere he went, there was blood and disaster. Now that Spectral Soul was dead, Fang Yuan was the true #1 demon in the world. It was not strange that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had deduced Fang Yuan. The other 9 Venerables had also deduced Fang Yuan. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable actually wanted Fang Yuan to be his successor. He wanted Paradise Earth's forces to help Fang Yuan become a Venerable? This was a little too inconceivable. Is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's brain damaged? Wu Shuai reacted and thought of this. Next, Wu Shuai thought, is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable trying to guide my main body to do good? This is in line with his style. That was right. Fang Yuan was a demon. The battle earlier would definitely shock the world if it spread. Fang Yuan's position as the #1 demon in the world was confirmed. If such a demon could turn back to the path of righteousness, it would be a great thing for the world and all living beings. Wu Shuai was shocked, but Fang Yuan was expressionless. He did not show any surprise. The reason for that was because he had heard those words when he was communicating with Lu Wei-yin earlier. At that time, Fang Yuan recalled the scene on the Red Lotus Stone Island. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable barged into the Stone Lotus Island and talked to Red Lotus Will. He did say that he wanted to snatch the inheritor, Fang Yuan. Thus, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took Regret Gu and placed it in the Blue Dragon Whale. It was because of this that Fang Yuan ventured into the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven Paradise, took away Regret Gu, and released Xianxia. At that time, the ultimate mission that appeared on the merit list seemed to be inviting Fang Yuan to stay in the Grotto Heaven and accept this mission to become the master of the Blue Dragon Whale. But Fang Yuan did not accept this temptation. He resolutely chose to go out and participate in the Fate War, destroying Fate Gu. After the Fate War, Lu Wei-yin took the initiative to contact Fang Yuan and offered his assistance. These two matters were actually of the same origin. It was not that difficult for Fang Yuan to accept it. Since rebirth, I have obtained many venerable true inheritances. This is the help that the venerables gave me. They used me as a pawn to destroy Fate Gu. I thought that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had the same idea, but to think that he had other intentions. Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind as they collided. He was in such a huge predicament this time. He had a slim chance of survival. Ancient Soul Sect, which owns this earth abyss, is really lucky. After absorbing these resources, their strength will definitely soar. These were the people at the top of the Gu Immortals. They had broad horizons and great foresight. The underground resources were so plentiful, they had a huge impact. How to efficiently excavate these resources and how to use them would affect the entire world. Quick! Take out the backup Gu worms. Another 300 Gu worms have been destroyed. Who will work with me to replace the new Gu? The immortal Gu house moved in this earth vein. The earth chi was constantly corroding the immortal Gu house, causing more and more earth path Dao marks to be carved on it. Unless it was an earth path immortal Gu house, immortal Gu houses of other paths could not stay in the earth vein for long. Fang Yuan has already disappeared for a long time. Unless we can find a flying island like theirs, otherwise, that Lu Wei-yin clearly has a method to control the flying island. He is Paradise Earth's inheritor. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable mainly cultivated Earth Path back then. Even though the Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals did not say it explicitly, they were implying that they wanted to retreat. Qin Ding Ling maintained her silence. She was very unwilling, but in the end, she could only watch as Fang Yuan escaped. She knew that Fang Yuan had disappeared for so long, there was almost no hope of catching up to him. But she still subconsciously did so. After this battle, her wariness towards Fang Yuan increased by several times. Spectral Soul personally chased after him, but Fang Yuan actually survived. He even set up an ambush and killed Spectral Soul. Guyue, Fang Yuan. I still underestimated you. No wonder back then, even Fairy Myrtle who cultivated Wisdom Path lost to you time and time again. Chapter 2077. Today is my birthday. I am very grateful for everyone's support and blessings. Thank you to Nightmare 12, the leader of the Alliance, for your reward. I will add a chapter for you in the near future. I've read all of your lengthy comments, and I'm very touched by them. I really feel that I have not written for 6 years in vain. I have been reported all the way. This kind of perseverance is not wrong. Thank you to the friends like Nightmare 12. Thank you to Wuxia, thank you to Ancestor Shi and the others for their congratulations and activities. But I don't know why Qidian did not activate the birthday blessing function. It's okay, I am really happy. Ever since I went into seclusion, I have deeply felt how insignificant I am. Being able to write this book is like trying to light an oil lamp in the dark. From time to time, there will be wind coming from the dark. I have to do my best to protect it and not let this small oil lamp be blown out. Sometimes I feel sad. Can't such a big world accommodate a small oil lamp? Can't the internet, where there is freedom of speech, accommodate a book called Venomous Person? Chapter 2078. Danger, danger. Lady White Rabbit's expression was pale. Dodge. Fairy Miao Yin shouted. Demon Judgment Board enlarged rapidly in the three immortals' vision, soon filling their entire field of vision. Strong winds blew against her, Lady White Rabbit found it hard to breathe. Bam! At the next moment, the ground shook, rocks flew everywhere. The Demon Judgment Board fiercely smashed into the thick soil and rocks. Bai Ningbing and the other immortals split up. At the crucial moment earlier, they managed to avoid it. Demon Judgment Board got up and charged again. This time, it targeted Bai Ningbing. So fast. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk, she concentrated. Demon Judgment Board was covered in a faint red light, it accelerated its charge. It did not use any killer moves, it only charged around and attacked quickly. Bai Ningbing could only dodge, she was exhausted from dealing with it, she could not find any way to deal with it. What do we do? Lady White Rabbit asked anxiously. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was ashen, she said directly, let's go. This is an old grudge between the two of them. Let them fight to the death. Lady White Rabbit was grabbed by Fairy Miao Yin, they were about to leave the battlefield. Where are you going? Guyue Fangzheng suddenly turned around. Even though he hated Bai Ningbing, he had never forgotten Qin Ding Ling's mission. White Rabbit and Miao Yin were crucial clues to finding Fang Yuan, how could he let them leave so easily? Demon Judgment Board let out an intense blood-red light. The blood-red light illuminated the battlefield. Bai Ningbing and the other immortals were enveloped by the blood-red light, their expressions changed. Under this blood-red light, they felt their blood being pulled by a strong force, it was as if all of their blood was being pulled into Demon Judgment Board, it was very uncomfortable. If we do not get rid of this light, our blood might really be sucked dry. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was ashen. Immortal Killer Move, Bai Xiang. On the other side, Bai Ningbing successfully activated her killer move, she turned into a white ice giant. The blood-red light was ineffective against her. Bai Xiang was the trump card of a southern border rank 8 Gu Immortal, it could allow the Gu Immortal to temporarily abandon their body and transform into another life form. This move was very powerful. It had once brought white terror to southern border. It left a mark in history. When Bai Ningbing used it, she immediately changed her situation. The white ice giant did not have a drop of blood on it. Demon Judgment Board's killer moves were all useless. Goddess Miao Yin's heart sank. With Bai Ningbing's current state, it was time for her to retreat. But Bai Ningbing didn't do that. Instead of retreating, she attacked back and roared excitedly. This madman! Goddess Miao Yin mumbled, her expression was a little complicated. However, when Bai Ningbing's killer moves landed on Demon Judgment Board, they were like waves crashing on a reef. The Demon Judgment Board was like a reef by the sea. No matter how strong the wind or the waves were, it remained unmoving. Goddess Miao Yin furrowed her brows and shouted urgently, "White Rabbit, use your move." Lady White Rabbit nodded and grunted. She quickly used a killer move to protect herself and Fairy Miao Yin. Fairy Miao Yin was willing to take the risk and let others protect her while she used this chance to unleash her killer move, Wondrous Hand Profound Sound. She grew 5 new arms, giving her a total of 7 hands. His 7 hands formed hand seals. Her slender, white fingers shone with a dazzling light. Clang clang clang, thud 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 thud, as he moved his fingers, every time his fingers collided, a melodious sound could be heard. The crisp sounds reverberated in the surroundings, creating translucent sound waves that could be seen by the naked eye. Waves of sound waves raged like a storm, creating waves of attacks that landed on Demon Judgment Board. Fairy Miao Yin, ranked 37th on Demon Judgment Board. Rank 7 Cultivation level, Miao Yin's true inheritance. Her Wondrous Hand Profound Sound killer move can rise to rank 8 along with the core Immortal Gu. Guyue Fangzheng muttered. Above his head, countless blood-red characters gathered into a huge red name list. Be it Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, or Bai Ningbing, they were all on the list. Fairy Miao Yin and Bai Ningbing worked together, but Guyue Fangzheng still had a relaxed expression. Because he was inside Demon Judgment Board. The Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board was extremely powerful. Normally speaking, a Rank 7 Immortal Gu House that could block a Rank 8 was already the foundation of a super force. And a top Rank 8 Immortal Gu House could participate in the competition for pseudo-venerable positions. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan had used Myriad Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace to fight against Duke Long. And in the pursuit earlier, he had used 3 Immortal Gu Houses to deal with Spectral Soul. These 3 Immortal Gu Houses were all Rank 8. Demon Judgment Board was also at this level. It was more focused on investigative methods. Against Rank 7 Gu Immortals like Bai Ningbing, Demon Judgment Board's battle strength was far superior. It was unreachable. Rays of blood light shot out of Demon Judgment Board. These blood lights rained down on Bai Ningbing like a torrential rain. Bai Ningbing turned into a white ice giant. She looked tall and sturdy, but her movements were extremely agile. She dodged continuously. The blood lights did not hit her even once. But as long as I get hit, I will be heavily injured. Bai Ningbing knew this. She focused on resisting. The dangerous situation made her excited. Suddenly, Demon Judgment Board shook, restraining Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could not move. She was hit by dozens of blood lights. The white ice giant was pierced full of holes. It was unrecognizable. It turned into ice shards. Lady White Rabbit screamed, while Fairy Miao Yin's heart sank. The difference in battle strength was too huge. They could not make up for it with numbers. Suddenly, a strong, cold light shone from the ice shards that were falling to the ground. The cold light shined brightly, turning back into the white ice giant. Bai Ningbing recovered to her original state. This was the strongest aspect of Bai Xiang killer move. As long as there was a shard, it could recover rapidly. Fangzheng was not surprised. He knew a lot of information about Bai Ningbing. Since a long time ago, the two were enemies. Bai Ningbing had attacked many times. How could the Celestial Court not have any information about her? Chapter 2079. To break through Celestial Court's encirclement, Longevity Heaven worked together with Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Using the Earth Vein, they completely broke Qin Ding Ling's encirclement. After Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Qi Ju came out of the Earth Vein, they split up and continued to ascend. Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses also appeared later on. Qin Ding Ling transmitted to Fangzheng, "Stop them." Even without this order, Fangzheng had already prepared his strength. Boom! Demon Judgment Board shook fiercely, a blood-red light pillar shot out, sweeping towards Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Both Sweet Sound and Black Tigress were greatly shaken by such a vast attack. In order to capture the three immortals alive, Fangzheng had been restrained all along. This attack was the true power of Rank 8 Demon Judgment Board. The blood-red light pillar shot over, Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Qi Ju blocked it, but their speed was obstructed. Qin Ding Ling and the rest arrived soon after. Good job, Fangzheng. After dealing with those three immortals, gather up and kill these people. Qin Ding Ling ordered again. At this moment, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's battle strength fell greatly because of Spectral Soul's ambush, but as long as he worked together with Calamity Luck Altar, they were still on par with Celestial Court. Where did Qin Ding Ling get her confidence from? Yes. Fangzheng had a solemn expression. He had just received the order when Bai Ningbing, who was nearby, attacked. In fact, Bai Ningbing's Ice Path Killer move had been prepared for a long time, but Fangzheng did not care about it. He had once controlled Demon Judgment Board to fight against Rank 8 Ice Path Gu Immortal Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. He was hit by the Snowman Race's Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move. That battle was still fresh in Fangzheng's memory. Compared to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Bai Ningbing was merely rank 7, she was far inferior. However, when Bai Ningbing used this move, Fangzheng's expression changed. Bai Ningbing did not attack the Demon Judgment Board. Instead, she attacked Goddess Miao Yin and the Black Lotus Immortals. Guyue Fangzheng had no choice but to change his strategy. Blood mist enveloped Sweet Sound and Haiteng's bodies, blocking Bai Ningbing's killer move at the last moment. Bai Ningbing, you're crazy. How dare you attack us? Goddess Miao Yin broke out in cold sweat and cursed. No. Perhaps this is the best way. Haiteng's expression was shaken, but he soon understood. Fairy Miao Yin was stunned for a moment before realization struck her. Fairy Myrtle used to be the leader of the Celestial Court, so she knew everything about the Celestial Court. All sorts of methods related to immortal Gu houses were told to Wuxia and the rest. Miao Yin, Bai Ningbing, and White Rabbit were not left out. Because earlier, even with Spectral Soul as the leader, Fairy Myrtle and the rest did not have immortal Gu houses. Compared to Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court, they were the weaker side. Fairy Myrtle increased the amount of information she had, trying to make up for the difference. Guyue Fangzheng knew Bai Ningbing and the rest very well. Similarly, Bai Ningbing and the rest knew Fangzheng and Demon Judgment Board very well. Especially when it came to immortal Gu houses, once they were built, it was hard to change their methods. The more outstanding the immortal Gu house, the more this was the case. Why? For example, Demon Judgment Board was a top-tier rank 8 immortal Gu house. Its performance reached a certain extreme, it was extremely hard to modify. Even if there were any good ideas, they might not be used on the entire immortal Gu house. Demon Judgment Board was extremely complex, it was constructed from the coordination of countless Gu worms. Changing a little would affect everything, it often meant a complete change. It would be better to build a new immortal Gu house instead. Fairy Miao Yin was not stupid, she just could not react in time earlier. But now, she understood, Southern Borders Tai Clan's Demon Suppression Tower is most specialized in imprisonment, but Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board does not have such methods. Celestial Court must have given orders to Fangzheng to capture us alive. Thus, since the start of the battle, Fangzheng's attacks have been restrained. he only used his full strength against Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Calamity Luck Altar earlier. As for why they were captured, the answer was obvious: it was for Feng Yuan. Fairy Myrtle had constructed a wisdom path formation in front of the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals and deduced Feng Yuan's location. How could Qin Ding Ling not know the value of these people? Fairy Miao Yin immediately guessed. It seems that Feng Yuan escaped successfully. Celestial Court wants to capture us and use us to deduce Feng Yuan's location. Even though they do not have a wisdom path great expert, Central Continent's 10 great sects are unharmed. They have a large number of wisdom path candidates. And Fairy Myrtle's Z-Wei true inheritance has already been contributed to Celestial Court. The wisdom path formation is likely in this true inheritance. Fairy Miao Yin thought of Bai Ning Bing. She gritted her teeth. Bai Ning Bing, you lunatic. But at the next moment, Fairy Miao Yin stared with wide eyes. Bai Ning Bing's insanity was more serious than she had thought. Bai Ning Bing had purposely cancelled her killer move by Xiang and restored her flesh body. Come, Fangzheng, attack! Bai Ning Bing shouted. Her body turned into a white rainbow as she flew around Demon Judgment Board, shooting out countless icicles. The icicles could not pierce through Demon Judgment Board, they only left behind some snow-white ice marks. Ha ha ha. Black Tigress laughed loudly. She copied Bai Ning Bing and cancelled her defense, joining the battle. This is also insane. Miao Yin sighed to herself with wide eyes. Black Tigress was ruthless and vicious. Her nature was completely different from White Rabbit. When she was ruthless, she did not even care about her own life. The three immortals attacked Demon Judgment Board, especially when Bai Ning Bing and Black Tigress gave up on defense and focused all their energy on offense. Fangzheng could not focus on one thing and the other. He wanted to capture these three female immortals alive. He did not want to accidentally kill them. Qin Ding Ling had told him to deduce Feng Yuan's location. The more clues he had, the better. If he accidentally killed one of them, the deduction might fail in the future. Fangzheng knew that he had a huge responsibility on his shoulders. But the Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board's weakest point was that it lacked methods to capture them alive. Back when Demon Judgment Board was created, which of the ancestors of Celestial Court wanted to test this? Demon Judgment, as the name suggested, was to kill demonic path Gu cultivators. Why was there such a need to capture them alive? In this aspect, Qin Ding Ling sent Demon Judgment Board. It seemed like she had made a mistake, but she did not have a better choice. Among all the immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court, Demon Judgment Board had the strongest investigative methods. Even though Fangzheng's cultivation level was low, Demon Judgment Board had a large amount of rank 8 immortal essence, as well as the wills of the past Demon Judgment Board lords. Demon Judgment Board could display its full battle strength. However, all immortal Gu houses had a huge flaw: their methods were not flexible. Demon Judgment Board was no exception. It was a finished product. It was hard to modify. After it was built, the number of methods and what they were used were basically the same until now. They had never changed their appearance. Fangzheng fell into an awkward situation. He had the upper hand with Demon Judgment Board. Bai Ning Bing and the other two were not his match. But with just Demon Judgment Board, Fangzheng could not capture them alive. In terms of flexibility, Gu Immortals far surpassed immortal Gu houses. In the past Demon Judgment Board lords could solve the problem. But the current Demon Judgment Board lord, Fangzheng, only had rank 7 cultivation level. If they let Fangzheng leave the board, wouldn't they be giving Bai Ning Bing and the rest a chance to turn the situation around? If only Fangzheng had a rank 8 Gu Immortal helper now. But what helper? From Qin Ding Ling's point of view, was one Demon Judgment Board not enough? Did he need helpers? Celestial Court was already lacking manpower. It was far from enough to deal with the current situation. No, Lady Qin Ding Ling's arrangements are reasonable, but I met two lunatics. It makes all reasonable troop deployments become illogical, thought Fangzheng. Who could be crazy enough to not defend and only attack when fighting a strong enemy? Wasn't that courting death? But Bai Ningbing and Black Tigress did it. What was even more amazing was that the results of the battle were extremely good. In the intense battle, Bai Ningbing laughed loudly. Guyue Fangzheng, don't you want revenge? Kill me, don't you want to kill me? Do it. Guyue Fangzheng was silent. Bai Ningbing continued to clamor, so look, you are just a lackey of Celestial Court. Your enemy is right in front of you, but you don't even have the courage to try and kill him. You are far inferior to your brother, Fang Yuan. Hearing these provocative words, not just Fairy Miao Yin, even Black Tigress was shocked. She thought, I completely gave up on defense, it is already crazy enough. But compared to Bai Ningbing, it pales in comparison. Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress were on tenterhooks, while Guyue Fangzheng fell into silence. Hearing Guyue Fang Yuan's name again, he raised his head and looked at the blood-colored words above his head. The blood-colored words formed a huge list, the names and positions on the list were changing from time to time. And not long ago, Spectral Soul, who was at the top of the list, had disappeared. He was replaced by the person at second place, Guyue Fang Yuan. Defeated Celestial Court, destroyed Fate, killed Spectral Soul. The number 1 demon in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Fangzheng smiled bitterly. Regardless of when or where, even if he became the Great Demon Judgment Board Lord, Fang Yuan's name was still engraved above his head, Fang Yuan's shadow was still shrouding his life. Eliminating all the names on Demon Judgment Board is the ambition of every Demon Judgment Board Lord. But I know that I am not Fang Yuan's match. In this life, I can only look up to his back and hear of his legends. But Bai Ningbing, you are merely ranked 27th on this list. Chapter 2080. Earth Abyss Battlefield. Boom. After being hit by Celestial Court's attack, Calamity Luck Altar shook intensely. Bing Sai Chuan's expression was grim. Legendary immemorial beast Mao Li Qiu shouted, "Let Grandpa Mao go out and kill these people." 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted, "Grandpa Mao, this place is too damaged, please help me repair it." Mao Li Qiu snorted, it fixed Calamity Luck Altar while muttering unhappily, "It is so unbearable to take a beating." Bing Sai Chuan, Calamity Luck Altar is under your control, don't ruin Master's reputation. Bing Sai Chuan frowned, replying, Mao Li Qiu, take a look outside, someone is in a worse state than us. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was the person Bing Sai Chuan was talking about. He was in a terrible state indeed. Spectral Soul's self-detonation caused his Shi Land to be heavily damaged. And Shi Land was his greatest support since rebirth. Even though he obtained many top-quality true inheritances, he did not have enough time to modify killer moves. Thus, his Chi Path killer moves were almost always the same, only killer moves that used Shi Land as the core could be used in battles of this level. But now, Shi Land was heavily damaged, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's battle strength fell sharply. We cannot let this continue, Celestial Court might have strong reinforcements. Longevity Heaven, we need to work together again. Demon Immortal Qi Ju transmitted with much difficulty. Celestial Court is currently at its weakest in history, what reinforcements can they have? Mao Li Qiu muttered. We cannot be careless. Celestial Court's foundation is unfathomable. Bing Sai Chuan replied to Mao Li Qiu before agreeing to Demon Immortal Qi Ju's request. He also felt something amiss. Thus, Calamity Luck Altar retaliated first to provide cover for Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju gritted his teeth, activating Shi Land and drawing in endless earth Qi. Calamity Luck Altar took over again, fiercely pushing up the gradually sagging earth vein. Using the same trick again, you are really looking down on me. Qin Dingling suddenly left the Immortal Goo house and went outside, using a luck path killer move. The killer move's golden light burst out. Bing Sichuan's expression changed. It was like his finger was bitten by a poisonous hand. He quickly retracted his hand. So close. This killer move faintly countered Calamity Luck Altar. Just one more step and Calamity Luck Altar would have to bear the pressure of the Earth Vein. It would be suppressed in the Earth Vein and unable to escape. It would become a target. Bing Sichuan thought to himself, Qin Dingling's methods had far surpassed his expectations. Without the guidance of Calamity Luck Altar, the vast Earth Vein that had just risen fell back down again. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Calamity Luck Altar's efforts were not in vain. Giant pillar-like Earth Vein tributaries shot in all directions. An Earth Vein tributary was like a yellow-brown river that passed through the battlefield of the Demon Judgment Board and the three Immortals. The three Immortals were struggling to maintain the situation and resist Demon Judgment Board. Bai Ningbing was still alive. Even though she was crushed by Demon Judgment Board earlier, at the crucial moment, she used Bai Xiang killer move again. Demon Judgment Board dodged, unwilling to fall into the Earth Vein tributary. The heavens are helping me. Seeing this scene, Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up with joy. Her body grew rapidly. The small white ice giant that was only 5 meters tall immediately grew to 6 meters tall. This is the chance to escape. Bai Ningbing stretched out her hands towards Miao Yin and Black Tigress. The two hesitated for a moment before letting themselves be held by Bai Ningbing's hands. The three Immortals stopped and hid in the forest. They held their breaths and waited until Divine Emperor City flew over their heads and entered Earth Abyss before they let out sighs of relief. Let's go. Fairy Myrtle was about to set off. But old man Zheng Yuan stopped on the spot and shook his head with a bitter smile. I cannot follow master anymore. Wuxia was curious. What's wrong? Old man Zheng Yuan sighed. That Divine Emperor City has already become the center of the world's human path. I cultivate human path and am restricted by it. Earlier, it might have sensed me, but it might have an important mission and did not pay attention to me. To be safe, it is better to part ways with Master and Lady Zi Wei first. Wuxia's expression was grim. He had suffered another blow. Before the pursuit battle in Celestial Court, Shadow Sect was filled with talents and was flourishing. But now, only he and Fairy Myrtle were left. It was truly tragic. But no one could have expected that Divine Emperor City was wrapped in profound green light. Not only did it leave its original location, it even flew towards Ancient Soul Sect and descended into Earth Abyss, fighting against Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal Killer Move, Single Breath Cloud Explosion. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's killer move landed on Divine Emperor City, but it only caused ripples on the surface of the profound green light. This is probably the #1 Immortal Goo house in the current world. Even someone like Demon Immortal Qi Ju felt dejected at this moment. With his current battle strength, he could not shake Divine Emperor City. So Qin Dingling's trump card was this Divine Emperor City. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan had a grim expression. Calamity Luck Altar was left behind by Giant Sun Immortal, while Divine Emperor City was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. In the battle between the two, Divine Emperor City won against Calamity Luck Altar, and the gap was huge. Calamity Luck Altar itself was not huge. Compared to Divine Emperor City, it was even smaller. The largest Immortal Goo house in history, Divine Emperor City, was like a huge and thick jade cloud. It had the power to cover heaven and earth, blocking Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Calamity Luck Altar's escape route. And at the back, Qin Dingling was leading the Celestial Court Goo Immortals. Demon Judgment Board was at the front of several Immortal Goo houses. It was the vanguard. During the intense battle, Divine Emperor City suddenly became noisy, before profound green light surged and formed a huge whirlpool. Spiraling green winds blew out of the whirlpool, enveloping Demon Immortal Qi-Ju. Demon Immortal Qi-Ju's expression changed, he could only barely maintain the damaged Qi-Land. But Qi-Land could not block this move. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Qi-Ju was sucked into Divine Emperor City. Divine Emperor City suppressed Demon Immortal Qi-Ju. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan and the rest were shocked. Even though Demon Immortal Qi-Ju only had a damaged Qi-Land, he had pseudo-venerable battle strength. But to think that after he was devoured, there was no commotion in the city. Divine Emperor City's power deeply shook the hearts of Longevity Heaven's immortals. No wonder Qin Ding Ling was so persistent and had such a huge appetite. This is urgent. Bing Sai Chuan exclaimed, he no longer hesitated, activating Calamity Luck Altar's strongest method. Calamity Luck Altar let out golden light that filled the sky. A damaged path was formed in the golden light, it extended far into the sky, passing through the ground without damaging a single rock. Longevity Heaven, where are you going? Qin Ding Ling knew that this was the crucial moment. She decisively interfered with Calamity Luck Altar. She cultivated Luck Path. Her life's goal was to deal with Giant Sun Immortal, and she was once Giant Sun's immortal concubine. She had a deep understanding of Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was disrupted by Qin Ding Ling. The newly formed golden path started to shake, it could not be stabilized. At this time, a huge whirlpool started to form in Divine Emperor City's profound green light again. Are we going to be captured by Celestial Court as well? Hei Lolan's heart sank to rock bottom, she had a bad feeling about this. At the crucial moment, Five Elements Grandmaster hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Let me hold them back, you guys leave. No, little fellow, you cultivate formation path, you will be very useful in the future. Grandpa Mao is the most suitable. Mao Li Chiu pushed Five Elements Grandmaster away. Grandpa Mao. Five Elements Grandmaster was stunned. Mao Li Chiu's position in Longevity Heaven was much higher than his. He originally thought that sacrificing him was the most reasonable arrangement in this situation. He did not expect Mao Li Chiu to stop him. One had to know, the Celestial Court would definitely not be lenient in this situation. Mao Li Chiu would probably die if he left. Bing Sai Chuan looked deeply at Mao Li Chiu. Mao Li Chiu said casually, Bing Sai Chuan, I will leave Longevity Heaven to you. Don't embarrass me, you must escape. Don't disappoint Master, otherwise, I will curse you even after I become a ghost. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth, humph, so much nonsense. Even if you die, you have to die beautifully. He had fought side by side with Mao Li Chiu many times, even though the two were not courteous, they had deep feelings for each other. It was just that Northern Plains men only knew how to use tough words to express themselves. Mao Li Chiu laughed loudly, don't worry, I am the best at this. Bing Sai Chuan quickly opened the Immortal Goo House and closed it. At the crucial moment, Mao Li Chiu had already charged out. Come, punks of the Celestial Court. Mao Li Chiu charged forward bravely. At once, even Demon Judgment Board was sent flying by Mao Li Chiu. Mao Li Chiu fought so crazily, it was soon bathed in blood and had many fractures. Its laughter became louder and louder, its aura continued to rise. Divine Emperor City sent out spiraling green winds towards Calamity Luck Altar again. Mao Li Chiu clicked its tongue and flew up, using its body to block the spiraling green winds. At the next moment, like Demon Immortal Qi-Ju, it was locked by the green winds and sucked into the profound green light. Taking advantage of this crucial moment, Calamity Luck Altar turned into a stream of light and followed the golden path, quickly leaving the battlefield. Divine Bean Palace, Painting World. Boom! Boom! Two loud roars resounded throughout the world of the mural. The gap between them was not long. What's going on? Fairy Bai Xia and the rest were bewildered. They were cultivating diligently in the painting world. They did not know what was happening in Divine Emperor City. Something big happened, Fang Dichang. Xianxia had an excited expression as he arrived in front of Fang Dichang. Fang Dichang hid in a corner, his clothes were tattered and dirty, he had a bamboo cane in his hand and a broken bowl in front of him. He looked up at Xianxia and begged, "Master, please give me something to eat, I have been starving for 3 days and 3 nights." Meanwhile, he secretly sent a voice transmission. "Brother Shen, what exactly happened?" Xianxia replied secretly, "I am not sure about the specific situation." But at the edge of the painting world, 2 new paintings appeared. In one painting, qi currents were moving and wind was howling. In the other painting world, there were beast roars, it was mysterious and unfathomable. Fang Dichang heard this and his eyes shined with bright light, his interest surged. He was schemed against by Genesis Lotus Will and only managed to escape with a portion of his will. With Xianxia's secret help, the situation improved. Fang Dichang did not know what was happening outside the painting world. But this was the first time such a situation had occurred in the painting world. Chapter 2082. Divine Emperor City, Painting World. 3 yellow leopards suddenly charged out of the dense weeds. 1 male and 2 female leopards, they growled at Yifan who was at the center, their sharp teeth were still covered in blood and flesh, they looked very fierce. Yifan was surrounded, his heart shook. These 3 leopards have strong concealment abilities, I only found out about them when they attacked. As for their battle strength, I will have to fight them to know. Thinking of this, Yifan threw out several goo worms. Bam bam bam. White smoke rose into the air before dissipating. 3 valiant rangers appeared beside Yifan with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They were human path goo worms, Ranger Goo. Go. Yifan gave the order, and the 3 rangers immediately moved out, each charging at a yellow leopard. Man and beast fought. After more than 10 rounds, the rangers won 2 and lost 1. Yifan nodded, making an evaluation. Ranger Goo is rank 3, it is specialized in moving and fighting. These 3 leopards are also very agile, they have rank 3 strength. Ever since the Refinement Path Convention, Yifan had been cultivating in the painting world. Not only did he have rank 5 Hero Goo and rank 3 Ranger Goo, he also had killer moves, chivalrous liver, righteous courage, and other cultivation methods. He had made huge progress. Even so, he was frowning slightly now. I have just entered this roaring beast painting world, the outermost ones already have rank 3 strength, it seems that this painting is of a high grade. I wonder what progress Hong Yi has made, time is up, should go back and meet up with him. Yifan was only here to investigate some things. He was in charge of Roaring Beast Painting World, while Hong Yi went to investigate Qi Howling Painting World. Yifan returned and met Hong Yi on the way. The 2 were heroes, they had already become sworn brothers. In the cultivation life of the painting world, the 2 relied on each other and competed with each other, their brotherly relationship became deeper. After knowing each other's situation, the 2 brothers conversed as they walked. It seems that there is a lot of trouble this time. Why did 2 paintings suddenly appear? Don't tell me the painting world can continue to grow? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods are truly unfathomable. With just the 2 of us, we cannot explore these 2 new worlds. The best way is to rely on the residents of the painting world and borrow their strength. That makes sense. The city gate was guarded by soldiers, people continued to flow out of the city while a small portion of people returned. The 2 new paintings had a huge impact on the painting world. The space of the mural world was limited, but these 2 new paintings were vast, attracting the attention of the entire city. Therefore, a large wave of exploration was set off. Yifan and Hong Yi mixed in the crowd and returned to the city, they were inconspicuous. Yi Fan and Hong Yi mixed in the crowd and returned to the city inconspicuously. Xianxia sat on the second floor of the tea house at the city gate, observing Yi and Hong without leaving a trace while transmitting his voice to Fang Dichang. Look at the two of them. They've made extraordinary progress recently. These two people's auras were dense and extraordinary. They would definitely accomplish great things in the future. Brother Fang Di, if you return to your main body one day, you can ask about these two, maybe you can make use of them. Fang Dichang sat on the ground, still looking like a beggar. He secretly replied, in the painting world, there is not much difference between immortals and mortals. Fang Dichang sat on the ground, still looking like a beggar. He secretly replied, in the painting world, the difference between immortal and mortal is not big. Their exploration time this time was very short. The most crucial point was that these goo worms could transform into humans and use other goo worms. Moreover, the proficiency in using them depended entirely on the goo cultivator themselves. This was very terrifying. After transforming a goo worm into a human, a bunch of goo worms could use it and instantly create a goo cultivator. Mortal goo worms could transform into humans and use other goo worms to become goo masters. Immortal goo worms could transform into humans and become goo immortals. This made Fang Dichang think of his main body's sovereign immortal fetus goo. Sovereign immortal fetus goo's effect and power were naturally not something these human path goo worms could compare to, but there were huge similarities between the two. The crowd surrounded the 10 children of human path and set off from the city gate. This would be the largest wave of exploration. Quietly looking at this scene, Fang Dichang hid in a secluded corner and waved his hand, "Men." Immediately, a few beggars rushed to him from their respective corners. Their attitudes were incomparably respectful as they said in unison, "Chief, what orders do you have for us? Go and gather some gang brothers, follow the crowd and gather information." Fang Dichang instructed. Currently, although he was formed from a beggar goo, he was already a rank 5 bag beggar. Not only that, he had also borrowed Xianxia's strength to purchase a large number of beggar goo and used the sect token goo to activate the killer move, creating beggar gang. Right now, more than half of the beggars in the city were already under his command. Immortal killer move, myriad thought sword waterfall. Rumble. With a loud sound, a waterfall appeared. The silver-white waterfall had a grand aura as it fell from the sky and smashed into the hill. Every drop of water in the waterfall was a thought, they had the appearance of a sword. In just a few breaths of time, the hill was flattened. Fang Yuan retracted the killer move, the hill vanished completely and a shallow pool appeared in its original location. The water was filled with flowing small sword thoughts. As expected, the killer move's power has increased by several times, and it is even smoother. Fang Yuan carefully experienced the use of the Heaven Path Dao marks. After quelling the myriad tribulation, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to keep the appointment, he found a place to rest and reorganize in secret. The reason why he used Myriad Year Sword Waterfall was because it was not an ordinary killer move. Killer moves were mainly of a single path. Even if goo worms of other paths were mixed in, they were only supplementary. For example, Rule Path's 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi, or Time Path's Time Cutting Edge. And some killer moves were special, they were compound killer moves that were based on 2 or more paths. For example, this Myriad Year Sword Waterfall move was the fusion of Wisdom Path and Sword Path. Fang Yuan had many such killer moves, there were Myriad Dragon, Yama, Great Thief Ghost Hand, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, Jade Flow Pearl, and so on. More accurately speaking, Myriad Dragon was a compound killer move of Enslavement Path and Transformation Path, Great Thief Ghost Hand was a compound of Soul Path and Theft Path, and Jade Flow Pearl was a compound of Refinement Path and Space Path. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was even more complex, it was created by fusing Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Sun, Yama Emperor, and Familiar Face. Every time he used Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, it would expend 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks on Fang Yuan. This compound killer move was much stronger than a single path killer move. The enemy would need to consider 2 or more paths to deal with it. It was harder to defend against. Normally, Gu immortals who cultivated multiple paths would use it. For example, Qin Baishen cultivated both Soul Path and Metal Path. He had a move called Burning Soul Supreme Gold. It was a compound killer move of Soul Path and Metal Path. All Gu immortals who cultivated multiple paths would have such killer moves. Celestial Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch had one because she cultivated both Lightning Path and Soul Path. Duke Long naturally had one as well. Because of conflicting Dao marks, Gu immortals who cultivated multiple paths were extremely rare. Compound killer moves were also very rare in the Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan cultivated many paths because of the sovereign immortal body. He accumulated many compound killer moves. Even so, these compound killer moves could not be used in top-tier battles. This was because even though Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body did not have conflicting Dao marks, the compound killer moves that he used would have a large amount of internal friction because of the conflicting Dao marks. But the existence of Heaven Path Dao marks helped me greatly improve this. Fang Yuan acutely sensed this. He had already verified his conjecture. Right now, when he used a compound killer move like Myriad Ghost Sword Waterfall, because the internal friction was greatly reduced, the killer move's power increased by several times. According to my deductions, if I use Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon now, the expenditure of 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks will definitely be reduced by a lot. Because the internal friction is reduced, I do not need to expend so many Soul Path Dao marks to balance out the strength of the various paths. Over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks are not enough to eliminate this internal friction, but what about more? In the future, will I be able to use the help of Heaven Path Dao marks to create killer moves that cover all paths? At this point, other than a few killer moves of a single path, Fang Yuan no longer cared about them. Right now, the major forces of the world are in the hands of 4 people. One is Spectral Soul, the second is Guyue and Fang Yuan, the third is Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and the fourth is Qi Si Ancestor. Other than them, super forces like Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven have immortal Gu houses like Calamity Luck Altar and Divine Emperor City. They can participate in the battle and influence the overall situation. Wu Bachong heard this and felt puzzled, asking, Divine Emperor City is now publicly recognized as the #1 immortal Gu house. It can suppress Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Calamity Luck Altar is only slightly inferior, but it is also an extremely powerful immortal Gu house that shone brilliantly during the Fate War. Lord, why do you rank Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven below those 4? Wu Yong smiled, replying calmly, these 2 immortal Gu houses are strong indeed, but they can only be strong for a short period of time. The greatest flaw of immortal Gu houses is that their methods are fixed and singular. Once they are understood, they can be targeted. But immortal Gu houses are hard to modify. They are not as flexible as pseudo-venerables. They can adjust quickly. Divine Emperor City is very strong. It can suppress pseudo-venerable Demon Immortal Qi Ju. But when its methods are understood, its deterrence will fall by a level. Celestial Court lacks pseudo-venerables. That is their greatest weakness. If not for Qi Si Ancestor standing on Celestial Court's side, Qing Ding Ling would not have such an outcome. So that's it. Wu Ba Chong realized, I understand Lord's joy now. In this pursuit battle, Spectral Soul died, Fang Yuan escaped in a sorry state, Demon Immortal Qi Ju was suppressed, and Qi Si Ancestor went missing. The chances of him dying are very high. The 4 pseudo-venerables that decide the overall situation of the world are in an intense battle of attrition. it is a good opportunity for us to develop. Wu Yong nodded. It is good that such experts are all dead. The most regretful thing is that Fang Yuan escaped. Sigh, this demon is unfathomable, he cannot be evaluated with common sense. Maybe when he reappears, he will be even stronger than before. Speaking of Fang Yuan, Wu Yong had a solemn expression. Wu Bachong was also very worried. Fang Yuan had deep conflicts with Wu clan. Now that Spectral Soul was dead, Fang Yuan was definitely the #1 demon in the world. If he was given time to recover and deal with Wu clan, it would be a terrifying calamity that could cause heaven and earth to collapse. Wu Yong continued, we can't interfere with the pseudo-immortal venerables. So, we need to use this chance to develop and strengthen ourselves. In the future, when Fang Yuan comes to find trouble with us, we will at least have the strength to fight back. If this situation does not happen in the future, the 5 regions chaotic war will definitely be the trend. Central Continent and Northern Plains are guarded by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. They have been operating for countless years, they are impenetrable, let's not talk about them for now. As for the remaining 3 regions, Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea, they are in a state of disunity. The tides of the new era have already risen. Wu clan is taking this opportunity to rise. Western Desert is filled with sand and oases, it is easy to defend and hard to attack. Meanwhile, Eastern Sea is rich in resources, it has never had a venerable, its people are the most gentle. We should first unite Southern Border's Gu Immortal World, then take over Eastern Sea, followed by Western Desert. We will use the resources of the 3 regions to pass tribulation and become a pseudo-venerable, then nurture rank 8 Gu Immortals and construct a top-tier Immortal Gu house. Finally, we will attack Central Continent and Northern Plains. Lord! This was the first time Wu Bachong had heard of this, he could not help but stare with wide eyes, he was shocked and excited by Wu Yong's plan, but also felt uneasy. This was the ambition to conquer the world. Could Wu clan be brought to the peak by Wu Yong? Or would it be destroyed by the tides of the new era? Wind Path has never had a venerable. If possible, I might be able to fill this gap. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Wu Yong did not say this out loud, he only thought about it in his mind. He sat on the main seat, his gaze seemed to pierce through the hall, looking at the sky. At the next moment, Wu Bachong heard Wu Yong reciting leisurely. Eternal life is ethereal, I do not seek it, I am ashamed to live a long life without achievements. Regional walls vanish, chaotic times arise, once fate is gone, freedom reigns. Eagles soar in the sky, whales dominate the sea, without trying, how can we know the difference? How can mortals understand me? I will not give up until the end. Thus, Wu clan and the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts clashed. Every generation of Wu clan's first supreme elder worked hard to exterminate the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts. Generations of the fierce Gorge's 7 ghosts had always been dealing with the Wu clan. Whenever the behemoth, the Wu clan, was weak, they would be like vicious dogs hiding in the dark, suddenly pouncing out, biting off a piece of the Wu clan's flesh, and then quickly escaping. Wu clan was a super force, it was the #1 force in Southern Border almost all year round. But the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts were not simple either, there was a lot of evidence that their inheritance came from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. As long as one of the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts survived in every generation, it meant that the inheritance would continue. If the survivor was given some time, another 6 demonic path Gu immortals would appear around him or her. After generations of life and death struggles, Wu clan and the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts became irreconcilable enemies. Wu clan became the strongest enemy of every generation of the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts, while the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts became a sore point in Wu clan, they could not get rid of it. Every new member of the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts was to take revenge on Wu clan. Wu Duxiu had 3 regrets in her last words. The first was the fear-scourged 7 ghosts. In Wu Duxiu's life, she had commanded from behind the scenes and even personally killed more than 10 members of the fear-scourged 7 ghosts, but she had never had the chance to kill them all. As long as one of the fear-scourged 7 ghosts survived and hid for a period of time, they would be full again. But now, according to the information path Immortal Gu, the fear-scourged 7 ghosts had actually fallen into Wu Yong's trap. It was no wonder that Wu Bachong was so excited. Wu Yong put away the information path Immortal Gu and walked towards the door while instructing, "The fear-scourged 7 ghosts are a threat that our Wu clan must get rid of. If we ignore them, they will definitely make a mistake in the future and drag our clan down. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, I will personally take action this time." Wu Bachong followed closely behind, requesting to fight. If they could kill the fear-scourged 7 ghosts in this battle, it would have a huge significance to Wu clan. But Wu Yong rejected him. "I am going to take away clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. It is like a lion using its full strength to capture a rabbit. Wu clan's headquarters still need you to guard it." "Yes." Wu Bachong had no choice but to accept the order. Under his expectant and respectful gaze, Wu Yong's figure soared into the sky like the wind, quickly vanishing. Wu clan's headquarters was on Wuyi Mountain, and Wuyi Mountain was at the southwest end of southern border. Fishermen need to eat fish. If they are afraid of drowning and do not fish, their baskets will definitely be empty. How can our Wu clan cower because of these difficulties? Wu Zhen's expression turned solemn. He quickly cupped his fists. "Lord is right." Wu Yong's gaze was deep and eerie as he continued to give pointers. "Now is the best time to deal with Lu Wei-yin. For a person like Lu Wei-yin, the more time he has, the more preparations he will make. Mushroom Man Paradise will not be easy to attack. Fang Yuan is escaping. He clearly does not have the strength to fight. If we miss this opportunity, when he recovers, there will be even less hope of destroying Mushroom Man Paradise. As for those righteous path super forces pretending to obey? Do they think the Southern Alliance is so easy to join? As the Alliance leader, I cannot find a chance to deal with the entire Southern Alliance." Wu Zhen heard this and no longer had any doubts. He was completely convinced by Wu Yong's idea. This subordinate is willing to follow Lord to conquer the world. Wu Yong nodded and said before leaving, "Rest well. Wu clan's path of conquering the world will depend on your contributions." At the same time, in Eastern Sea, Xia clan headquarters. The atmosphere in the ceremony hall was heavy. More than 10 variant human Gu immortals formed into 2 groups, facing each other. The left group was led by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, with Chaotic Rock Grotto Lord, Rotten Egg Grotto Lord, and Hair Monster Grotto Lord. The right group was led by Xiao Jian, with Green Forest Great Sage and Great Wisdom Immortal Mother assisting him. There was also a third group of human Gu immortals, including Piercing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Black Locust, and Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine. During the pursuit battle of Fang Yuan, these variant human Gu immortals were abandoned by Fang Yuan. After leaving the Celestial Court, they escaped and returned to Eastern Sea. Without Wu Shui controlling the situation, these 2 Heavens Grotto Lords were anxious. They had been thinking about how to resolve the Qi harvest fruit calamity in their Grotto Heavens, but there was no progress. "Xiao Jian, are you prepared for Lord Wu Shui's return? I want to see how you explain to Lord Alliance Leader why you promoted Lady Cold Ash so many times." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke first. Xiao Jian's expression was grim. Back then, he promoted Lady Cold Ash to gather Gu immortals and strengthen his force to resist Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's side. But to think that Lady Cold Ash was actually Spectral Soul in disguise. Not just that, Spectral Soul even made a move at the crucial moment, chasing after Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan, destroying Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul caused such huge losses to the Two Heavens Alliance. Xiao Hejian's responsibility was huge. Xiao Hejian's expression was ashen as he faced the accusation. He stared at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. How much responsibility I have is not up to you. After all, during the battle, Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan had cooperated too closely, they trusted each other too much. This was not normal for demonic path Gu Immortals. The Two Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals had already heard of these rumors. Even though they were loyal on the surface, they had many suspicions in their hearts. Thus, Wu Shuai's honesty was not hard for the Immortals to accept. Wu Shuai continued, "The reason why I gathered all of you is to regroup and plan for the future, and also to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit problem in your grotto heavens." The Immortals' eyes lit up. One of them blurted out, "Could it be that you already have a solution, Alliance leader?" Wu Shuai smiled, "Of course I don't have a solution, but my main body does." The Immortals looked at Fang Yuan cautiously. Fang Yuan was expressionless, his gaze was indifferent as he spoke for the first time. "Right now, you have two choices in front of you. The first is to let me annex your grotto heavens, only then can I help you get rid of the Qi harvest fruit problem." The Immortals' expressions changed, some of them were angry but did not dare to say anything. At once, everyone fell into silence. Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine broke the silence and asked respectfully, "I wonder what the other choice is?" Fang Yuan leaned on his wide chair and narrowed his eyes. "The second choice is to kill all of you and annex all your grotto heavens." Chapter 2086. Facing the incomparably powerful Fang Yuan, the variant human Gu Immortals gritted their teeth as their gazes flickered. Many people looked around secretly, hoping that someone else would show up. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was the #1 demon in the world now. Even Spectral Soul died under his ambush. When the demonic might was at its peak, none of the variant human alliance Gu Immortals dared to provoke Fang Yuan. No one dared to resist Fang Yuan, but no Gu Immortal surrendered and offered their headquarters to him. Everyone could see the unwillingness of these Gu Immortals. Their grotto heaven headquarters were where they lived day and night, they were their homes, they were pure sacred grounds in their hearts. If they really offered their homes to Fang Yuan, they would be ridiculed by their fellow countrymen, and the Gu Immortals themselves would not be able to live with their conscience. Back then, when Celestial Court invaded Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch risked his life and expended his lifespan to activate Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move. To save Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother even gave Wu Shuai the racial inheritance related to the Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. All of this proved that these grotto heavens in the Two Heavens had a special meaning to the variant human alliance members. They had extremely high positions in their hearts. But what could he do about it? The world knew of Fang Yuan's strength. He was now the #1 demon, Heavenly Court had been attacked by him, Fate Gu was destroyed by him, and now even Spectral Soul was killed by him. After the pursuit of Fang Yuan, even though Fang Yuan had only recuperated for 10 days, the time was short. The variant human Gu Immortals present had no doubt that Fang Yuan could exterminate them all. Maybe their only hope was external reinforcements. But what reinforcements could these variant human Gu Immortals have? Should he look for the Heavenly Court or the Longevity Heaven? What a joke! More importantly, almost all the grotto heavens in the Two Heavens were facing the calamity of the Qi harvest fruits. If they did not join Fang Yuan and allowed these Qi harvest fruits to grow, these grotto heavens would definitely die. But if they joined Fang Yuan, the lives of these variant human Gu Immortals would be given to Fang Yuan. Now that he had boarded the pirate ship, it was easier said than done to get off. Fang Yuan's mercilessness had long been known to the world. Previously, he had sent many subordinates to attack the Middle Continent. After the Fate War, Fang Yuan only cared about escaping, and those subordinates were still wandering around the 5 regions. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai had directly moved Dragon Palace away from Celestial Court, leaving the variant human Gu immortals behind in Celestial Court, ignoring them. Who could be at ease following such a leader? Have you thought it through? My patience is limited. Fang Yuan's face was indifferent as he issued an ultimatum. The immortals' hearts shook, many of them turned pale and broke out in cold sweat. Among them, the human Gu immortals felt the most regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have turned to the Celestial Court. In today's world, the human race was the hegemon. They would not accept the allegiance of the mutant forces. But if they were all humans, it was a different matter. In fact, after the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, after they left Celestial Court, it was not that they did not want to imitate Night Wolf Heavenly Lord and turn to the Celestial Court. But the other variant human Gu immortals were watching them closely, they had no chance at all. Thus, there was a reason why the variant human Gu immortals were suspicious of these human Gu immortals earlier, it was not without reason. The hall was still deathly silent. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, but the variant human alliance's members were feeling increasing pressure. Fang Yuan did not use any killer moves, but most of the Gu immortals felt difficulty breathing, they felt immense pressure. Unable to endure this pressure, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, one of the alliance members, gritted his teeth. He was about to agree and offer his immortal aperture to Fang Yuan. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch was a hairy man Gu immortal with rank 8 cultivation level. He had his own plans. He knew that Fang Yuan had annexed Langya Blessed Land. He rarely sent Langya sect's hairy man Gu immortals to fight. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch sided with Fang Yuan because he wanted the same treatment. Hairy men were skilled in Gu refinement, they had great value in this aspect, they could preserve the lives of Golden Fur Grotto Heaven's members, they could even be put in important positions. It was far better than being slaughtered by Fang Yuan and forcefully annexed. Once Golden Fur Immortal Monarch spoke, with the first person, the rest would definitely feel immense pressure, the immortals would follow suit. It was as if a hole had been opened in a huge dam, and the flood would pour out through this hole. But at this time, an alarm sounded. A large number of Eastern Sea Gu immortals had moved out with several immortal Gu houses, they were approaching this place. Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan looked at each other. Fang Yuan nodded slightly. Wu Shuai turned to look at the immortals. The enemy is here, let's fight them first, we will talk after repelling them. The immortals let out a sigh of relief. Normally, when Eastern Sea's righteous path formed an alliance army to attack, these people would be anxious, as if they were facing a great enemy. But now, they felt a sense of relief, they felt a sense of gratitude. Immediately, Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan went into hiding, with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiaohe Jian at the lead. The variant human alliance's immortals moved out, facing the Eastern Sea Alliance army on the sea. Eastern Sea's righteous path had many people: Shen Clan's first Supreme Elder Shen Songsheng, Tang Clan's first Supreme Elder, and Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder were personally participating in the battle. There were many immortal Gu houses, there were more than 10. Eastern Sea was rich in resources, it was the #1 region in the 5 regions, so it had the most immortal Gu houses, even surpassing Central Continent. Of course, there were few top-tier rank 8 immortal Gu houses like Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship. Like now, among these immortal Gu houses, there was only one rank 8 immortal Gu house, Jade Cloud Fireworks Warship. It came from Eastern Sea's Hua clan. There were the most rank 6 immortal Gu houses, followed by rank 7. The two armies confronted each other in the sky. Eastern Sea Alliance Army's first Supreme Elder walked out, Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 7 Gu Immortal Xia Ruiji. Variant human remnant dares to disturb my Eastern Sea and invade my homeland, you have committed heinous crimes. Today will be the day you die. Xia Ruiji shouted loudly with a righteous aura. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sneered, "Cowardly scoundrel, you dare to come and die today." Xiao Jian also mocked, "Homeless dogs, how dare you speak arrogantly." Xia Ruiji's face turned red from anger, he gritted his teeth, "Variant humans, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. I will go out first, who dares to fight me alone?" Xia clan's territory was taken by the Variant Human Alliance. As the victim, Xia Ruiji naturally had to go out first. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately said, "A mere rank 7 dares to fight first. Forget it, our Variant Human Alliance disdains bullying the weak, we will send someone with similar cultivation level to fight you." Under Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's instructions, a rank 7 snowman Gu Immortal flew out and fought with Xia Ruiji. After 3 rounds, Shen Tsongsheng stood up, "Who dares to fight me alone?" Shen Tsongsheng had rank 8 cultivation level, his battle strength was publicly recognized to be at the peak in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. This time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Jian did not dare to be careless. Under Fang Yuan's secret orders, Xiao Jian went out personally. After Shen Tsongsheng and Xiao Jian fought for a while, Eastern Sea Alliance sent out another rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he was not at Shen Tsongsheng's level. Chapter 2087. The two armies confronted each other, and the 3 battle groups fought fiercely in front of the formation, attracting countless gazes. Xiao Jian was an expert among rank 8s, in terms of strength, he was at the level of a celestial court member. As for Shen Tsongsheng, ever since he returned from the Blue Dragon Whale, his strength had also improved greatly. The two of them were equally matched. But in the other 2 battles, the Mutated Race Alliance was at a disadvantage. Chaotic Rock Grotto Lord was defending more than attacking, while the rank 7 Snowman Gu Immortal on the other side was already losing. His opponent was Xia Ruiji, even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was still Xia clan's first supreme elder, he had abundant resources and many methods. After a few more rounds, Xia Ruiji suddenly shouted, using a fatal killer move towards the Snowman Gu Immortal. The Snowman Gu Immortal could not dodge, despair appeared on his face. Right at this time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch attacked, using an Ice Path killer move to attack Xia Ruiji. The Eastern Sea Alliance army was furious, they moved to protect Xia Ruiji, blocking Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's sneak attack. Using this chance, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch pulled that rank 7 Snowman subordinate back to his side. Variant Human Gu Immortals truly have no sense of propriety and honor, they lost both in battle and in battle. It was clearly a one-on-one fight, but he actually saved her. "Alright, since you don't want to follow the rules, then we'll attack together. Kill all these Variant Human Gu Immortals." The Righteous Alliance of Eastern Sea Alliance was infuriated. Like a raging tide, the whole army charged towards the alliance of the non-human races. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest had a change of expression. The Eastern Sea Alliance army's offense was quite fierce, with more than 10 Immortal Gu houses as the vanguard, they charged forward in a domineering manner. In comparison, even though the Variant Human Alliance had many rank 8 Gu Immortals, they lacked Immortal Gu houses. In this battle, they were at a huge disadvantage with only their physical bodies. At this critical moment, the Ant army suddenly appeared, forming a golden torrent that counterattacked the East Ocean Coalition army. The Eastern Sea Alliance army's offense suffered a setback, they were surrounded by billions of ants, many Immortal Gu houses were infiltrated by them, they could only defend desperately, their formation was in chaos. Wu Shuai appeared, even without Dragon Palace, he was an expert among rank 8s. Lord Alliance leader. The Outsiders Alliance's morale was greatly boosted. In contrast, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were shocked. Why is Marshal Wu here? Isn't he with that devil, Fang Yuan? If he's here, where's Fang Yuan? As if answering the Eastern Sea Immortals' question, Fang Yuan's figure also appeared. You're quite courageous, Fang Yuan smiled and casually waved his hand, shooting out a 5-colored beam of light. A rank 7 immortal goo house was hit by the 5-colored light. It shook intensely. After a few breaths of time, it could not resist anymore and retreated rapidly. The goo immortals inside were extremely shocked. They shouted, "This is a compound killer move. It contains the 5 paths of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth." Fang Yuan snapped his fingers and countless light butterflies flew out. Butterflies of light flew like a torrential rain, attacking all the immortal goo houses in the battlefield. The immortal goo houses unleashed their abilities and resisted with all their might. The light butterfly continued to change colors, avoiding the attacks and entering the immortal goo house. This is a compound killer move of refinement path, lightning path, and chi path. As long as we are inside, we will continue to get injured. Retreat, retreat quickly. The armies of both sides could not fight anymore. They retreated rapidly, not daring to stay in the battlefield for even a second longer. Fang Yuan, after not seeing you for more than 10 days, you have actually improved so much. Qi Si Ancestor's voice resounded. It was filled with shock. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortals felt a chill in their hearts. Qi Si, you are still injured. How can you be my match? Today, you will die here. Fang Yuan spoke. His voice was loud and resounded in the world. The Goo Immortals on both sides felt a chill in their hearts. Boom, boom, boom. Next, there was a huge explosion. It was like countless claps of thunder were raging in their ears. The immortals on both sides looked up. They saw that chi waves were surging in the sky, surging everywhere. The color of the world changed. It was like the end of the world. That closed heavenly wind chi wall continued to change shape. The thick chi wall made people think of thin paper. There seemed to be countless wild beasts tearing and dancing on the other side. A large amount of powder fell down. This was heaven-splitting powder. Qi Si Ancestor and Fang Yuan must have broken the sky. Next, the immortals heard Qi Si Ancestor's weak voice. Fang Yuan, it is easy for you to defeat me, but it is wishful thinking to kill me. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Qi Si, where are you going? Next, the terrifying explosions above the immortals' heads showed signs of slowing down. Be it friend or foe, they all let out sighs of relief. The power of the fight between these two great pseudo-venerables was too terrifying. If the heavenly wind chi wall was really broken, the immortals would be exposed to the terrifying aftershocks of their battle. The consequences would be unimaginable. What are you waiting for? Kill! Wu Shuai suddenly shouted, waking up the frightened immortals. Qi Si has been defeated. We need to stall these people and wait for Fang Yuan to return victorious. He will be able to secure victory with a wave of his hand. Kill! The variant human alliance was shaken. Their morale rose to an extreme level because of this. The immortals charged towards the immortal goo houses. Using their bodies to attack the immortal goo houses was not a wise tactic. But inside the immortal goo houses, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals all had ashen expressions. Their bodies and minds were cold. It would be a lie to say they were not afraid. Even the immortal goo houses could not give them any sense of security. Retreat! Retreat! Shen Tsongsheng shouted. Without any hesitation, the Eastern Sea Immortals turned around and fled. The variant human Goo Immortals were most proficient in such battles where they had the upper hand. At once, they chased relentlessly with overwhelming momentum. After chasing for 100 li, Fang Yuan turned around and attacked. The Eastern Sea Alliance army was extremely weak in his hands. Most of the immortal Goo houses were destroyed on the spot. Surrender obediently and contribute your immortal Goo, you can still keep your lives. Fang Yuan shouted, everyone in the variant human alliance, listen up, no one is allowed to attack my captives. In this battle, the variant human alliance won an overwhelming victory. The Eastern Sea Alliance army suffered many casualties, and even more were captured by Fang Yuan. Many Eastern Sea Gu immortals chose to believe Fang Yuan's words. They surrendered and gave up resisting. Thus, the Outsiders' Alliance once again charged into the primordial onyx heaven in a mighty manner. The army pressed forward, but before the battle started, Night Wolf Grotto Heaven's entrance suddenly opened. With Yi Ji as the leader, the Grotto Heaven Gu immortals came out and knelt before Fang Yuan, asking to surrender. Fang Yuan did not start a massacre. After taking in everyone, he led the army to soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was a scene of desolation. It turned out that after Spectral Soul took over Lady Cold Ash's body, he had left Sun in soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven to manage the logistics. After Fang Yuan pursued them, only Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia escaped from Shadow Sect. After Fairy Myrtle escaped, she immediately contacted Sun and ordered him to retreat. Sun naturally would not retreat empty-handed. Other than emptying almost all of his storage, he even detonated the Qi harvest fruit before leaving, causing severe damage to soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. The remaining Gu immortals in soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven finally repaired the hole, but after a few days of rest, they were attacked by Fang Yuan's army. Against Fang Yuan's army, soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven could not resist at all. It was conquered almost instantly. Inside soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, there were still several Gu immortals left, led by Chong. These people had not been modified by Spectral Soul. Before Sun left, they had fought with him. They were all injured. Fang Yuan did not reject any of them. He also took these people in as his subordinates. Next, he created a new alliance agreement. Fang Yuan learned from his previous lesson. He no longer used his main body to contact his subordinates. He used Wu Shuai's clone instead. This way, even if a strong enemy captured these subordinates in the future, they could only deduce Wu Shuai's location through the alliance agreement. Fang Yuan's main body would be safe. At this point, Fang Yuan completely took over the variant human alliance. But it was not enough. In many Grotto Heavens of the immemorial Two Heavens, the Qi harvest fruits had already grown to a huge size. They were on the verge of self-detonation. Fang Yuan first went to Grand Swine Grotto Heaven. Under the immortals' gazes, Fang Yuan waved his hand, releasing a white light. The white light coiled around the huge Qi harvest fruit as it turned into mist. The mist surged, obstructing investigative methods. Fang Yuan was still not assured. He ordered the immortals, "Stay back, don't use any Gu worms, I don't want to disturb my method." The immortals obeyed. White mist spread, shrouding Fang Yuan's main body. Outsiders could not see the situation inside. Fang Yuan opened the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's entrance. The Qi Sea clone flew out. The Qi Sea clone came to the Qi harvest fruit, his eyes shining like he was looking at a supreme delicacy. The Qi Sea clone stabbed his hand deep into the Qi harvest fruit as he activated a Qi path method. Immortal killer move, Qi Ju revival. Most of the immortal friends of the Two Heavens who have attached themselves to me still have the scourge of the energy harvest fruit in their homes. Let me get rid of these Qi harvest fruits first. The immortals were extremely moved. Many of the Two Heavens Gu immortals had tears in their eyes. Qi Sea ancestor, you are truly the role model of Eastern Sea's righteous path. Qi Si ancestor had just visited the two heavens grotto heavens and devoured all the Qi harvest fruits. Right now, his Qi path Dao marks had broken through 2 million. In less than half a month, the Qi Si clone's strength had increased explosively. The Qi Si clone did not react. He would hide this card for now, for as long as he could. If those Qi harvest fruits can grow again, that would be great. Qi Si ancestor was looking forward to it, but he knew that the possibility was not high. Because Qi harvest fruits were produced because of the impact of the Qi tides. Almost all of the grotto heavens were located on heaven veins, that was why there was a huge problem. During the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan, the 5 regions' Qi tides had already stopped moving. The fusion of the 5 regions' Qi was almost complete. Qi Si ancestor was also pondering over his own cultivation. He did not lack Dao marks or immortal essence, he lacked killer moves. Qi Si ancestor only had a few killer moves that he could use. Even though he obtained Primordial Origin's true inheritance, the Qi path killer move Celestial Court was too familiar. He needed to modify it. Qi Si ancestor's ambition was not just this. He wanted to create a combat system that was suitable for himself. Killer moves were scattered and could be used to bully some rank 8 experts, or some pseudo-venerables. But against people like Spectral Soul and Duke Long, he needed an outstanding combat system. The main factor that influenced a Gu Immortal's battle strength was cultivation level. But killer moves, Immortal Gu, Immortal Essence, timing, geography, and people were also influential factors. For example, special killer moves like Reverse Flow Protection Seal could allow Gu Immortals to fight above their ranks. Combat systems were also part of this. For most Gu Immortals, combat systems were not necessary. Because just these factors were enough to create a difference in battle strength, Gu Immortals would be able to determine the victor. But to Fang Yuan and Qi Si, it was something they could not lack. Because cultivation level, killer moves, immortal Gu, and other normal factors could not determine the victor, everyone was about the same. At this time, whoever had a mature and outstanding combat system was very important. Fang Yuan's extortion letters were passed around for a while before they all landed on Qi Si ancestor's table. Qi Si ancestor did not even look at them, because he knew the contents of these letters. My injuries are not light, I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. Qi Si ancestor's words made Eastern Sea's righteous path lose the will to resist Fang Yuan. If Qi Si ancestor did not take action, who could resist Fang Yuan directly? They had to hand over the immortal materials and redeem their clan's Gu Immortals. Qi Si ancestor added, I have already contacted the Celestial Court, maybe they will send reinforcements. Eastern Sea's righteous path Gu Immortals had complex emotions, they could not say anything. Chapter 2091. Eastern Sea, Hot Spring Blessed Land. Ever since Fang Yuan subdued the variant human alliance, he had been in closed cultivation in Xia clan's headquarters. The Dragonman clone, Wu Shuai, represented him, managing the alliance's daily affairs. I have seen your contributions, you may leave. Wu Shuai's voice could be vaguely heard in the hall. This subordinate takes his leave. At the next moment, the door opened as 2 mini-man Gu Immortals flew out. They were Xiao Hejian and Green Forest Great Sage. After leaving the hall, the respectful expressions on their faces faded, replaced by expressions of regret and helplessness. The reason the 2 immortals were summoned was because Fang Yuan wanted their woodpath immortal Gu. Under Wu Shuai's persuasion, the 2 immortals had to offer their woodpath immortal Gu. Green Forest Great Sage transmitted, complaining, Lord Xiao, what do we do? My forest Gu is the core of many killer moves, without it, I can barely fight. Xiao Hejian's expression was ugly, you only lost rank 7 forest Gu, but I offered up rank 8. The 2 immortals were not willing to contribute, but the situation was pressing. What could they do? In fact, this situation had been happening frequently recently. The alliance members were furious, but they did not dare to go against their superior's will. The announcement is here, the announcement is here. An excited voice entered the ears of the two Miniman Gu immortals. The two immortals moved and arrived in front of an information path Mortal Gu house. On this information path Mortal Gu house, there was a board with 3 words at the top, Contribution Board. Looking down, Xiao Jian was ranked first, his contribution points were in 4 digits. As for Green Forest Great Sage, even though he was not in the top 3, he was in the top 10. Green Forest Great Sage was overjoyed. Lord Xiao, look, you are first. Alliance leader did not lie to us, he really recorded our contributions to the alliance. He was depressed earlier, but his mood was much better now. Xiao Jian snorted coldly, feeling disdainful. This is just the method of the higher-ups to exploit us. To think that this demon Fang Yuan has such political skills. Sigh, it is a pity that I do not have his peak battle strength. There are still Qi harvest fruits left in my own headquarters. Given the current situation, what else can I do besides following behind Fang Yuan? Xiao Jian's strength was extraordinary, and he was not inferior to the experts of the Celestial Court. Unfortunately, with his strength, he could only bow his head in front of Fang Yuan. He was unwilling, but what could he do? The situation was stronger than the people. Contribution Board? Soon, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest learned of this important news. During this period of time, alliance members have often been summoned and given immortal Gu. Even Xiao Jian was not spared. What should I do? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch showed worry on his face. My name is not on the contribution board yet. As the Vice Alliance leader, this is not a good thing. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was slightly anxious. But he was reluctant to hand over the Ice and Snow Immortal Gu. How about this? I'll gather a batch of immortal materials and offer them up. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly made up his mind. Fang Yuan could force his subordinates to hand over their immortal Gu. But if he did that, it would be too unsightly. The hearts of the people that were gathered after much difficulty would disperse. If that was the case, Fang Yuan's earlier ploy would be a waste of effort. Even though Fang Yuan was a demonic path overlord, he was also well versed in the righteous path. Setting up a contribution board could resolve many conflicts, it could also motivate others. Chapter 2092. Central Continent. Flowing silver blessed land. Spare my life. Leave, the enemy is Demon Immortal Zi Wei. She is not someone we can fight. We were so unlucky, we had just attacked and Demon Immortal Zi Wei came. The Central Continent Gu Immortals sighed as they escaped in panic. Did I say you could leave? Fairy Myrtle smiled coldly. Purple light shone from her body. The light illuminated half the sky. Most of the Central Continent Gu immortals died, only one escaped alive. Fairy Myrtle was a rank 8 Gu immortal, a wisdom path great expert. Against these rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals, she displayed battle strength that left them in despair. After easily slaughtering the Gu immortals, Fairy Myrtle hooked her finger. The souls of the Gu immortals were brought to Wuxia. After devouring them, Master's soul foundation will rise greatly again. Fairy Myrtle smiled. Wuxia was depressed, his morale was low. Sigh, even if my foundation is strong, so what? My main body is dead, only this split soul of mine is left. Master, don't be discouraged. Sun quickly persuaded, I brought almost all the soul path resources in soul pacifying Grotto Heaven. They are your cultivation resources. During this period of time, Sun had already met up with Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia. After persuading Wuxia, Sun said to Fairy Myrtle, Lady Ziwei, did you let that transformation path Gu Immortal go on purpose? Why did you do that? Did you want him to attract more Gu Immortal enemies? Sun's soul was modified by spectral soul, he was extremely loyal to Wuxia. He would object to anything that went against Wuxia's interests. Right now, he was looking at Fairy Myrtle with a questioning gaze. Fairy Myrtle smiled coldly, ignoring him. Wuxia quickly eased the atmosphere. If I am not wrong, that transformation path Gu Immortal should be Warrior Steel Rush. He is Fang Yuan's subordinate, he was originally a Gu Immortal in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. After the Fate War, he has been roaming outside. Sun frowned, feeling indignant. Fang Yuan killed Master's main body, he is our mortal enemy, we should not let him go. Wuxia sighed, Fang Yuan's demonic might is overwhelming, he has completely subdued the variant human alliance and occupied Eastern Sea. During the battle with Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Alliance, he displayed pseudo-venerable battle strength, he has completely broken free from the Heaven Path Dao Mark restriction. Now, he is summoning his subordinates back, which super forces would dare to stop him? Even the 10 great ancient sects of the Central Continent turn a blind eye to it. Fairy Ziwei continued, Fang Yuan is crafty and despicable, he is ruthless and ruthless, he slaughtered his entire clan when he was young to raise his aptitude. He is Dragon, Dragon King, Clan Dragon Army, whether it battle or not, or Dragon King Gu, he war, King Chen. Even if we kill this Warrior Steel Rush, how much damage can we cause to Fang Yuan? Damn it! Sun clenched his fists, realizing, this demon has already gained momentum, we cannot shake him. Not only that, even getting rid of his subordinates was a huge risk, they were worried that Fang Yuan would take the opportunity to investigate. Since this demon has recovered his battle strength, why is he not fighting to the death with Celestial Court? Fairy Myrtle analyzed as she plundered flowing silver-blessed land, I am suspicious of Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves. It is likely that he lacks immortal essence now. Earlier, when he fought Qi Si Ancestor, he was bluffing. So now, he is recuperating. Are you sure? Sun heard this and his eyes shined, maybe we can make use of this. Fairy Myrtle fell silent again. Wuxia shook his head and smiled bitterly. Do you know what our greatest gain from fighting with Fang Yuan is? What is it? It is Fang Yuan, we cannot use common sense to judge him. According to the intensity of the previous battles, it is reasonable for him to lack immortal essence now. But no one knows how many methods he has, how much venerables helped him in the dark, or what methods he has in his rebirth memories. Even his main body died, now that we managed to escape, we should not provoke him. Wuxia persuaded. Fairy Myrtle frowned, Wuxia's words did not hurt her, but she was worried about Wuxia's morale. Fang Yuan was always out of the ordinary, he displayed shocking performances time and time again. Right now, Wuxia was filled with fear. This was not the demeanor of the great spectral soul demon Venerable. Wuxia was not only a split soul of spectral soul, he was also the master that Fairy Myrtle and Sun were loyal to, they were looking forward to his rise. To boost Wuxia's morale, Fairy Myrtle thought for a while before saying, Fang Yuan is a terrifying person. After all along, he has been pressured by various forces. Be it the Venerable's forceful suppression or the pursuit of the Celestial Court led by me, he has been living a miserable life for a long time, he has been in a precarious situation. The way I see it, Fang Yuan is only a pawn, the Venerables who supported him had already given up on him the moment Fate Gu was destroyed. Not only did they give up on him, they even destroyed him. Be it the restriction of Fang Yuan's Heaven Path Dao marks, or the pursuit of Spectral Soul, they are all evidence. But now, Fang Yuan broke free and killed Spectral Soul. He got rid of the Venerable's arrangements and obtained freedom. He never had time to develop his business properly, but now he does. Right now, he is growing stronger every minute and second, he is growing stronger at an unfathomable speed. Even though I am a wisdom path great expert and have fought with Fang Yuan many times, I cannot estimate how strong he will be the next time he attacks. But no matter how strong he is, as long as he does not become venerable, he is not invincible. Fairy Myrtle changed the topic. Wuxia smiled bitterly, maybe the next time Fang Yuan attacks, he will already be a venerable. No. Fairy Myrtle smiled, it is not so easy to become a venerable, since ancient times, there have only been 10. How to become a venerable is a huge secret. All sorts of clues show that the venerables who helped Fang Yuan did not tell him this secret. Is that so? And Sun clapped, saying happily, this is great. If Fang Yuan does not become venerable, he will only be a pseudo-venerable, even though his battle strength is strong, there is a limit. Be it Qi Si Ancestor or Divine Emperor City, they can deal with him. Wuxia let out a breath of turbid air, this means that as long as Fang Yuan does not become venerable, we will still have hope? Fairy Myrtle nodded, even though Fang Yuan is strong, there are many things restricting him. I brought you here to meet someone. Bing Sai Chuan brought He Lulan deep into Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. You are? He Lulan stared with wide eyes at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun who was sitting on a cushion. The strong reaction from her bloodline and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's appearance allowed He Lulan to quickly confirm the identity of the person in front of her. She immediately knelt on the ground and paid her respects. Unfilial descendant pays respect to ancestor Giant Sun. Good child, get up. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled kindly. He Lulan, who was in a turbulent mood, was immediately supported up by a formless and gentle force. She had just stood up when she heard Immortal Zombie Giant Sun say, "You are my outstanding descendant. If you want to talk about unfilial, He tribe's Gu immortals are truly unfilial. They are afraid of death. They actually sided with an outsider, that 100 Legs Jr. Chapter 2093. When Bai Ningbing barely managed to open her eyes, the first thing she saw was a gentle yellow light. You're awake too. A familiar voice resounded in her ears but she could not hear it clearly. After a few breaths of time, Bai Ningbing's vision became clear. She saw Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress beside her. Bai Ningbing felt weak all over, she barely supported her upper body with her hands. Where is this? She looked around and found that she was in a cave. The cave was very peculiar, it was shaped like a ball. Bai Ningbing and the other immortals were at the bottom of the ball. The inner wall of the spherical cave was made up of sparse yellow soil. From time to time, there would be waves of red light that condensed into a bloodline-like red flowing light in the yellow soil. Wait, these are... Bai Ningbing's expression became bewildered. She found that in the walls of the spherical cave, there was an immortal material embedded at regular intervals. The first thing she found was a piece of copper material in front of her. The copper material was tough and domineering, it was inserted into the soil and flickered with a cold metallic luster. Isn't this the rank 7 immortal material domination copper? Bai Ningbing recognized it. Then, she noticed that there was a piece of iron that was as white as snow not far from Batong. This metal had a higher aura than domination copper, it was a rank 8 immortal material. White snow iron. How can this be? Where domination copper is produced, there should not be any other rank 7 copper materials. But I only took a rough look, there are at least 5 pieces of rank 7 copper materials here. Moreover, white snow iron has always been produced from rooster iron ores, why is there only 1 piece of white snow iron here? It seems that even Bai Ningbing cannot recognize the peculiarity of this place. Black Tigress said in disappointment. Fairy Miao Yin smiled, we only woke up a little earlier than you, we are also very curious about this place. This place is too mystical, it seems to be a storage room for immortal materials. Not just metal path immortal materials, there are also other paths. Look over there. Fairy Miao Yin pointed to the left of Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked over and saw that in a small piece of soil on the left, there were more than 10 big round radishes. I know, these are white wine radishes. White wine is produced from radishes. Even though they are rank 6, food path immortal materials are very rare. Bai Ningbing said. Look over here. Fairy Miao Yin pointed again. Bai Ningbing discovered a gust of wind. The wind condensed into a ball the size of a string ball. It was dark green in color, and the sound of the wind was very low. Bai Ningbing had once obtained the Baixiang Grotto Heaven and had followed Bai Feng Yuan's side for a long time. When she saw this ball of wind, she narrowed her eyes and recalled its records. This is heavy eerie wind, a rank 8 wind path immortal material. It can only be found deep underground, even celestial quartz goo immortals desire it. Metal path immortal materials domination copper, white snow iron and others, food path immortal material white wine radish, wind path immortal material serene heavy wind. Other than these, Bai Ningbing and the rest also found red snake iron, orchid life chi, sleeping dream soil and others. What is this? Bai Ningbing and the rest noticed a little fox above their heads. Its furry fox tail and hind legs were trapped in the soil. When it saw that Bai Ningbing and the others had discovered it, it curled up into a ball in fear and let out a soft whimper. The 3 female immortals widened their eyes, they were stunned for a while, then they said in unison, Jade Fox Mist Infant. This was a rank 8 transformation Dao transformation immortal material. It was recorded in the Legends of Renzu. Sun Ming Lu, one of the 7 extremities of Northern Plains longevity heaven, imitated Regret Pool and constructed the Super Goo Formation Fate Reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Goo for old ancestor Shuehu. Refinement Cauldron was Long Hair Ancestor's proudest masterpiece, it had the power to forcefully refine immortal goo. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Langya Blessed Land relied on it to defend against 7 waves of attacks. It forcefully refined the immortal goo of the goo immortals who invaded the Blessed Land and captured countless people. And the long hair refinement path formation was Langya sect's strongest foundation, the essence of its trump card. The formation was extremely outstanding, only hairy man goo immortals could control it. In history, Long Hair Ancestor had used this formation many times to refine immortal goo for Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Before the Fate formation, Feng Yuan also relied on this formation to advance his immortal goo on a large scale. If not for Feng Yuan's refinement path and time path attainment levels reaching Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, he would not have been able to think of such a design plan. Just this 4-element square regret blood refinement pool's design plan was absolutely unprecedented, and it was very likely that no one would be able to replicate it in the future. And the price that Feng Yuan paid to construct this immortal goo house was even more shocking. Firstly, Feng Yuan completely dismantled the unique long hair refinement path formation that had a long history. The core rank 8 immortal goo advance refinement was still used as the core, becoming a part of the foundation of 4-element square regret blood refinement pool. Secondly, Feng Yuan used rank 8 immortal goo regret to take the essence of regret pool and construct the small pavilion in the pool. Next, Feng Yuan specially constructed a year essence sub-pool outside, drawing a tributary of the River of Time into the square pool. To achieve this step, Feng Yuan arranged 3 rank 8 time path immortal goo, early autumn, mid-autumn, and late autumn, from 3 autumn yellow crane platform. Finally, Fang Yuan directly placed the incomplete form of Refinement C into the pool. Refinement C was an important investment of the land spirit of Langia. It wanted to create a future refinement path secluded domain of heaven and earth. To successfully place the incomplete form of Refinement C, Fang Yuan also placed the rank 8 Immortal Gu water refinement inside. The entire 4-element square regret blood refinement pool had 4 cores. They were the rank 8 Immortal Gu advance refinement, water refinement, regret, and the rank 7 Immortal Gu blood asset. Thus, it was called 4 elements. The number of supplementary Immortal Gu directly broke through 20. Early autumn, mid-autumn, and late autumn were the 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu at the forefront. As for the other Mortal Gu, there were over 100 million of them. Their types were as diverse as the sea of stars. It was simply unimaginable. Fang Yuan placed almost all of his refinement path Immortal Gu into it. There were also many time path Immortal Gu, wisdom path Immortal Gu, and so on. Fortunately, he controlled the variant Human Alliance and extorted Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance. He had an abundance of suitable Immortal Gu. With such a shocking investment, 4-element square regret blood refinement pool had the long hair refinement path formation, regret pool, refinement cauldron, refinement C, and other abilities. It fused the flesh body blood refinement method, 7 kill blood path Gu refinement method, Bei Luo ice refinement method, and so on. It could unleash refinement path killer moves like slumbering lightning python, wind grind, reflecting snow, muffled thunder stone drum, dragon-shaped ice and snow, heavenly light rotation, refinement snake lifespan flower, omnipresent 4 Cs, and even take a step back to broaden the sea and sky. Once 4-element square regret blood refinement pool appeared, it became the #1 refinement path Immortal Gu house in the history of Gu cultivation. It was indisputable, it had no rivals. If news of this spreads, 4-element square regret blood refinement pool will definitely be able to compete with Divine Emperor City and 88-point Jianghu Tower for the #1 position in the ranking of Immortal Gu houses. Divine Emperor City was the sacred land of human path, while 88-point Jianghu Tower controlled northern plains, achieving the golden rule of the Huang Jin bloodline. And 4-element square regret blood refinement pool was not inferior. It fused the essence of human path and hairy man nature Gu refinement path. With it, not only would the cost of refining Immortal Gu fall sharply, the success rate of Gu refinement would also be unimaginably high. Whoever controlled this 4-element square regret blood refinement pool would have an endless supply of Immortal Gu. However, 4-element square regret blood refinement pool is not complete. It only focuses on Gu refinement and has almost no offensive, defensive, movement, or other abilities. Moreover, in this world, only I, Fang Yuan, can construct it. Other Gu immortals are powerless even if they get the blueprint. If a Gu immortal saw Fang Yuan's blueprint, they would praise it profusely and gasp in amazement at first. But once they looked deeper, they would curse and feel disdain in their hearts, feeling that this idea was fake and almost nonsensical. That was because the design of 4-element square regret blood refinement pool did not consider the situation of conflicting Dao marks in most aspects. Only in the sovereign immortal aperture, because of the negative impact of conflicting Dao marks, could 4-element square regret blood refinement pool go from an ideal to a reality. In fact, as long as Fang Yuan brought 4-element square regret blood refinement pool outside the immortal aperture, this Immortal Gu house would collapse on its own because of the severe internal friction and the intense conflicting Dao marks. Even before Fang Yuan had 3,000 heaven path Dao marks, it was not enough to construct this 4-element square regret blood refinement pool. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had devoured Grand Swine, Fresh Heavens, and Time Difference Grotto Heavens, these 3 rank 8 Grotto Heavens, and after refining their heaven path Dao marks, he was able to reach the minimum standard of constructing 4-element square regret blood refinement pool. These 3 Grotto Heavens had fused with 9 Heavens fragments, and the 9 Heavens fragments contained heaven path Dao marks. Time Difference Grotto Heaven had over 700,000 Time Path Dao marks, and over 800 Heaven Path Dao marks. Fresh Grotto Heaven had over 1,600,000 Rule Path Dao marks, and over 1,900 Heaven Path Dao marks. Grand Swine Grotto Heaven had the most Dao marks, over 3,200,000 Transformation Path Dao marks, and over 3,300 Heaven Path Dao marks. Qi clan had to respond to Yang clan's actions. Their territory was invaded. This concerned Qi clan's reputation. If they did not deal with it properly, Qi clan's reputation would be ruined. It would be extremely embarrassing. However, what could the Qi family do to protect their face? Could Qi clan repel Yang clan's invading forces? Could they fight? How could they fight? If they could not fight, what could they do? This was Qi Bang's problem. What do you three think about this? Qi Bang asked the three rank 7 Gu immortals in front of him. Qi Depai raised his voice and said, "Of course we are going to counterattack and kill all these Yang family dogs." Softer, softer. Qi Bang quickly waved his hand, looking at Qi Gui who was beside him. Qi Gui frowned. "First Supreme Elder, we need to consider this. What are you afraid of?" Qi Depai stared with wide eyes. Yang clan does not have any rank 8 Gu immortals, only 2 rank 7s came this time. If our Qi clan does not retaliate, we will be the laughing stock of the entire southern border righteous path. Qi Gui sighed. "Don't think that they are just 2 people, they are indeed famous experts. One is Yang Yin Guang, he specializes in soul freezing profound light, he is hard to defend against. The other is Yang Wen Kuei, he cultivates wisdom path and information path, he is the brains of Yang clan. According to our investigations, Yang clan's other Gu immortals are guarding Yang clan's territory, but it is hard to say if Yang clan secretly mobilizes them. Even if Yang clan is not in disguise, we need to consider Yang clan's immortal Gu house. Since Yang clan invaded our territory, they might have already mobilized their immortal Gu house. They are just hiding in the immortal apertures of the 2 Yang clan immortals, waiting for action." Qi Bang nodded, looking at Qi Shang. "What do you think of this?" Qi Shang was dressed in a white robe, he had a handsome face but his gaze was somewhat dazed. "Qi Shang? Qi Shang?" Qi Bang called out softly. But Qi Shang acted like he did not hear him, he looked ahead with a dazed expression. The 3 immortals in the room looked at each other, sighing together. Evidently, Qi Shang's mind was wandering again. He was the genius with the highest chance of becoming a formation path great grandmaster in Qi clan, he was known as the formation fanatic, he often became absent-minded. In order to think about a formation path problem, he even forgot to eat. If not for the clan's care, he might have forgotten to eat and starved to death while immersed in his thoughts. Qi Shang ignored Qi Bang. Qi Bang was furious inwardly, but on the surface, he had to treat him kindly. Before participating in the Fate War, Qi Chuyu had specially called Qi Bang into the study room and secretly instructed him. Qi Shang was the best helper his father had left for Qi Bang. In fact, the 3 Qi clan rank 7 Gu immortals in the study room were Qi Bang's trusted aides. But these aides could not help Qi Bang solve his problem. Qi Bang asked around, but in the end, he still had to make the decision. Right at this time, an information path Gu worm was transmitted from Jewel Yellow Skies. Qi Bang's divine sense entered. After quickly reading it, his eyes shined with joy. "Great, Wu clan's Wu Yong has heard of this and is willing to cooperate with our Qi clan. After expelling Yang clan, we will tell the clan that we do not want anything, and Wu clan will even send an immortal Gu house to assist us. But we need to form an alliance agreement with our clan, we need to build many immortal formations for Wu clan's resource points." "There is such a good deal?" Qi Gui was greatly surprised. Wu Yong's conditions were very generous, he was secretly moved. What do the two of you think? This time, Qi Bang ignored Qi Shang, he only asked Qi De Pai and Qi Gui. After the whirlpool absorbed a large amount of blood water, it gradually calmed down. Eventually, an immortal goo flew out of the whirlpool. The whirlpool dissipated, the blood waterfall also fell into the square pool, only a thin layer of blood water was left at the bottom of the pool. The blood light faded like a tired bird returning to the forest, returning to the top of the pavilion in the pool. That was the location of blood asset immortal goo. Fang Yuan's time path clone regulated his breathing for a while, with a thought, the immortal goo floating in the air descended and flew into his palm. This immortal goo had the appearance of a dung beetle, commonly known as a dung beetle. Its entire body was golden in color, its body was divided into 3 parts, head, chest, abdomen, and tail. Its head was like a crescent shovel, and there were paddle-like tentacles on both sides. Its chest and abdomen had horizontal ridges, and its tail was oval. There were 2 pairs of legs on its chest and abdomen, and 1 pair on its tail. Each tentacle was very thick, and there were hard black spikes at the ends of the tentacles. It was dog shit luck immortal goo. After Fang Yuan's refinement, it had already risen to rank 8. Dog shit luck immortal goo was the core immortal goo of cooking luck pot. Giant Sun Immortal created luck path and left behind 3 great true inheritances, self-luck, all living beings luck, and heaven and earth luck. Cooking luck pot was the peak creation of the self-luck true inheritance's essence. Before the Fate War, Fang Yuan had invested almost all of his luck path immortal goo into cooking luck pot immortal goo house. This time, he completely dismantled cooking luck pot and started to refine the luck path immortal goo inside. Dog shit luck immortal goo was his first choice. Fang Yuan had only tried to refine it for the first time and succeeded. For element square regret blood refinement pool had a 50 to 60% success rate when refining rank 8 immortal goo. This probability was extremely terrifying. If news of this spread, the whole goo immortal world would be shaken, longevity heaven and the celestial court might even launch a frenzied attack. With rank 8 dog shit luck, cooking luck pot's rank had already risen to rank 8. If it were an ordinary goo immortal, they would have stopped while they were ahead. But Fang Yuan was far from satisfied, he still had to refine Qi luck immortal goo, connect luck immortal goo, luck planning immortal goo, luck inspection immortal goo, and others. The time path clone continued to activate 4 element square regret blood refinement pool. As rank 8 immortal essence was rapidly expended, the nearly dried up pool water started to rise again. This pool water was the refinement water of incomplete refinement sea, combined with the water of the tributary of the river of time. Using water refinement immortal goo as the core refinement path method, it formed a mystical creation.